Welcome to Sleepy Whisper, where the dullest stories from history are told slowly to help you drift off peacefully. Before we begin, please set your volume to a soft, comfortable level. Lie back, close your eyes, let your body relax, and allow your mind to wander gently into stillness. This is the very first story in our Boring History for Sleep series. Quiet moments from the past, told with no drama, no suspense, just a slow whisper from history itself. If this helped calm your mind tonight, please remember to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you'll never miss another sleepy journey through time. And now, let us begin. The disappearance of the Indus Valley Civilization. It began over 5,000 years ago along the gentle curves of two great rivers, the Indus and the now vanished Sarasvati. There, in the quiet plains of what is now modern-day Pakistan and northwest India, a civilization emerged not with the clang of swords or the roar of empire, but with the whisper of orderly streets, baked brick houses, and slow-moving trade carts. The Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, rose in the shadow of time, building cities of uncommon calm, where people bathed in carefully constructed water tanks, traded beads and pottery, and lived their days largely untouched by the violence that marked so many other ancient societies. And then, centuries later, they disappeared. Quietly. No grand battles, no crumbled temples from foreign conquests, just silence. A civilization once home to over 5 million people slowly faded from view, leaving behind questions that still float unanswered like dust in the wind. The story of the Indus Valley Civilization is not a tale of kings or heroes. It is not about war or conquest. Instead, it is a story of patience, of rivers and rain, of clay baked under gentle sun, and of people who built with method and lived with surprising order. The first signs of their world appeared in small farming communities, simple and slow, as far back as 7000 BCE. Over time, those early villages grew into larger settlements, with walls and drains and homes aligned with cardinal directions. By around 2600 BCE, the civilization had blossomed into something remarkable. Cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, laid out on grid plans, with systems for sanitation that would not be seen again for thousands of years. Brick by brick, they shaped their world not in towering monuments or pyramids, but in practical harmony with the land. One might imagine the hum of daily life, the careful grind of stone on grain, the slow steps of traders bringing carnelian, lapis lazuli, and copper from faraway lands, the cool splash of water in the great bath of Mohenjo-daro. The streets were quiet, free from signs of elite palaces or armies. No grand statues, no royal tombs, no glorified kings. It was, by all appearances, an egalitarian society, where urban planning seemed to matter more than personal glory. This simplicity, however, was not without depth. Their script, still undeciphered, appears on thousands of small seals and tablets, each a mystery. Their pottery, often decorated with simple motifs of animals and plants, suggests a gentle connection to the natural world. And their toys, their games, their everyday objects, all hint at a people not so different from us. Structured, thoughtful, quietly creative. As centuries passed, something began to change. Slowly, their cities showed signs of strain. Drains were no longer cleaned. Kilns stopped firing bricks with the same precision. Some neighborhoods were abandoned. Trade routes faded. The rivers, once lifelines, may have shifted. Climate change, perhaps gradual but unrelenting, brought droughts and floods in uneasy rhythm. Crops failed. Water grew scarce. Without war or invasion, without fire or destruction, the Indus Valley Civilization may have simply unraveled. Like a quiet sigh, their world dimmed. By around 1900 BCE, the great cities had been mostly abandoned. People moved east toward the Ganges Plain, forming smaller villages. The urban dream, for now, had ended. And yet, even in disappearance, the Indus Valley Civilization left echoes. Its bricks lie beneath modern farms. Its seal motifs have influenced cultures that came long after. Its legacy lives in the quiet discipline of its layout, the unspoken wisdom of its water systems, and the enduring mystery of its script. Unlike the ruins of Rome or the pyramids of Egypt, there is no towering monument to their memory, only silence and soil, and the patient work of archaeologists piecing together a forgotten world. What remains is not a story of glory lost, but of balance once achieved. A civilization that rose not by sword, but by brick and river and quiet order. A civilization that disappeared as gently as it came. To truly understand the mystery behind the disappearance of the Indus Valley civilization, one must first appreciate how unusually advanced they were for their time. At a glance, their cities may seem modest compared to the grandeur of later empires. But beneath the surface lay a level of planning and organization that was astonishingly sophisticated. Streets were laid out in perfect right angles, suggesting a central authority or some form of civil regulation. Homes had private wells, access to public baths, and toilets that emptied into covered drainage systems, an urban hygiene feature that would vanish from many parts of the world for thousands of years after. This was not accidental. It required foresight, coordination, and perhaps, most interesting of all, a communal focus that appeared to prioritize the welfare of the many over the power of the few. In this, the Indus people may have been quietly revolutionary. Their lack of ostentatious temples, palaces, or monuments suggests a society less interested in glorifying rulers and more concerned with collective living. No known inscriptions have been found proclaiming the conquests of kings or the deeds of divine rulers. Instead, we find tokens, seals, and pottery, simple, repetitive, calm. Their trade networks were wide and patient. Indus seals have been found in Mesopotamia, and Mesopotamian artifacts have been discovered in Harappan sites. This suggests not only a commercial connection, but perhaps cultural exchanges. Small ships or caravans crossing land and water over long distances. They traded goods such as beads, cotton textiles, metals, and ivory. But they also traded ideas, techniques, and, in quieter ways, ways of living. This flow of trade, steady and peaceful, helped sustain the civilization's economy for centuries. And yet, even the best-laid systems are not immune to forces beyond their control. As climate conditions began to shift, whether through a gradual drying of the monsoon cycle or tectonic shifts that altered river courses, the very foundations of their urban models started to crack. When rivers change, so too does life. The once thriving city of Mohenjo-Daro offers subtle clues. In the later layers of the site, archaeologists have found evidence of poorer construction, disorganized housing, and signs that maintenance had become inconsistent. It was not sudden destruction. There are no widespread burn marks, no signs of conquest. Instead, what we see is decline, slow, quiet, and tragic in its ordinariness. The Great Bath, once maintained with care, gathered silt. The streets became clogged. The carefully aligned bricks were replaced by mismatched ones. Some scholars believe this suggests a loss of central authority, a gradual breakdown of social cohesion. Others point to migration, as populations slowly moved eastward in search of more reliable water sources. This would mark the end of the great cities, but not necessarily the end of the people. What remains most curious is how little we truly know. The Indus script, found on thousands of seals and tablets, has never been conclusively deciphered. Without a Rosetta Stone, without bilingual text to guide us, the meanings remain locked in time. They used around 400 to 600 distinct signs, some of which repeat in patterns that suggest they were more than just symbols, they were language. And yet the key is missing. What did they write about? Was it trade, myth, law, ritual? We may never know. It is this silence, this absence of voice, that makes their disappearance feel all the more mysterious. A civilization so organized, so widespread, so calm, and yet so quietly gone. In later Indian traditions, there is little direct reference to the Indus people. Some speculate that the Vedic culture, which followed after, absorbed elements of the Harappan world while also displacing much of its structure. Others suggest the Indus Valley people simply melted into the broader fabric of rural life, becoming part of the anonymous landscape of prehistory. Their cities may have faded, but perhaps their ways of life endured, transformed, unrecorded, but still breathing somewhere in the agricultural rhythms and local customs of the region. History does not always leave sharp lines. Often it is like a fading echo, heard only if you listen closely. So the question remains, how does a civilization of millions disappear without a trace of war or collapse? The answer, if it exists, is probably scattered in pieces, in pollen samples from ancient riverbeds, in brick foundations buried beneath modern cities, in undisturbed graves under fields, in undeciphered texts on stone seals, or perhaps in the silence itself. The Indus Valley civilization may not have vanished in drama, but in something more unsettling, in the quiet erosion of balance. As rivers dried, as rains shifted, as people moved on, a way of life slowly blinked out, leaving behind only the soft whisper of clay and the unanswered questions of those who came after. As archaeologists gently brush away layers of dust and soil from the ruins of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and smaller sites like Lothal, Dholavira, and Kalibangan, a silent story begins to unfold, not in grand discoveries, but in the humble remnants of everyday life. Shards of pottery, often red with black-painted motifs, offer glimpses into a people who found beauty in repetition. A comb made of ivory, worn smooth by years of use. A terracotta figurine of a woman, adorned with jewelry, perhaps once held in the hands of a child, or placed on a household shrine. Carefully crafted weights and measures made from chert suggest a standardized system of commerce, remarkably precise. These objects, though silent, speak volumes. They tell us that this was not a civilization built on chaos, but one founded on consistency, structure, and an almost invisible kind of intelligence, one that values the unremarkable acts of living well. The city of Lothal, situated in what is now Gujarat, offers perhaps one of the clearest signs of the Indus Valley people's maritime skill. There, archaeologists uncovered what is believed to be one of the world's earliest known dockyards, with a large basin connected to an ancient river channel. Though the precise function remains debated, the structure shows that these people understood the movement of tides and the mechanics of water management. Nearby warehouses suggest trade goods were stored, packed, and shipped. Tiny artifacts of shell, copper, semi-precious stones, and etched carnelian beads give life to this notion. Imagine the scene: traders watching the river, inspecting goods, exchanging with visitors from distant lands. All of this, quietly coordinated without the benefit of written contracts, royal decrees, or armies to enforce order. There is an elegance to this subtlety. In many ways, what the Indus Valley lacked is just as interesting as what it possessed. There are no large statues of gods or rulers, no monumental tombs or ziggurats. The people left no known literature, no boastful inscriptions of conquest or dominance. It is as though they were uninterested in legacy for its own sake. Their world was practical, symmetrical, anonymous. Even their burials were modest, simple graves, often without rich offerings. This understated way of life, focused more on the rhythms of water, trade, and social order, may be part of why they eventually slipped from memory. Civilizations that leave behind towering stone structures and dramatic myths tend to survive in our stories. The Indus Valley, with its calm discipline and lack of spectacle, faded instead into the quiet. Yet this disappearance has sparked deep curiosity. Over the past century, excavations have continued to uncover new layers, literally and figuratively, of their world. Sir John Marshall's early work in the 1920s brought global attention to the Indus sites, but even now, only a fraction of their cities have been fully explored. Advances in satellite imaging, remote sensing, and soil analysis have helped trace the outlines of buried settlements and ancient riverbeds. What was once thought to be a mystery of sudden collapse is now being re-examined as a long and complex transition, shaped by environmental, social, and possibly internal shifts in culture. The Sarasvati River, for example, once a powerful tributary, may have dried due to tectonic activity, contributing to agricultural decline. Flood layers in Mohenjo-daro suggest repeated inundations, which could have made city life increasingly difficult. Droughts and crop failures may have forced communities to disperse into smaller, rural settlements that left less trace behind. Even their disappearance may not be disappearance at all, but a quiet continuity. In the villages of northwest India and Pakistan, certain pottery styles, agricultural practices, and even design motifs show hints of Harappan influence. Some traditions may have survived through oral storytelling or ritual, long after the cities crumbled. This theory, that the people did not vanish but rather change shape, challenges the very idea of collapse. What if, instead of an ending, the Indus Valley represents a civilization that learned to adapt by becoming less visible? What if their greatest achievement was not in what they built, but in how gracefully they let it go when conditions no longer favored their way of life? So the story becomes less about a dramatic vanishing and more about the ebb and flow of human existence. a reminder that history is not always about battles and monuments, but also about patience, resilience, and the quiet dignity of letting things end with grace. As the wind moves through the empty lanes of Mohenjo-Daro and the bricks warm again under the sun, one can almost hear the echoes of lives once lived, not shouting, not lamenting, but whispering. Whispering of trade routes and clay pots, of city walls and floodwaters, of time passing slowly. As civilizations rise and fall, not in flames, but in silence. As we delve deeper into the remnants of the Indus Valley civilization, we find ourselves not just sifting through ruins, but navigating a world of quiet complexity. There is no central epic to recite, no legendary war to recount, and no towering ruler whose name was carved into the stones of time. Instead, the Indus story lives in fragments, in beads scattered through abandoned workshops, in the faint outlines of wells that once quenched entire neighborhoods, and in narrow lanes where carts once rolled slowly, carrying goods wrapped in cloth or stacked in woven baskets. The very absence of drama is what makes their civilization so remarkable. While other ancient societies seem to thrive on grand gestures and declarations of power, the people of the Indus Valley whispered their legacy in symmetry, in order, and in unassuming routine. Their bricks were uniform in size, shaped to a standard that was followed across cities hundreds of kilometers apart. Their houses often featured a room dedicated to bathing, with carefully laid floors and drains that fed into a larger sewage system. This quiet dedication to cleanliness and structure hints at a worldview where stability and predictability were prized, where chaos was held at bay not by force, but by thoughtful design. One might imagine a morning in Mohenjo-Daro, the slow sound of water being drawn from a well, the muffled thud of footfalls on dusty streets, the scent of spices warming over small hearths. Children might have played with spinning tops or clay animals, while artisans carefully strung beads or carved seals in the cool corners of shaded courtyards. Traders packed carts, farmers weighed their grain, and potters turned their wheels slowly in rhythm with the sun. No grand parade, no blaring horns, just the quiet murmur of life. It is this sense of deep ordinariness, of a life lived with intention but without spectacle, that makes the Indus cities feel so haunting. And yet, even in their simplicity, they were undeniably connected to the broader ancient world. Their trade extended as far west as Mesopotamia, and perhaps even beyond to the Persian Gulf. Tiny weights calibrated to exact ratios suggest transactions that required fairness and precision. The goods they offered, cotton textiles, semi-precious stones, ivory carvings, were all signs of a civilization that knew its worth and had mastered its craft. But just as rivers can change course without warning, so too can civilizations. By around 1900 BCE, a slow transformation had begun. The well-planned cities were no longer maintained. Streets once cleaned with care became cluttered. Bricks, once perfectly shaped, were now made hastily or recycled from older buildings. The uniformity of weights and measures disappeared. Some areas were abandoned entirely, while others saw a shift from urban centers to smaller, dispersed rural communities. Scholars have long debated the reasons. Was it the drying of the Sarasvati River, once believed to have run parallel to the Indus and supported countless towns? Was it a long period of drought that rendered agriculture unsustainable? Or was it gradual soil degradation, the kind that creeps in slowly over generations, invisible until it is too late? Perhaps it was all of these, and none of them alone. Human societies are rarely undone by a single event. More often, they fray slowly at the edges before the center can no longer hold. This process of decline was not chaotic or violent. There is no archaeological evidence of war, no widespread fire damage, and no mass graves that suggest conquest or disease. Instead, the silence of the archaeological record speaks to a different kind of end, one marked by migration, adaptation, and change. The people did not vanish overnight. They moved. They changed how they lived. And in doing so, they left behind their cities and the way of life those cities represented. Some may have integrated with new cultures, bringing with them memories of brick walls, shared wells, and life structured by the slow logic of water and clay. Even as we search for answers, the Indus script remains elusive. The tiny square seals, often depicting animals like unicorn bulls, elephants, and tigers, also feature short lines of symbols, repeating patterns that hint at meaning but defy translation. Many scholars have attempted to crack the code, proposing links to Dravidian languages, Sanskrit roots, or even early proto-writing systems. Yet no consensus has emerged. Without longer texts or bilingual examples, the script remains a mystery, an unopened door to the thoughts of a civilization that chose not to shout. What might they have written? Instructions for trade? Records of rituals? Names of families or clans? We may never know. And in that unknowing, there is something poetic, an echo of their broader story. They built without boasting, they thrived without conquering, and they disappeared without destruction. So we continue to wonder, not with urgency, but with a kind of quiet respect. The Indus Valley civilization may never yield all its secrets, but in its planning, in its silence, and in its soft fading from history, it teaches us something profound. That greatness is not always loud, that peace leaves few ruins, and that sometimes the most extraordinary stories are the ones told in a whisper. The ruins of the Indus Valley civilization lie scattered like fragments of a forgotten lullaby, tucked beneath modern landscapes and whispering their secrets only to those patient enough to listen. Excavations have revealed only a small fraction of their world, just the faint outline of what once was a vast and interconnected system of cities, towns, and villages that thrived in silent unity. At Mohenjo-Daro, brick-lined streets stretch into empty courtyards, and wells sit unused yet still intact, as if waiting for someone to draw water once more. In Harappa, layered foundations tell the tale of generations building upon each other, each more refined than the last. At Dholavira, a remarkable water conservation system was uncovered, massive reservoirs carved into stone, collecting every drop of monsoon rainfall in a delicate balance between engineering and reverence for nature. These were not random achievements. They speak of a people who understood the rhythms of the earth, who respected its scarcity and harnessed its bounty, not through domination, but through careful harmony. There is something deeply human in these traces, not the story of kings or conquests, but of daily lives, of quiet endurance, and of a civilization that sought sustainability long before the word existed. The more we study, the clearer it becomes that the Indus people excelled in subtleties. Their cities were not chaotic sprawls, but carefully ordered layouts with consistent orientations, suggesting an understanding of cardinal directions and perhaps even celestial movements. Buildings were often constructed with air circulation in mind, providing natural cooling in the intense heat. Drainage systems were integrated at every level of design, from household latrines to large public sewers. Even their bricks were proportioned in precise ratios, often 1:4 in height, width, and length, indicating a standardized system that remained consistent across distant settlements. Such order suggests not just engineering knowledge, but also a shared cultural mindset, one where cooperation and adherence to community standards were deeply embedded. What's fascinating is that this complex urban life appears to have flourished without any clear signs of central authority. There are no palaces, no temples, no monuments to rulers. Governance, if it existed in a traditional sense, left little mark on the archaeological record. This has led some scholars to speculate that the Indus Valley civilization may have operated on decentralized principles, perhaps with local councils or communal decision-making bodies managing civic life. If true, it would place them among the earliest known examples of a cooperative, possibly even democratic, urban society, an idea both ancient and deeply modern. Yet, with all this sophistication, their voice remains unheard. The script carved into seals and amulets, etched into pots and tools, remains locked, its code unbroken. Without their words, we are left to interpret the visuals, the recurring animal motifs, the geometric shapes, the carefully chosen symbols that may have once conveyed ownership, belief, or status. The so-called unicorn, a recurring figure on many seals, may not be a mythical creature, but a stylized representation of a known animal, or perhaps it carried symbolic weight now lost to time. Other seals show scenes of ritual or myth, of a man seated in a yogic posture surrounded by animals, perhaps an early form of meditation or spiritual expression. There are seals with zebu bulls, elephants, and crocodiles, creatures native to the region and possibly to their spiritual cosmology. These fragments, though silent, suggest a culture rich with meaning, values, and internal logic, one that wove spirituality and symbolism into the fabric of daily life, without the need for spectacle or hierarchy. While we often romanticize lost civilizations as tragic victims of time, the Indus Valley's decline does not appear sudden or catastrophic. There was no Pompeii-like eruption, no Babylonian siege, no Maya-style collapse in the jungles. Instead, the decline was gradual, marked by fading infrastructure, reduced trade, and shifting populations. As the climate changed, likely becoming drier and less predictable, farming would have grown difficult, rivers may have dried or shifted course, and urban life would have slowly lost its viability. Without water, even the most advanced city must yield. And so, they did not fight to remain. They moved, they adapted, and they let go. This slow retreat from city life into smaller, rural communities is perhaps the most poetic aspect of their story. It was not failure. It was transformation. The people of the Indus did not vanish. They simply chose another way of living. Their cities became dust, but their spirit flowed onward, unrecorded, uncelebrated, but never entirely gone. So now we are left with questions. Questions whispered by bricks and carried by wind through broken walls. Who were they? What did they believe? How did they organize themselves without kings? How did they achieve such balance? And why did they let it go? In the silence of the archaeological record, we may never find definitive answers. But perhaps the Indus Valley civilization doesn't need a loud conclusion. Perhaps it is enough to know they lived with purpose, built with care, and left behind a legacy that asks us not to remember their power, but their peace. As we continue to reflect on the Indus Valley civilization, we find ourselves enveloped in a kind of ancient quietness, one not born from absence but from restraint. The Harappan people, as they are often called after one of their largest cities, seem to embody a culture that chose order over chaos, sustainability over excess, and continuity over conquest. Unlike the kingdoms of Egypt with their pyramids, or the empires of Mesopotamia with their ziggurats and bloody succession struggles, the people of the Indus Valley left behind no tales of dynasties, no towering monuments to ego or afterlife, no battle inscriptions carved into stone walls. Instead, they left grid-patterned cities, uniform bricks, functional drains, and the soft echoes of commerce and cooperation. It is perhaps the only major ancient civilization that remains faceless, not in a literal sense, but in that we know so little about their leaders, if they had any at all. There is no single name, no legendary founder, no known priest or warrior king to anchor their legacy. In the modern world, where personality often overshadows principle, this anonymity feels almost surreal, and yet it may have been their greatest strength, a system that flourished not because of powerful individuals, but because of shared understanding, communal planning, and respect for balance. This balance is evident not only in their urban design, but in their crafts. The artisans of the Indus Valley worked with an impressive variety of materials: steatite, agate, carnelian, faience, copper, gold, and shell. They produced beads so tiny and uniform that modern jewelers still marvel at their precision. These were not luxury goods in the modern sense, but everyday symbols of identity and trade. Pottery, too, was decorated with elegant simplicity, stylized trees, animals, and geometric shapes painted in black on red. Toys have also been uncovered: wheeled carts, clay animals, whistles. These are not symbols of decadence, but of a people who valued daily life, who found joy in craft, and who perhaps viewed aesthetics as a shared experience rather than a display of status. In every corner of their cities, there is a quiet dignity, an unspoken belief that order and beauty go hand in hand. Water, in particular, held a special place in their lives. Beyond the functional brilliance of their drainage systems, water may have had spiritual or ritual significance. The Great Bath at Mohenjo-Daro, a large sunken tank made of baked bricks and coated with bitumen, suggests ceremonial use. It was meticulously engineered, with steps leading down on multiple sides, a surrounding veranda, and drains to remove used water. There is no evidence of idols or offerings nearby, which implies the ritual may have been personal or communal, rather than directed toward a deity. Perhaps it was purification, perhaps it was symbolic renewal. Whatever the purpose, it reveals a reverence for water, not just as a necessity, but as something sacred. This quiet ritualism, subtle and unmarked, stands in contrast to the more theatrical religious practices of neighboring civilizations. It aligns with a society that prized simplicity and found meaning in daily rhythm. As with all ancient histories, interpretations shift with each new discovery. Some researchers now suggest that the Indus Valley civilization was not a single monolithic entity, but a network of related cultures that shared common values and technologies. This may explain the variations in architecture, artifacts, and burial styles found at different sites. It would also support the theory that their society was decentralized, managed by local governance rather than controlled from a central capital. If true, it offers a fascinating glimpse into a world where cultural coherence was maintained not through force, but through shared ideals. It challenges modern assumptions about how civilization must be structured. Perhaps progress does not require empire. Perhaps peace is possible without conquest. The Indus Valley, in its quiet way, presents an alternative vision of society, one where cooperation supersedes domination, and harmony is built not by decree, but by design. Still, the end of their cities looms like a question we cannot ignore. What happened to this world of subtle wisdom and practical grace? As the climate shifted, with rainfall patterns changing and the mighty rivers altering their course, the Harappan people likely faced slow agricultural decline. Crops would have failed more frequently, wells would have dried, trade routes may have become unreliable. The very geography that had sustained them for centuries began to betray them. And yet, there was no mass panic, no signs of widespread famine or revolt. Instead, there was adaptation. Urban centers were gradually abandoned. People moved eastward toward the Ganges basin, where water was still abundant and the land fertile. They brought with them their tools, their crafts, and perhaps parts of their culture. But the cities were left behind, not with fire and chaos, but with resignation and grace. In time, the jungle and desert took them back. Brick by brick, silence settled over the streets, broken only by the wind and the occasional cry of a bird overhead. And now, thousands of years later, we walk among those ruins, real or imagined, trying to listen. Not for the roar of battle or the voice of kings, but for something softer, a faint pulse of a civilization that whispered rather than shouted. One that built for living, not for legacy. One that vanished not with fury, but with the patient acceptance of change. In the face of uncertainty, they did not cling, they let go. As we turn our gaze toward the final centuries of the Indus Valley civilization, we begin to sense the slow unraveling of a grand but gentle tapestry. The signs are subtle but persistent, like the faint fading of color in a once vibrant mural. At first glance, it might appear that nothing dramatic occurred. The city still stood, the bricks remained stacked, but closer inspection reveals changes not in destruction, but in decline. Streets once swept clean were left dusty. Drainage systems that had once efficiently carried wastewater away became clogged with debris. Carefully crafted artifacts were replaced with cruder forms. The once standardized weights and measures fell out of use. Trade items disappeared. Craftsmanship lost its precision. What had once been a meticulously ordered society now showed signs of loosening structure. It is tempting to view this as collapse, but collapse is too loud a word. What happened here was slower, more like the steady dimming of a lantern as oil runs low, a fading rhythm that echoes in the bones of forgotten wells and the shallow curves of broken pottery. And yet, even as their urban world retreated, the people endured. They moved, they adjusted, they adapted to the land's changing mood. This is not the end of the Indus people. It is merely the end of their cities. Scholars have long debated the cause of this decline, and though no single answer satisfies all, the most widely accepted theory lies in the slow transformation of the environment. Geological studies suggest that tectonic activity may have altered river courses, particularly the drawing of the Ghaggar-Hakra River, believed by some to be the ancient Sarasvati. Without reliable river flow, agriculture would have suffered. Fields once fed by predictable floods turned arid. Wells ran dry. In a civilization so intimately tied to the rhythm of water, even a small shift in climate could ripple into every aspect of life: food, trade, health, population movement. The monsoon patterns, too, may have changed, becoming weaker or more erratic over time. For a people who depended on annual rains to grow wheat, barley, and pulses, even a few consecutive years of drought could begin to strain their systems. And if that strain became the new norm, the great cities, so carefully laid out and maintained, would gradually become burdens rather than shelters. The land they built upon could no longer support their vision, and so they quietly walked away from it. But they did not walk into oblivion. Instead, they appear to have merged into emerging cultures along the Ganges and beyond. Archaeological evidence from post-Harappan sites suggests continuity in some technologies. Ceramics with similar patterns, tools fashioned in familiar shapes, storage techniques that echo their predecessors. Though smaller in scale and less sophisticated in urban planning, these later communities carried forward fragments of Harappan life. Over time, as the Vedic period began to take shape in the Indian subcontinent, it absorbed and transformed these elements. Whether through peaceful interaction, cultural blending, or gradual evolution, the spirit of the Indus people did not vanish, it was reshaped. Their influence, though often unrecognized, remains embedded in the subcontinent's agricultural techniques, urban thinking, and perhaps even spiritual attitudes. A civilization does not truly disappear if its ways of living ripple forward, quietly influencing the hands and minds of those who follow. Meanwhile, their silence continues to intrigue us. For all that we've uncovered, the bricks, the seals, the beads, the drainage systems, so much remains unknown. The greatest puzzle, of course, is the script. Thousands of examples exist, carved into stone, pressed into soft clay, inscribed on copper plates, and etched into small amulets. Some symbols repeat often, others appear only a handful of times. Some sequences are brief, just 4 or 5 signs. Others stretch across longer panels, but none speak to us in a language we can yet understand. The dream of deciphering the script remains alive, but elusive. Without a bilingual inscription, without longer texts or more contextual evidence, we can only speculate. Was it a phonetic language? A pictographic code? A combination of both? Did it record transactions, prayers, poetry? We may never know. And perhaps that's part of the reason this civilization haunts the imagination so deeply. It is not simply what they left behind, but what they did not. Their cities are open books written in unreadable lines. Their silence is not emptiness, it is potential, a mystery waiting patiently beneath the soil. And so, as we walk through these ancient ruins in our minds, past wells lined in perfect circles, through courtyards shaded by time, and along streets where wheels once creaked and sandals once tapped, we are reminded that history is not always about what is said. Sometimes, it is about what is felt. The Indus Valley civilization invites us to feel the rhythm of a world that chose order without oppression, design without dominance, and life without fanfare. Their cities were not made for glory, they were made for living. And when living in them was no longer sustainable, they did not fight to preserve the image of power. They simply let go, stepped aside, and became something else. In a modern world so often defined by noise, ambition, and struggle, their quiet surrender may offer a deeper kind of wisdom, one that understands when to build and when to walk away. As the sun sets over the crumbling brick mounds of Mohenjo-daro and the quiet ruins of Harappa, we are left to wonder not only about how such a vast civilization faded, but why it had remained hidden from global history for so long. For centuries, the story of the Indus Valley civilization was buried not just beneath layers of earth, but beneath the weight of forgotten memory. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, whose monuments towered in the open and whose names echoed in the scrolls of later empires, the Indus cities slumbered in silence, unnoticed by travelers and scholars alike. It wasn't until the 1920s that archaeologists truly began to uncover the scale of this ancient world. The British archaeologist Sir John Marshall, upon initiating systematic excavations, was astonished to discover planned cities far older than anticipated. Cities with water supply systems, public buildings, and standardized bricks that rivaled or surpassed those of their contemporaries. And yet, the Indus Valley had no Rosetta Stone, no surviving epics or inscriptions to illuminate their culture. What had once been the home of millions became, over time, a blank spot on the historical map, a civilization that thrived without fanfare and disappeared without a trace. This rediscovery was not the result of myth or legend, but of quiet persistence. It took decades of patient digging, careful cataloging, and scholarly debate to even begin piecing together what life might have looked like in the Indus Valley. Each new find, a seal with an unknown script, a pot with painted lines, a tool worn from use, offered another clue. But for every answer uncovered, new questions emerged. What kind of government did they have? Was their society truly egalitarian? Or are we simply missing the symbols of hierarchy? What were their spiritual beliefs? How did they educate their young? And perhaps most hauntingly, why did they leave no lasting memory in the stories of those who came after? As Vedic culture took root in the Indian subcontinent, it made little mention of the cities that had come before. Some scholars believe this was due to cultural discontinuity. Others suggest it was simply a matter of perspective. Oral traditions often remember stories, not ruins. Still, it is curious how such an expansive civilization could vanish not only physically, but also from the collective consciousness of history. It is this absence that makes the Indus Valley feel more like a dream than a past reality, something sensed more than known. And yet, their legacy is all around us, hidden in plain sight. Many modern cities in South Asia continue to be built on grid plans, reminiscent of Harappan layouts. The emphasis on community wells, drainage, and sanitation, values often taken for granted, can trace their roots back to the engineering minds of the Indus people. Agricultural techniques, especially in dryland farming, also bear resemblance to Harappan methods. Even their aesthetic, minimalist, balanced, harmonious, echoes in regional crafts and art. There is a quiet thread that runs from their past to our present, even if the names and stories have been lost. Perhaps this is what makes the Indus Valley civilization so enigmatic and oddly comforting. They remind us that greatness is not always measured by conquest or fame. Sometimes it lies in the subtle, in the well-built home, the reliable street, the clean water, the shared space. It lies in the systems that serve everyone, not just a few. And it lies in the kind of knowledge that doesn't shout, but sustains, quietly, effectively, humbly. Modern technology has helped us inch closer to understanding this ancient world. Satellite imagery has revealed faint traces of buried cities, long-abandoned riverbeds, and forgotten trade routes. Radiocarbon dating has helped map the timeline of their rise and fall with greater accuracy. Soil analysis tells us of crop patterns and climate fluctuations. Even DNA studies from ancient burial sites are beginning to offer insight into the genetic links between the Harappans and later populations in South Asia. Slowly, silently, the puzzle is being reassembled. Yet, for all our tools and theories, the heart of the civilization remains just out of reach. We can describe their homes, their crafts, their layout, but we still cannot hear their voices. We cannot read their thoughts, their laws, their dreams. That part remains untouched, wrapped in the folds of time. And perhaps in a world saturated with noise, there is something deeply soothing about that. A civilization whose presence is known not by what it declared, but by what it lived. Not by what it recorded, but by what it remembered together. The Indus Valley civilization may have disappeared from its cities, but it lingers in silence, in the way bricks are still stacked, in the ways communities still gather around wells, in the rhythm of rain on dry earth, in the unspoken understanding that balance matters more than glory. They remind us that the stories we tell are not always the stories that last. Sometimes it is the life that is simply lived well, ordered, peaceful, modest, that leaves the deepest impression. As we let this thought settle like dust upon the ancient streets of Mohenjo-daro, we remember that not all ruins are tragic. Some are just the footprints of those who walked with care and chose to leave quietly when the time was right. As we linger in the fading light of the Indus Valley civilization's long-ago cities, it becomes clearer that what we're truly exploring is not just history, but memory, the memory of a people who lived without spectacle, governed without hierarchy, and left behind a legacy built not on words, but on patterns. Their cities, though buried, still whisper their logic. Their streets, though silent, still speak in lines and angles. Their tools, though rusted, still hold the shape of purpose. This was a civilization that understood how to shape its environment with sensitivity rather than force. Their cities didn't seek to dominate the land, but to fit into it, as though each wall and drain had grown out of the soil itself. As modern archaeologists continue to uncover the fragments of this vanished world, what stands out is not their collapse, but their coherence, a system so well thought out, so harmonized, that even in its decline, it resisted chaos. It simply receded, gently like the tide, without destruction. There is something deeply human about this kind of ending. No drama, no disaster, just the slow, almost poetic realization that life needed to change direction, that what had worked for generations could no longer hold against shifting rivers and drying skies. So they stepped away. They dismantled their cities with the same quiet thoughtfulness with which they had built them. They didn't burn their bridges, they simply stopped crossing them. And yet, their story is not just a peaceful retreat. It is also a mirror, one that reflects questions onto our own civilization. How do we respond when the systems we've built begin to fray? Do we listen to the land? Do we adapt in time? Do we hold on too tightly, or do we learn when to let go? The Harappans, it seems, knew the difference. They didn't cling to symbols or monuments. They didn't try to preserve their cities as relics of the past. Instead, they allowed themselves to evolve, even if that meant abandoning the familiar. This kind of wisdom is hard to grasp in a world that values permanence and growth above all else. But the people of the Indus Valley seem to understand that resilience is not just about endurance. It's also about knowing when to move on. Their decisions were made not out of desperation, but with quiet discernment. That's what gives their story its unique peace. It wasn't a fall, it was a passage, a transition, one that left behind no temples or statues, but something perhaps more enduring, a model for how to live in balance, with each other, with nature, with time. In many ways, what they left behind was not a mystery, but a message written not in words, but in bricks, in city layouts that still influence urban planning today, in drainage systems that predate many modern innovations, in weights and measures so consistent that they speak of shared values across hundreds of miles, in modest graves that tell us status may not have mattered as much as belonging, and in the absence of war and conquest, which suggests a culture that prioritized function and harmony over control. All of these choices point to a worldview that is quietly radical, one where community was more important than command, where design served daily life rather than ego, where progress was measured in continuity rather than conquest. It is rare to find a civilization that leaves so few scars on history, and rarer still to find one that, even in vanishing, offers so much clarity about what it means to be human. Today, when we speak of lost civilizations, we often focus on what was destroyed by invasion, by catastrophe, by ambition gone too far. But the Indus Valley was not destroyed. It was released, allowed to dissolve into the soil and rivers from which it rose. The people did not vanish. They became something new. Their tools, their techniques, their traditions were absorbed into the cultures that followed. Like seeds carried by wind, they took root elsewhere. Their disappearance is not an end. It is a transformation, a reminder that civilizations, like rivers, do not always end where we expect. They split, they merge, they change course, but they continue. And so, as the dust settles over the quiet courtyards of Mohenjo-Daro and the broken seals of Harappa rest beneath glass in quiet museum corners, we are left with more than ruins. We are left with a feeling, a kind of stillness, a kind of admiration, a civilization that taught us not through conquest, but through care, not through monuments, but through method, not through words, but through silence. And in that silence, something ancient still breathes, something soft and slow and deeply wise. The Indus Valley civilization may be gone, but it has not left us empty. It has left us wondering, and in wondering, we remember. As we come to the end of this long, quiet journey through the forgotten lanes of the Indus Valley civilization, we are left not with a dramatic climax, but with something far more rare in the study of ancient history, a sense of peace. For 10 parts, we've walked through their streets, imagined their mornings, touched their pottery, and wondered at the silence of their script. We've stood in the shadow of their cities and traced the slow retreat of their people from stone to soil, from urban complexity to rural simplicity. And yet, even after all this time, the Indus Valley refuses to fit neatly into the frameworks we use to understand ancient civilizations. It does not end in fire or blood. It does not leave behind legends or kings. It offers instead a kind of wisdom, found only in things that are truly lived rather than performed. This was not a civilization built to impress. It was built to work, to last, to fit its world without overwhelming it. Its legacy is not a monument. Its legacy is a mindset, one that says, live in balance, listen to the land, build only what you need, and when the time comes, let go. There is something almost poetic about the fact that the more we learn about the Indus Valley, the more questions arise. It is as if their true genius was not just in what they built, but in how little they felt the need to explain it. Every city we uncover reveals systems so advanced, so coordinated, that it challenges our assumptions about early urban life. Their measurements were precise, their water systems unrivaled, their buildings practical and adaptable. And yet, we still don't know what they called themselves. We don't know the names of their cities in their own tongue. We don't know their myths or their songs or their everyday conversations. They left behind everything but their voices, and perhaps that is what makes their presence feel so enduring. Without stories to contain them, they remain open to our imagination. They are not locked into a single narrative. Instead, they drift, like a forgotten melody that you can't quite remember but still hum in your sleep. As we look back on this civilization from the vantage point of the modern world, with our skyscrapers, our digital cities, our endless pursuit of growth, it is tempting to measure the Indus Valley by what it lacked. No empire, no conquest, no grand narrative of rise and fall. But perhaps the real insight comes not from what they didn't do, but from what they chose to do. They chose consistency over conquest, utility over ego, stability over spectacle. And in that choice lies a kind of enduring wisdom. In a world that often celebrates the loudest voice, they remind us of the power of quiet structure. In a time that idolizes growth at all costs, they remind us of the beauty of equilibrium. In a culture that clings tightly to legacy, they remind us that letting go is not the same as losing. It is sometimes the final act of mastery. There is also something quietly humbling about the way nature reclaimed their cities. Over centuries, sand crept in through doorways, rivers redrew the land, winds softened the edges of walls, and yet, even in ruin, their logic remains. Archaeologists still marvel at the placement of drains, the durability of bricks, the foresight of their layouts. Nature may have covered their cities, but it could not erase their intelligence. Their fingerprints remain, not on the grand stages of history, but in the fine print of human development. They are woven into the way we think about space, hygiene, equality, and community. They are there when we build sustainably, when we design for people, not power, when we choose systems that support life rather than glorify wealth. Their voice may be silent, but their influence is not. And so now, as we prepare to close this chapter, we can do so not with a sense of loss, but with quiet appreciation. The Indus Valley civilization was not a civilization that shouted across the ages. It was one that listened. It listened to water, to earth, to each other. It listened to the moment when it was time to change. And in that listening, it left behind more than just ruins. It left behind a philosophy, one etched into the very shape of its cities, its tools, its choices. A philosophy that says, live wisely, build gently, move on with grace. So tonight, as your mind drifts and your breath slows, let this story settle in you like dust on ancient stone. Let the mystery wrap around you, not as a puzzle to solve, but as a comfort to rest in. The Indus Valley civilization may be gone, but its calm remains. In its silence, you can find stillness. In its disappearance, you can find perspective. And in its gentle wisdom, perhaps, you can find sleep. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin our next sleepy journey together, if you're still awake or just gently drifting, please consider giving this video a like. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel so you'll never miss another quiet tale from history. Now, let us continue with the next story in our Boring History for Sleep series, the role of music in medieval religious life. In the hushed corners of medieval Europe's stone cathedrals and candlelit monasteries, music played a role not of entertainment or spectacle, but of reverence, rhythm, and sacred order. To understand the role of music in medieval religious life, one must first abandon the modern idea of music as background noise or personal expression. In the medieval world, music was not something one casually listened to. It was an offering, a spiritual practice, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. It echoed through the vast vaulted ceilings of Romanesque and Gothic churches, not to please the ears, but to lift the soul. Gregorian chant, perhaps the most iconic sound of the era, was not meant to stir emotion as much as it was to still it. Its smooth, unaccompanied melodies, sung in Latin, without harmony or beat, were designed to align the voice with the sacred breath, the monastic schedule, the liturgical calendar, and the heavens themselves. This was music as ritual, music as discipline, music as divine order made audible. And in its simplicity, it became the soundtrack of Christian devotion for centuries. The roots of this sacred music stretch deep into the early church, shaped by Jewish liturgical traditions and the chanting practices of early Christian communities scattered across the Mediterranean. But it was during the Middle Ages, roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, that sacred music found its formal shape within the growing structure of Western Christendom. As monasteries became centers of learning, preservation, and spiritual discipline, music became a crucial part of the monastic day. The Rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century and widely followed in monastic life, laid out a schedule of prayer and song that governed the hours with unwavering regularity. These were the canonical hours: matins in the deep night, lauds at dawn, prime in the early morning, and so on through the day until compline before bed. Each hour brought with it a different set of chants, psalms, and prayers, sung not for performance, but as a form of service and surrender. The music itself was highly controlled, written in neumes, early notational marks that guided the flow of melody, with no rhythm in the modern sense. There were no crescendos, no solos, no applause, just voice and silence in sacred rhythm. Gregorian chant, named not because Pope Gregory the Great composed it, but because it was standardized under his influence and the authority of the Church, became the backbone of medieval religious sound. Its purpose was to unify worship, to make the Church feel like one continuous voice, echoing across time and space. Whether sung in a chapel in northern France or a monastery in southern Italy, the chants were the same. This musical uniformity was a form of theological expression, a reflection of divine constancy. The tones used in Gregorian chant, known as modes, avoided emotional extremes. They didn't aim to stir excitement or melancholy, but rather to draw the mind inward, to the contemplative and eternal, and this made the chant deeply meditative. Monks and nuns sang not for others, but for God, for the rhythm of devotion, for the cleansing of thought. Their voices, often heard only by each other and the stone walls, were part of a practice designed to reshape the inner world through discipline and humility. In this way, music was not an addition to religious life, it was the heartbeat of it. Beyond the monasteries, cathedrals became centers not just of worship, but of musical development. As cathedral schools grew and became hubs of intellectual activity, music was included among the 7 liberal arts, paired with arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy in the quadrivium. Music was seen not as entertainment, but as mathematics made sound. It was believed that music reflected the harmony of the cosmos, and to understand it was to glimpse the divine order. The thinkers of the time, such as Boethius, saw music as a mirror of the universe's structure, divided into musica mundana, the music of the spheres, musica humana, the music of the human body and soul, and musica instrumentalis, the music we actually hear. In this view, the chant of a monk was not just devotional, it was participation in the eternal harmony that governed stars and souls. Even silence had its place in this cosmology, resting not as absence, but as sacred pause, a breath between worlds, a space where mystery could dwell. So as bells rang through village valleys and choirs sang from behind ornate choir screens, the people of medieval Europe came to understand faith not only through scripture, but through sound. Music was not something separate from belief. It was how belief was practiced. A mass without chant was incomplete. A vigil without music felt barren. The feast days of saints, the great seasons of Advent and Lent, Easter and Pentecost, each had its own music, carefully composed, memorized, and passed down. The year itself was set to a kind of liturgical score. Life moved not just by seasons and harvests, but by melodies, hymns, and antiphons. And even for the illiterate masses, who could not read the Latin texts, the music carried something deeper than understanding. It carried the feeling of belonging, the sense of sacred time, the awareness that somewhere, behind the veil of daily toil and hardship, there was another order, another beauty, always singing in the background. As sacred music continued to develop across the medieval centuries, its role became increasingly layered, no longer just a tool for spiritual practice in monasteries, but a language through which the entire Christian community, from peasants to popes, experienced the rhythms of faith. Music permeated every dimension of religious life, from daily prayers to grand feast days, from humble chapels to majestic cathedrals. One of the most profound aspects of this development was how music began to give form to time itself. The liturgical calendar, which ordered the year according to sacred observances, was expressed not just in readings and rituals, but in sound. Advent, with its quiet anticipation, was marked by solemn chants that moved slowly and stayed in the lower registers, while Easter, with its joyful celebration of resurrection, burst forth with brighter tones, faster tempos, and uplifting melodies. This sonic cycle mirrored the theological mood of the seasons, drawing the faithful into an embodied experience of sacred time. Even those who could not read or write could feel, through the melodies they heard in church, that time was not flat and endless. It was shaped, meaningful, and alive with divine presence. In cathedrals, music took on new complexity. The emergence of polyphony, music with multiple independent vocal lines, marked a turning point in medieval sound. This innovation, which began around the 9th century and flourished by the 12th and 13th centuries, added richness and depth to sacred music. It started simply, with one voice holding the original chant and another moving above it in parallel motion, known as organum. Over time, composers in places like the Abbey of Saint-Martial and the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris expanded these techniques, developing intricate musical structures that brought new beauty and intellectual challenge to religious expression. Figures such as Léonin and Perrotin, active in Paris during the 12th and early 13th centuries, are credited with composing some of the earliest large-scale polyphonic works. Their music, sung during important liturgical celebrations, filled the enormous space of Gothic cathedrals with a sound that was both celestial and architectural, each note reverberating through stone and glass, drawing the listener into a kind of vertical prayer. This wasn't music meant for personal reflection alone. It was designed to elevate the entire space, to lift hearts and eyes upward toward the vaulted ceilings and symbolically toward heaven. Yet even with these new musical developments, the Church remained deeply concerned with the spiritual purpose of music. It was not simply an art, it was a theological act. Church authorities frequently debated the use and limits of music in worship. Some feared that overly elaborate compositions might distract the faithful from the words being sung, or even worse, lead them into vanity and aesthetic indulgence. St. Augustine himself wrote about his internal struggle with the beauty of music, wondering whether the pleasure of hearing it drew his soul closer to God or away from him. These tensions never fully disappeared. Throughout the Middle Ages, councils and clerics issued statements reminding composers and performers that music must serve the sacred text, not overshadow it. This concern led to reforms and experiments in notation and performance that tried to balance clarity with beauty. The development of square notation on 4-line staves, for example, helped standardize chant and ensure that it could be sung consistently across regions. This system, refined by Guido of Arezzo in the 11th century, revolutionized how music was taught and preserved, allowing chants to be learned by sight as well as sound. Through such innovations, the Church maintained its goal to make music a stable, unified channel for sacred truth. At the same time, the devotional world of the laity, the ordinary believers who lived outside monasteries, was also filled with music. Pilgrimages were often accompanied by hymns and processional chants. Religious festivals featured music in both church and public square. Marian devotion in particular inspired the creation of countless hymns dedicated to the Virgin Mary, many of which were sung in local languages. The development of vernacular religious song allowed people who did not understand Latin to participate more fully in the emotional and spiritual dimensions of worship. Songs such as the Cantigas de Santa Maria from 13th century Spain, a collection of over 400 devotional songs written in the Galician Portuguese language and attributed to King Alfonso X, demonstrate how sacred music expanded beyond the Latin Mass to include storytelling, miracle accounts, and personal prayer. These songs were not always confined to churches. They were sung on roads, in fields, at home, anywhere faith was lived. In this way, music became the thread that stitched the sacred into the fabric of daily life, turning ordinary spaces into places of quiet reverence. Through all of this, one truth remained central. In the medieval world, music was never merely sound. It was intention, it was form. It was a spiritual architecture built not with stone, but with breath and voice. Whether in the low-lit stillness of a monastery at dawn or the echoing grandeur of a cathedral on Easter Sunday, the purpose of music was the same: to carry the soul toward what lay beyond words, to remind the listener of the order beneath chaos, the beauty beneath sorrow, the eternal beneath the fleeting. It was not just the soundtrack of medieval faith, it was its heartbeat. As the medieval period moved forward, the integration of music into religious life became not only more intricate, but more personalized, especially with the emergence of devotional practices outside the formal structures of the church. By the later Middle Ages, roughly the 13th to 15th centuries, a shift had begun to occur, a gentle transition from communal liturgy as the primary expression of worship to more individual, emotionally resonant forms of devotion. Music was at the heart of this transformation. While monastic chanting and cathedral polyphony remained the formal language of religious institutions, new musical forms began to emerge that allowed for more intimate engagement with the divine. These included the lauda in Italy, the carol in England, and other vernacular religious songs that flourished throughout Europe. These compositions often used simpler melodies, repetitive structures, and easily remembered refrains that could be sung by ordinary people, even those with no formal education. In a time when literacy was limited and books were precious, music became the scripture of the heart. Through these songs, a shepherd, a baker, or a young mother could express love for the Virgin Mary, sorrow for Christ's passion, or awe for the mysteries of faith. The walls between sacred and secular sound began to blur, not in a way that diminished the sacred, but in a way that brought it closer to the rhythms of daily life. This blending of sound and spirituality also gave rise to one of the most significant developments in medieval religious music: the rise of mysticism and its musical expression. Figures such as Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century Benedictine abbess, composer, and visionary, demonstrate how music became a vehicle for spiritual encounter and divine revelation. Hildegard's compositions were unlike anything heard in the male-dominated monastic world of her time. Her melodies soared beyond the narrow ranges of traditional chant, using wide leaps and expressive contours that mirrored her visionary experiences. She believed that music was a reflection of celestial harmony, and that by singing, the soul aligned itself with the divine chorus of angels. Her songs were often performed by the nuns in her convent, creating a sacred space where female voices could rise in beauty and strength, even within a society that often silenced them. For Hildegard and others like her, music was not just prayer, it was prophecy, a way of touching the ineffable, a sacred breath through which God might speak. Meanwhile, in urban centers and pilgrimage routes, music took on yet another form, that of the processional and theatrical. Religious dramas, known as liturgical plays or mystery plays, began to incorporate music as an essential element. These performances, which depicted biblical scenes or saintly legends, often featured choruses, solo songs, and instrumental accompaniment. While rooted in sacred themes, they brought music into public spaces in ways that were vivid and accessible. Audiences could watch the Passion of Christ, the story of Noah, or the miracles of a local saint performed in the town square, with music guiding their emotional journey. These events blurred the line between worship and witness, turning public gatherings into shared acts of faith. Music in this context served both as a form of instruction and as emotional reinforcement. It taught doctrine through melody, and it stirred devotion through rhythm and tone. In a world where few could read the Bible, these musical dramas were scripture set to motion and sound. The Church, ever vigilant in guarding the sanctity of worship, both embraced and regulated these developments. Councils debated the appropriateness of secular melodies being adapted for sacred texts, a practice known as contrafactum. While some clergy welcomed the increased engagement these familiar tunes brought, others feared they might dilute the seriousness of the liturgy. Still, the practice persisted, especially in settings where clergy were trying to reach lay people with limited access to formal worship. These adaptations often took popular melodies and applied sacred lyrics to them, transforming tavern songs into hymns and courtly love songs into prayers to Mary. Through this method, music once seen as worldly became a doorway to the holy. It was a subtle but powerful example of how sound could sanctify, how the familiar could be made sacred simply by intention and context. And yet, for all the variety that developed, one thing remained constant throughout the medieval period: the belief that music had spiritual power. Whether sung in Latin by monks in the hours before dawn, or hummed in a vernacular tune by a weaver in the evening light, music was more than art. It was a form of connection. It bridged the human and the divine. It ordered time and space. It shaped memory. It carved silence into something meaningful. It allowed the faithful to participate in the liturgy, not only with words and thoughts, but with breath, voice, and heart. To sing was to remember. To chant was to surrender. To listen was to be moved. And in a world filled with uncertainty, of plagues, wars, famines, and mortality, music offered something constant, something eternal. It reminded believers that beyond the noise of daily life, there was still a sacred rhythm, a melody not composed by man, but by something greater, something waiting quietly in every note. By the late medieval period, music had woven itself so deeply into the fabric of religious life that it was impossible to imagine a sacred space without it. The great cathedrals that dominated the skylines of Europe were not just feats of architectural grandeur. They were carefully designed acoustic chambers, shaped to carry sound upward and outward, to magnify voices and create resonance that echoed like heaven itself. In these vast interiors, music became an instrument of space. It filled the high-vaulted ceilings with soaring chant and early polyphony, bouncing off stone and stained glass, lingering like incense in the air. This acoustical design was not accidental. Builders understood that music was central to the experience of worship. The architecture served the sound, and the sound in turn shaped the experience of worshipers who stood in awe beneath the colored light. During major feast days or solemn masses, the cathedral would come alive with choirs of clerics, perhaps even accompanied by early organ tones, producing a sonic landscape that made time seem to stand still. For the common worshiper, someone who lived most of their life in small, quiet spaces, the sound of sacred music within a cathedral was nothing short of miraculous. It was the sound of the divine made present. While large ecclesiastical institutions continued to refine the complexity and precision of sacred music, a parallel development was occurring within smaller communities and devotional groups known as confraternities. These lay religious associations often organized their own prayer services, processions, and feast day celebrations, and music played a central role in all of them. Unlike the formalized chant of the monasteries or the structured polyphony of cathedral chapters, the music of these groups was more spontaneous, local, and emotionally expressive. Hymns were often composed in the vernacular, allowing participants to engage more directly with the meaning of the text. In places like Florence or Bruges, these confraternities developed musical repertoires that were distinct from official liturgical use, but no less sacred. Their songs were often memorized and passed down orally, forming a kind of grassroots sacred tradition that existed alongside the institutional church. They sang not because it was prescribed by the rule, but because it moved them. Music, in this context, became a living expression of communal faith, shaped by local culture, language, and experience. In monastic settings, meanwhile, the daily cycle of prayer continued to rely on chant as its foundation. The divine office, also known as the Liturgy of the Hours, divided the day into 8 parts, each marked by specific prayers and psalms that were to be sung. This cycle structured monastic life so completely that time itself became musical. From matins in the early dark hours to compleaning at the close of day, each hour had its own character, tone, and chant. The music was not an interruption of work or rest. It was the rhythm that framed them. Even in silence, monks carried the echoes of chant with them. The melodies, memorized through years of repetition, became internal companions, guiding thought, steadying breath, offering structure in the stillness. Chant served not just as praise, but as discipline. It trained the mind to focus, the body to surrender, the soul to listen. In many ways, this unceasing music mirrored the theological belief that heaven itself was a place of endless, harmonious praise, a cosmic choir of angels and saints, singing not with words, but with presence. Meanwhile, the increasing use of musical notation helped to preserve and spread sacred music across Europe. What had once been learned only by ear could now be recorded with precision. Manuscripts from the later Middle Ages are filled with beautifully illustrated musical scores, known as antiphonaries and graduals, which guided choirs through the chants of the Mass and office. These books, often produced by hand in scriptoria, were not just tools, they were devotional objects. Decorated with gold leaf, elaborate initials, and miniature scenes from the Gospels, they reflected the sacredness of the music they contained. Turning their pages was itself an act of reverence. The ability to standardize music across regions also allowed for a growing sense of unity within the church. A chant sung in York might now be identical to one sung in Cologne or Toledo. This consistency was more than practical. It was theological. It affirmed the belief that the church was one body, joined not only in doctrine but in sound. To sing together, even across great distances, was to pray together. It was a harmony not only of voices, but of hearts. As we near the close of the medieval period, we find music at the center of both institutional worship and personal devotion, of grand ceremony and quiet prayer. It had become both deeply traditional and quietly revolutionary. Through chant and polyphony, hymn and carol, liturgy and mystery play, music allowed medieval Christians to inhabit a sacred world shaped not just by beliefs, but by sound. It reminded them, again and again, that the divine was not far off. It was near. It was resonant. It was singing, always singing, just beneath the surface of things. As the final centuries of the medieval period unfolded, the role of music within religious life became not only more defined, but more dynamic, as the late Middle Ages gave way to early Renaissance sensibilities. During this time, roughly the 14th and 15th centuries, the sacred and the artistic began to intertwine in increasingly complex ways. The music of the church still retained its solemn function, to guide devotion, to frame the liturgy, to echo divine order. But it also began to reflect the growing technical mastery of composers who saw their work as both spiritual offering and intellectual craft. This period saw the emergence of highly skilled musicians, often trained within cathedral schools or the courts of noble patrons, who composed sacred music that stretched the boundaries of harmony, rhythm, and notation. The result was not a departure from religious purpose, but rather a deepening of it. The compositions of this era, filled with interweaving vocal lines, delicate rhythmic patterns, and thoughtful textual settings, demonstrated that beauty and devotion could live side by side. In these works, one could hear not only the prayer of the church, but the contemplative voice of the composer, searching for God in sound. One of the most important developments in this period was the rise of the Mass setting as a cohesive musical form. While earlier liturgical music had been composed primarily as separate chants for different parts of the Mass, the Kyrie, Gloria, Credo, Sanctus, and Agnus Dei, composers of the 14th and 15th centuries began to create unified settings that treated these components as movements in a larger musical structure. These Mass settings were often based on a single melodic theme, sometimes drawn from plainchant, and developed throughout the composition. This technique, known as the cantus firmus Mass, became a hallmark of sacred polyphony. It represented a way of grounding musical complexity in a simple, recognizable foundation, symbolic of how human creativity could rest upon divine truth. Composers such as Guillaume de Machaut in France and John Dunstaples in England crafted masses that were both deeply spiritual and musically sophisticated. Their works were performed in cathedrals and chapels, often for high feast days, and they brought a new sense of narrative and flow to the liturgy. In these compositions, worshippers could feel a sense of movement, not only through the service itself, but through the unfolding of sound as it rose, interwove, resolved, and receded. It was a musical journey of the soul. Alongside these innovations, devotional music continued to flourish in less formal settings. The popularity of Marian devotion, worship directed toward the Virgin Mary, led to an explosion of hymns, antiphons, and motets in her honor. These pieces were often tender, lyrical, and emotionally expressive, drawing upon both sacred texts and poetic imagery. One particularly beloved form was the Marian antiphon, sung at the close of the monastic day. Pieces like Salve Regina and Alma Redemptoris Mater became standard in the religious repertoire, offering a final prayer before sleep, a musical embrace of protection and hope. These melodies, though simple in structure, carried deep emotional weight, and their repetition night after night shaped the inner life of countless monks, nuns, and lay believers. In this way, music did not merely accompany prayer. It became prayer. It became the sigh of the heart, the voice of longing, the expression of love for something beyond the self. As musical notation became more refined, it allowed composers to capture increasingly subtle rhythmic patterns and harmonic relationships. The advent of mensural notation in the 13th and 14th centuries gave composers tools to notate rhythm as well as pitch, leading to more intricate musical designs. This development paralleled the growth of theological and philosophical inquiry in medieval universities, where questions about time, order, proportion, and beauty were actively explored. Music, long considered part of the quadrivium, the fourfold path of higher learning alongside arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy, was seen as a bridge between mathematics and theology. The ratio of intervals, the symmetry of phrases, the balance of voices, all were reflections of the divine harmony believed to underlie creation. To compose sacred music, then, was not simply to write. It was to reflect, to contemplate, and to align the inner world with the structure of the cosmos. This is why medieval composers often saw themselves not as artists, but as servants of God, writing music that revealed something of the eternal. And yet, for all its complexity, the purpose of sacred music in the late Middle Ages remained remarkably consistent: to draw the listener into a space where time slowed, where thought turned inward, where the soul could sense the nearness of the sacred. Whether sung in the echoing nave of a cathedral or the quiet corner of a country chapel, this music carried with it centuries of belief, memory, and devotion. It was never just sound. It was intention, it was offering, it was presence. And as the medieval world began to shift, preparing for the cultural and intellectual changes of the Renaissance, sacred music stood as both culmination and continuity. It held in its harmonies the wisdom of ages, the voices of monks and mystics, of scribes and singers, of believers whose prayers were etched not in stone, but in song. As the 15th century neared its end and the medieval world began to transition into the early modern period, the role of music in religious life remained essential. Yet its landscape was shifting, subtly but profoundly. The Church continued to be the principal patron and preserver of sacred music, but new forces were beginning to shape how music was created, performed, and understood. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg, around 1440, had already revolutionized the transmission of texts, and within a few decades, that same technology would begin to affect music. Printed music began to appear by the early 16th century, first in small collections of plainchant, and later in more complex polyphonic settings. This innovation meant that sacred music could now travel more easily across regions, reaching choirs and congregations who had previously relied on laboriously copied manuscripts. It also marked the beginning of a broader democratization of musical knowledge. No longer confined to monasteries, cathedral scriptoria, or elite patrons, music could now be owned, studied, and practiced in new contexts. This change did not diminish the spiritual weight of religious music. It expanded its reach, offering more communities the ability to participate in the sacred soundscape that had once been limited to centers of wealth or power. Within this environment, the sacred motet flourished. The motet was a highly flexible musical form, usually written for multiple voices and often set to Latin texts taken from the Bible or liturgy. Composers of the late medieval period and early Renaissance began using the motet to explore intricate relationships between text and melody, layering meaning through counterpoint and carefully crafted harmonies. These pieces were typically performed during liturgical celebrations or as devotional music outside the formal structure of the Mass. What made motets particularly special was their ability to blend theological depth with expressive beauty. Through their interweaving lines, the listener could hear scripture not as static words on a page, but as a living, breathing moment of spiritual insight. The motet created space for contemplation, not only through its words but through the movement of its sound, the rise and fall of voices, the gentle tension and resolution of harmonies, the long, meditative unfolding of the sacred text. In these musical moments, time seemed to stretch and soften. The listener was drawn not to spectacle, but to stillness. In parallel, composers such as Johannes Ockeghem, Jacob Obrecht, and later Josquin des Prez were redefining the possibilities of polyphony. Their works, though rooted in the sacred traditions of chant and liturgical structure, began to explore new dimensions of musical thought. They experimented with imitation, where one voice echoes another, and with tonal architecture, using carefully structured harmonies to build sound worlds that could hold theological and emotional resonance. For example, Josquin's setting of Ave Maria, Virgo Serena, became one of the most admired pieces of its time, not because it dazzled with complexity, but because it married clarity of text with profound musical expression. The voices moved with intention, creating moments of silence and release that mirrored the lines of prayer. The piece did not just express devotion, it enacted it. It showed how music could become a vessel, a liturgical act in itself. It demonstrated that faith and form could be united not by rules alone, but by intuition and grace. At the same time, religious music began to intersect more frequently with the secular world. Composers who worked for the church often found employment in royal courts, where they would write both sacred and secular music. This dual role did not weaken their commitment to sacred composition, it enriched it. The influence of courtly style, poetry, and popular song found its way into sacred motets and masses, bringing with it a new sense of lyrical beauty and human emotion. The line between worship and wonder grew finer. Church music became not only a means of praising God, but of exploring the depths of the human heart in relation to the divine. The focus remained on transcendence, but that transcendence was now filtered through a more human lens. The voice was no longer only the voice of the church, it was also the voice of the individual believer, singing not from distance, but from within. And yet, despite all of these changes, the purpose of sacred music remained remarkably steady, to offer a bridge between earth and heaven. Whether composed for elaborate cathedrals or small rural chapels, whether sung in Latin or in the vernacular, whether performed by trained choirs or humble worshippers, music in the medieval religious traditions sought to do the same thing. It sought to lift the heart, the mind, the breath, to lift the soul beyond the everyday. It reminded people that holiness was not only in doctrine or ritual, but in beauty, in harmony, in stillness. As the medieval world gave way to the age of reformations and renaissances, this music continued to echo, not as a relic of the past, but as a living thread. A sound that, even today, continues to remind us of the power of voice, of breath, and of sacred silence wrapped in melody. As we move toward the end of the medieval period, and into the early stages of what would soon be known as the Renaissance, the sacred music of the church began to encounter both continuity and quiet revolution. The seeds of change were being sown in chapels and choirs across Europe, where the voices of singers carried forward traditions that had been refined over centuries, yet also gently pulled those traditions toward new forms of expression. At this time, the transmission of sacred music was evolving rapidly due to both technological and cultural forces. The widespread use of staff notation allowed for the precise replication of pitch and rhythm, transforming music into a more portable and shareable art form. Monasteries and cathedral schools, once the exclusive guardians of musical knowledge, were gradually joined by new institutions, royal courts, urban guilds, and even early universities, where sacred music was taught, performed, and studied with increasing sophistication. This broadened the landscape of musical participation. What had once been the domain of cloistered monks became, in subtle but meaningful ways, part of the wider intellectual and artistic life of Europe. Sacred music was no longer only for religious specialists. It was becoming a shared cultural heritage. In this late medieval period, the performance of sacred music became more refined, and choirs grew in both size and skill. The development of choral schools, often attached to cathedrals, meant that young boys were trained from an early age in reading music, vocal discipline, and liturgical participation. These choir boys formed the backbone of many great ecclesiastical music ensembles, their high, clear voices blending with adult male singers in layered harmonies that filled great stone halls with sound. The music they performed was increasingly complex, not just in its notation, but in its spiritual ambition. Composers worked to shape each phrase, each cadence, so that it mirrored the flow of the sacred text it carried. This was not ornamentation for the sake of beauty alone. It was architecture and sound, built to support and express theology. In this way, every note became part of a larger structure of meaning. The Gloria was not simply a hymn of praise. It was a journey through joy and supplication, exaltation and awe. The Agnus Dei was not simply a plea for mercy. It was a meditation on sacrifice and peace, carried gently on the wings of melody. These compositions were intended to move not just the mind, but the soul. The structure of the liturgy itself continued to shape the way music was written and performed. The ordinary of the Mass, the fixed text that remained the same throughout the liturgical year, provided a framework that allowed composers to explore musical continuity and thematic development across movements. In contrast, the proper of the Mass, texts that changed according to the feast or season, offered opportunities for responsive, occasion-specific composition. This dual structure meant that sacred music was always anchored, yet also dynamic. It echoed the balance at the heart of medieval faith, the eternal and the seasonal, the changeless and the responsive. Music helped to enact that balance in real time, guiding congregations and choirs alike through cycles of celebration, penitence, and renewal. Even for those who did not understand Latin, the music carried the shape of the year, the arc of salvation history, the emotional cadence of Christian life. To enter a church on Good Friday was to hear the sorrow in the tones. To attend Easter Mass was to be lifted by the rising harmonies of resurrection. The music taught the faith not only through its words, but through its mood, its structure, its breath. Throughout this period, the role of the composer remained somewhat veiled. Many works were anonymous, composed not for personal glory, but for liturgical service. Even as named composers began to gain recognition, particularly in courtly settings, the ethos of humility continued to shape much of sacred musical creation. The goal was not fame, but fidelity. To write music was to serve the liturgy, to assist in the transmission of truth through beauty. This belief underscored the laborious care with which music was copied, rehearsed, and sung. Every detail mattered, not because perfection was expected, but because the music was believed to be an offering to the divine. Even errors, once made in performance, were carried forward with reverence, as if to suggest that the sacred could accommodate human imperfection. In this way, sacred music became not only a product of the Church, but a reflection of its theology. It acknowledged both transcendence and immanence, glory and humility, mystery and clarity. It was, in sound, what theology tried to be in word, a path toward God. As the 15th century gave way to the 16th, new movements, musical, theological, political, were waiting just beyond the horizon. But before those would reshape the world, the final chapters of medieval sacred music offered a deep and lasting imprint. The chants, the motets, the polyphonic masses, and the humble hymns of everyday believers all contributed to a sacred soundscape that had spanned 1,000 years. This music, so carefully crafted and lovingly preserved, carried with it not only the beliefs of an age, but the breath and voice of generations. It echoed through the vast halls of cathedrals, but also through the small, candlelit chapels where solitary monks whispered their prayers and chant. It spoke in grandeur and in stillness, in harmony, and in silence. And as the medieval world began to exhale its final notes, the music remained, a testament to the idea that sound could be sacred, that voice could be prayer, and that through music, the soul could find its way home. As we enter the final phase of the medieval era and trace the lingering echoes of sacred music into the early modern period, we find ourselves standing at the threshold between two worlds, one defined by tradition and stability, the other by innovation and reform. And yet music remained a constant presence, quietly carrying the weight of centuries of devotion, belief, and communal memory. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the Church's musical tradition had reached a level of richness and complexity that was both deeply reverent and artistically astonishing. Composers were now creating works that were larger in scope, more expressive in tone, and more ambitious in form than ever before. At the same time, the sacred institutions that had preserved and nurtured this tradition were facing new questions about accessibility, theology, and the role of the faithful within the liturgical space. These tensions would soon give rise to the monumental shifts of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation. But before that moment arrived, sacred music stood at a kind of golden twilight. In cathedrals and chapels across Europe, choirs continued to sing the Mass and the divine office with a depth of skill and spirit that bore the full weight of centuries past. The music of this period was no longer just functional. It had become a language in itself, one that expressed what theology could not always articulate, what silence could not always contain. Among the most striking developments of this late medieval period was the increasing ability of music to convey emotional nuance. Earlier sacred music had aimed for a contemplative, almost impersonal beauty. Its goal was to reflect divine order, not human feeling. But as composers began to explore the expressive power of harmony and melodic contour, they found new ways to reflect the inner life of faith. A line of music could now rise with longing, fall with sorrow, pause in hesitation, or bloom in radiant joy. This shift did not undermine the sacred, it deepened it. It allowed music to become not just a vessel for prayer, but a mirror of the soul. Composers such as Josquin des Prix, Heinrich Isaac, and Loisec Comper demonstrated this new emotional depth in their sacred works, especially in settings of the Mass and in motets that address themes of mercy, devotion, and divine presence. In their music, one can hear the breath of humanity, folded into sacred form, the voice of a sinner reaching for grace, the trembling heart of the faithful longing for peace. These works were not performances in the modern sense. They were acts of worship crafted in sound, meant to elevate the listener, not entertain them. Meanwhile, the relationship between text and music continued to evolve. Earlier chant and polyphony had often subordinated the text to the flow of melody, but now there was a growing emphasis on clarity and intelligibility. Composers paid closer attention to word setting, to ensuring that the meaning of the sacred texts was preserved even within complex musical frameworks. This desire for clarity foreshadowed the concerns that would arise during the Council of Trent later in the 16th century, where the intelligibility of sacred music would become a central point of debate. But even before the council, the seeds of reform were already present in the music itself. There was a sense among many that sacred song must not only sound beautiful, but serve the faithful. Help them understand, help them feel, help them pray. The balance between musical artistry and spiritual function became a central challenge, and one that the best composers of the era met with grace. Their music remained intricate and elevated, but never empty. Every note had purpose, every phrase carried weight. It is also during this time that we begin to see a broader diffusion of sacred music beyond elite ecclesiastical circles. The printing of music allowed for wider distribution of hymns and devotional songs, many of which were adapted for home use or small community gatherings. Books of hours, which had long been popular among the laity for personal devotion, began to include not only written prayers, but simple notated melodies for the reader to sing. This quiet revolution brought sacred music into kitchens and bedrooms, into the hands of merchants and mothers and craftsmen. It created a culture where music was no longer confined to cloisters and choirs, but became a part of daily life, a thread that could be woven into the rhythms of ordinary existence. Singing a hymn at home, even in a simple voice, became an act of spiritual connection. It was a way for individuals to carry the sacred with them, to bring the sound of the church into the stillness of their own space. As the medieval world began to shift beneath the weight of theological and political change, music remained a source of continuity. It reminded believers of what endured, of the eternal patterns that moved beneath history's turbulence. Whether chanted in a dim monastery or sung in a candlelit parlor, sacred music continued to fulfill its ancient role, to sanctify time, to calm the soul, to lift the heart beyond the worries of the day. It was not only a relic of the past, it was a living prayer, carried forward note by note, breath by breath, from one generation to the next. And though the Renaissance would soon bring new sounds, new forms, and new ideas, the heart of sacred music, its humility, its beauty, its longing for the divine, remained unchanged. It lingered in the silence after the final chord, in the hush of bowed heads, in the stillness of the soul touched by sound. As we near the final echoes of the medieval era and begin to feel the first vibrations of the Renaissance, the story of sacred music in religious life settles into a place of quiet transformation. The centuries of chant, of slowly evolving polyphony, of sacred silence wrapped in melody, had laid a foundation so deep that even the profound shifts to come could not dislodge it. By the end of the 15th century, the sacred music of the Church had reached a point of maturity, with regional traditions flourishing across Europe. France, Italy, England, the Low Countries, and Spain each developed their own styles and preferences, their own ways of balancing voice, text, and theology. And yet, despite these differences, all were connected by a shared sense of purpose. Music as a form of worship, as an offering of breath to the divine. In monasteries, the rhythm of the divine office still guided the days. In cathedrals, choirs lifted their voices in rich, structured polyphony. In village churches, simpler hymns and responses brought sacred sound to more modest spaces. The scale might differ, the complexity might vary, but the intention remained the same. Each note sung in devotion was a small echo of the eternal, a reminder that even amid worldly change, there was something steady in the harmony of faith. One of the most beautiful aspects of this late medieval musical world was how deeply integrated it had become in the daily spiritual life of ordinary people. This was not just the music of clerics and scholars. It belonged increasingly to the people who lived under the spires and shadows of the church. Through processions, feast days, seasonal liturgies, and local devotions, sacred music became a participatory art. The ringing of bells signaled more than time. It signaled the beginning of song. Festivals celebrating saints or holy days often included music as a central component, with chorales sung in unison, plainsong chanted by priests, or call-and-response hymns echoing between choirs and congregation. Even the most solemn moments, funerals, vigils, Holy Week observances, were marked by music that sought not to impress, but to carry grief, carry joy, carry questions, carry praise. In this way, music was not a layer added to the sacred. It was the fabric of the sacred itself. It accompanied every step of the journey, from baptism to burial, from sunrise matins to midnight compline. And because it was so deeply embedded in the rituals of life, it became a kind of memory that lived in the body. A melody learned as a child in a village church might return decades later in a moment of prayer, bringing with it not only familiarity, but a sense of belonging. At the same time, music had become an increasingly intellectual and artistic endeavor. The great composers of the time, men such as Obrecht, Isaac, Agricola, and the ever-illuminating Josquin, treated music not only as devotion, but as a craft. Their compositions revealed a growing awareness of structure, proportion, and rhetorical flow. They shaped music as one might shape a cathedral, with arches of melody and columns of harmony, spaces for silence and shafts of light. The motet, in particular, became a canvas for experimentation and expression, a sacred form that allowed for complexity without abandoning clarity. In these works, theology and artistry walked hand in hand. Sacred texts were carefully set, syllable by syllable, so their meaning could be absorbed fully. Imitative counterpoint, where one voice followed another like a question followed by an echo, invited the listener into an experience of unity and reflection. The goal was not to dazzle, but to draw in, to take the worshipper deeper into contemplation, not through volume or virtuosity, but through balance, resonance, and form. It was a slow beauty, one that unfolded with patience and grace, like the turning of the liturgical year itself. This music was, above all, a conversation between heaven and earth, between composer and choir, between sacred text and human feeling, between the divine mystery and the listening soul. And it was a conversation that did not always need words. Sometimes, in the long-held note of a Kyrie, or the gentle suspension resolving in an Agnus Dei, there was something beyond language. Something felt, not explained. Something breathed, not spoken. This was the gift of sacred music at the end of the medieval era. Not just its sound, but its silence. The silence between phrases, the space between voices, the stillness that remained after the final chord. In those moments, worship was not finished. It had only deepened. Music had not ended, it had opened a door through which the soul could pass, into prayer, into peace, into presence. And so, as the curtain begins to fall on the medieval world, and new ideas rise on the horizon, humanism, reformation, exploration, the sacred music of this era remains like an old cathedral at dusk, its stones still warm with the sun of the day, its arches filled with echoes of voices long gone, its air carrying a hush that invites stillness. It reminds us that before the world grew louder and faster, there was a time when the most powerful sound was the soft chant of a prayer, the humble rise of a psalm, the echo of harmony in a vaulted nave, a time when to sing was to believe, and to listen, truly listen, was to find God not only in the heavens, but in the breath of a single note. As we close this long, gentle exploration of sacred music in medieval religious life, we are left not with a single moment of culmination, but with a quiet tapestry woven across centuries, an unfolding of sound and silence, devotion and breath, voice and space. Medieval sacred music was never meant to dazzle or overwhelm. It was created not for the concert hall, but for the chapel. Not to impress, but to still the heart. Its beauty was slow, deliberate, and deeply rooted in the rhythms of prayer. It lived in the shadows of cloisters, in the soft echo of chant beneath stone vaults, in the flickering candlelight of monastic evenings. And as the world outside shifted, through war, plague, reform, and rebirth, the music inside remained steady, like a distant bell tolling through fog. It became the sound of continuity in an age of change. From the earliest unison melodies of Gregorian chant to the complex interwoven voices of polyphonic masses, the music of the Church served as both a theological expression and a lived spiritual practice. It did not simply accompany worship, it was worship. It framed time, it shaped memory. It taught the illiterate, comforted the grieving, and elevated the humble. And in doing so, it transformed sacred music into one of the most enduring legacies of the medieval mind and soul. One cannot overstate the role music played in the architecture of faith. It was present at every turn of the liturgical calendar, each season carrying its own mood, its own tone, its own melodic color. Advent whispered in hushed anticipation. Lent moved slowly, mournfully, like a shadow crossing the sun. Easter rose with radiant harmonies, full of light and triumph. Every feast, every vigil, every procession was marked by music tailored to its spiritual message. Even ordinary time, those weeks not tied to major celebrations, carried a kind of sacred regularity, with chants and psalms anchoring the soul in the daily return to the divine. This was not performance, it was formation. Music shaped the inner life as much as the outer ritual. Monks who sang the same chants each morning and evening were not simply keeping tradition. They were slowly inscribing sacred truth into the patterns of thought, the cadence of breath, the movement of time itself. In this way, music became a tool of transformation, turning repetition into reverence, familiarity into depth. And yet, as the Renaissance dawned and human voices began to explore new ranges, new expressions, new ideas, the music of the medieval church did not vanish, it adapted. It carried forward its wisdom, its restraint, its profound respect for the power of silence. Composers of the Renaissance would build upon this inheritance, crafting motets and masses with a heightened sensitivity to text and structure, but always with echoes of the medieval past guiding their hands. Even when the Reformation arrived, and with it debates over the role of music in worship, the fundamental truth that music touches the soul in ways that words cannot remain untouched. Martin Luther himself, though critical of certain Catholic practices, championed the use of hymns in the vernacular, understanding music as a divine gift capable of lifting faith from the page into the heart. The Council of Trent, in response, reaffirmed music's place in Catholic liturgy, emphasizing clarity, reverence, and sacred purpose. Thus, the spirit of medieval sacred music lived on, not just in memory, but in the living tradition of Western spiritual sound. What is perhaps most moving about this long musical tradition is how personal it became, even while rooted in communal worship. For the monk chanting alone in the early hours, for the villager singing a Marian hymn under the stars, for the choir boy raising his voice toward the rafters, music was not abstract theology. It was encounter. It was presence. It was a moment of feeling the divine not as concept, but as nearness. Through melody, the unseen became sensed. Through harmony, the distant became intimate. Sacred music gave shape to longing, gave voice to awe, gave rest to sorrow. It was the breath between words, the pause in the prayer, the unseen architecture holding the soul upright. In a world often harsh and uncertain, music offered something pure, something transcendent, something deeply, gently holy. And now, as we leave behind this 1,000-year journey through plainsong and polyphony, through cloisters and cathedrals, through liturgy and lullaby, we carry with us the essence of what sacred music meant to the medieval heart. Not entertainment, not display, but devotion, discipline, stillness, a way of aligning time with eternity, of making space for the divine to enter through the simplest of human acts, the act of singing. So tonight, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath begins to slow, may these ancient echoes remain with you, soft as a chant in a stone chapel, steady as a psalm at sunset, sacred as the silence that follows a final amen. The music may have faded from the stones, but it still lingers in the soul. And if you listen closely, you might still hear it. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next quiet journey through time, if you're still here or gently drifting into sleep, please give this video a like. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel. It helps us continue bringing you calm stories to fall asleep to. Now, let's continue our Boring History for Sleep series with a new story set upon slow-moving waves and distant horizons. The story of the first maritime explorations. Long before the names of Columbus, Magellan, or da Gama echoed through the pages of history, there were quieter, older journeys, undertaken not with maps or flags, but with curiosity, necessity, and the rhythm of the sea itself. The story of the first maritime explorations does not begin with empires or charts, but with simple wooden vessels carved by hand, guided only by stars, currents, and memory. These early seafarers were not conquerors or cartographers. They were fishermen, traders, settlers, people who gazed across the shoreline not with ambition, but with wonder. What lay beyond the horizon? Was it danger or opportunity? Did the sea lead to more sea, or to land where others had never been? Thousands of years ago, in the shadow of prehistory, humankind began answering those questions not through speculation, but by setting sail. In dugout canoes and reed boats, in rafts bound by rope and hope, the first maritime explorers ventured into the unknown, and in doing so, they began one of the most quietly transformative chapters in human history. Their names may be lost to time, but their courage lives on in every tide. One of the earliest examples of such seafaring activity can be traced back to the islands of Southeast Asia and the Pacific, where the ancestors of modern Austronesian peoples began navigating between land masses as early as 3000 BCE. These voyages were not short or accidental. They involved complex knowledge of winds, waves, and stars, passed down orally through generations. The people of what is now Taiwan, the Philippines, and Indonesia began to sail outward, first to nearby islands, then farther, reaching as far as Madagascar to the west and the distant islands of Polynesia to the east. This vast migration, covering nearly half the globe, remains one of the most remarkable feats of early maritime navigation. The Polynesians, in particular, are known for having developed sophisticated double-hulled canoes and an intricate system of celestial navigation that allowed them to travel thousands of miles without the use of compasses or written maps. They read the ocean's swells, the flight of birds, the color of the water, and the position of the sun and stars. Their voyages were guided by what we might call instinct, but what was truly ancestral science, carefully preserved, ritualized, and respected. These journeys were not random. They were intentional, often involving the transport of livestock, plants, tools, and whole communities. They carried language, myth, culture, and life across vast, empty spaces of water, and in doing so, they redrew the map of the human world before the map itself even existed. Further west, in the ancient Near East, evidence of early maritime trade dates back to at least 2500 BCE, particularly among the Sumerians and the Harappans. Clay tablets and archaeological findings suggest that ships laden with goods crossed the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea, connecting the civilizations of Mesopotamia with those of the Indus Valley. These were not exploratory missions in the modern sense. They were economic lifelines. Yet each trade route began with exploration. Someone, at some point, had to test the waters, sail past the visible coast, and find a harbor where none had been marked. The very existence of trade implies a history of successful navigation. The Sumerians referred to distant lands such as Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha, names shrouded in mystery but linked to real places that required real voyages. Ships made of reeds and wood, powered by oars and simple sails, ventured into currents that could be gentle or cruel, bringing back goods like copper, timber, ivory, and spices. These journeys may not have carried flags or proclamations, but they carried knowledge about currents, monsoons, and coastlines that would be remembered and repeated, generation after generation. In the Mediterranean, too, early seafarers began stitching together the edges of a world that was still forming in human understanding. The Minoans of Crete, active around 2000 BCE, were among the first to develop a maritime economy centered on trade across the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Their ships, depicted in frescoes and carved into seals, were sleek and capable, carrying pottery, textiles, and perhaps even ideas between islands and coastal cities. To sail in the Mediterranean meant understanding seasonal winds like the Etesian breezes, and to navigate along a coast meant learning the markers of landfall, a certain mountain peak, a curve in the bay, a river mouth known for its reeds. These details were memorized, sung in sailors' songs, passed on like secrets. The sea in this age was both highway and mystery. It was feared and honored, generous and unforgiving. Those who sailed it became custodians of unwritten maps, guardians of routes that could vanish with a storm. Their explorations did not lead to grand discoveries recorded in scrolls, but to gradual expansions of human possibility, new islands known, new harbors named, new links forged between distant peoples. By the time recorded history began to take shape, the idea of maritime exploration had already become embedded in the human imagination. To cross water was to cross into something unknown, yet it was also to connect, to reach, to wonder. And so the first maritime explorers, anonymous, ancient, often forgotten, carried more than goods across the waves. They carried the seed of something greater, the human desire to understand the world not only as it is, but as it could be. They launched from beaches with no maps. They arrived at shores with no names. And through their silent courage, the world slowly unfolded, one tide at a time. As the early maritime traditions spread and matured, the sea ceased to be merely a boundary and began to function as a corridor, a thread weaving distant cultures into quiet conversation long before the empires of Europe ever set their sails. While the Pacific and Indian Oceans had nurtured the Austronesian and South Asian voyagers, the Mediterranean was quietly becoming a crucible of maritime knowledge in the Western world. Along its gently curving shores, ancient cultures emerged with salt in their lungs and wind in their blood, Phoenicians, Greeks, and Egyptians among them. These were not civilizations that feared the sea, but rather ones that learned to move with it, listen to it, trust it. The Phoenicians, in particular, stand as one of the most remarkable maritime peoples of the ancient world. Originating from the narrow coastlines of what is now Lebanon, they began venturing westward around 1200 BCE, establishing coastal trading posts and colonies that would later become the backbone of Mediterranean commerce. With cedar ships and keen knowledge of celestial navigation, they reached as far west as the Iberian Peninsula, and perhaps even beyond. Their legacy lives in the very act of maritime exploration itself, not through conquest, but through connection. They brought with them not only trade goods like glass, dye, and timber, but also ideas, language, and a sense of possibility that followed the winds. The Greeks followed in their wake, and by the time of the classical era, maritime exploration had become both practical and philosophical. The sea, for the Greeks, was not just a route, it was a realm filled with gods and monsters, mysteries and truths. The myths of Odysseus and the Argonauts reveal a deep cultural connection between seafaring and the pursuit of knowledge, transformation, and destiny. But beyond the myths were real mariners, sailors who navigated from one island to the next, who mapped coastlines by memory, who measured distances by the days it took to sail them. In the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, Greek explorers began to push into the Black Sea and down the Nile, expanding their understanding of the world not with grand conquests, but with steady voyages. The historian Herodotus recorded tales of distant lands beyond the known world, including a remarkable account, though debated, of Phoenician sailors who were said to have circumnavigated Africa under the sponsorship of an Egyptian pharaoh. While we may never know the full truth of such stories, they reflect a growing awareness that the sea was not a wall but a door, and that beyond that door were lands unknown, people unmet, and wonders unseen. To the south and east, across the Indian Ocean, early maritime activity was also growing more complex. Indian sailors had long been familiar with monsoon winds, which blew predictably from the southwest in one season and reversed in another, creating a natural rhythm for long-distance sea travel. Using this knowledge, they established maritime routes that stretched from the Arabian Peninsula to Southeast Asia, linking temples and ports, spices and silks, pilgrims, and merchants. By the early centuries of the first millennium CE, these routes had become the arteries of a vast trade network that connected not only goods, but also religious and cultural ideas. Buddhist monks traveled from India to Southeast Asia and China by sea, carrying sacred texts and statues in the hulls of merchant ships. Hinduism too followed these watery highways, leaving temples along the coasts of modern-day Indonesia and Cambodia. These were not accidental exchanges. They were purposeful journeys, made possible by sailors who understood wind and tide, who read the sea not with compasses, but with eyes trained on clouds, stars, and waves. Their names may not be recorded, but their legacy endures in the cultural landscapes they helped shape. Places where stone temples rise beside coconut palms, where chants echo alongside the sound of surf. In East Asia, particularly in ancient China, maritime exploration developed more slowly, but with no less intention. While early Chinese dynasties focused more on overland connections through the Silk Road, seaborne trade along the South China Sea and into the Indian Ocean gradually grew in importance. By the Han Dynasty, Chinese ships were already reaching as far as Vietnam and perhaps even into the Bay of Bengal. These early voyages were motivated by trade, yes, but also by curiosity. Ancient Chinese texts describe foreign lands with strange customs and exotic flora, offering glimpses into a worldview that was slowly opening outward. Maritime knowledge was cataloged carefully, sometimes guarded, sometimes shared, and always respected. Ports became windows, not only to trade, but to possibility. Maritime routes became trusted paths, returning year after year with goods, stories, and sometimes people who carried with them languages and beliefs from beyond the horizon. Throughout all of these regions, the sea was both familiar and sacred. It was not merely a physical challenge, it was a spiritual encounter. Rituals often preceded voyages. Offerings were made to gods or ancestors before departure. Songs were sung to ensure a safe journey. And in the rhythm of rowing, the creak of wood, and the slap of waves against the hull, there was a kind of reverence, a recognition that to travel across the sea was to submit to something larger than oneself. The early maritime explorers were not merely technicians of navigation, they were pilgrims of the unknown, guided by a mixture of practical skill and metaphysical humility. Their bravery lay not in dramatic conquest, but in quiet persistence, the willingness to launch into the vastness with no certainty of return, no guarantee of reward, only the enduring hope that beyond the blue horizon lay something worth finding. As maritime knowledge deepened and civilizations across the ancient world became more interconnected through sea routes, a quiet revolution unfolded, one not marked by battles or monuments, but by steady waves and the hum of wooden hulls cutting through salt water. By the early centuries of the Common Era, the Mediterranean, Red Sea, Arabian Sea, and Indian Ocean had become bustling networks of exchange, where merchants, pilgrims, diplomats, and sailors moved along routes that had once been feared as the unknown. These waters no longer represented the edge of the world. They had become the middle of it. Cities like Alexandria, Tyre, Muscat, and Baruch flourished not only because of their land-based power, but because of their ability to welcome ships, to speak the language of tides, and to serve as resting points in the great relay of human movement. Roman ships traded with Indian ports, bringing back exotic spices, pearls, and ivory. Chinese silk found its way into Persian markets. African gold moved quietly through Arabian harbors. The sea, in its vast silence, carried more than goods. It carried ideas, technologies, and stories, gently shaping civilizations with every crossing. And though the written records of these journeys are fragmentary, the archaeology of anchor weights, amphorae, and ancient harbor walls tells us that entire generations lived by the sea, depended on it, and trusted it to carry them forward again and again. In Northern Europe, meanwhile, another tradition of seafaring was beginning to take shape, not with the grandeur of Mediterranean cities or the mystical traditions of the Indian Ocean, but with a rugged resilience born from colder winds and darker waters. The peoples of Scandinavia, long before the Viking Age, were building boats that hugged the coastlines of fjords and islands, relying on paddle sail and a deep local knowledge of their waterways. While the early Germans, Celts, and Britons had limited long-distance maritime engagement, the seafaring instincts of the North would eventually blossom into one of history's most iconic maritime cultures. But even before the Vikings set out on their famous voyages, there were coastal traders and fishers making regular journeys between Britain, Ireland, and the European mainland. These crossings may have been short, but they were vital. Every ferrying of timber, salt, wool, or grain required a mastery of shifting tides, sudden fog, and narrow straits. Each time a small boat left one headland for another, it repeated the ancient act of trusting the sea with one's life. The water was never just a backdrop. It was a character in every story, unpredictable, necessary, and endlessly present. By the time the first millennium approached, maritime explorations were no longer just about connecting nearby lands. They were becoming systematic endeavors of expanding knowledge. In the Islamic world, the flourishing of science, geography, and trade in the 8th to 12th centuries gave rise to detailed maritime manuals, navigational charts, and sophisticated observations of celestial bodies. Scholars such as al-Masudi and al-Idrisi compiled vast geographical works that not only described coastlines and port cities, but also noted wind patterns, monsoon cycles, and the behavior of waves in different regions. Muslim merchants and sailors from ports like Basra, Aden, and Mogadishu sailed across the Indian Ocean to China and Southeast Asia, establishing strong ties with distant cultures and bringing back not only rare goods, but also new philosophies, artistic influences, and religious ideas. These voyages were made possible by deep knowledge of astronomy, cartography, shipbuilding, and oral transmission. The dhow, with its iconic lateen sail, became the vessel of choice, agile and well-suited for the monsoon winds. Crews learned to navigate without sight of land for days, using the stars as fixed companions in the ever-moving sea. And all of this elegant precision, this quiet mastery, was built upon traditions that stretched back thousands of years to the first wooden rafts and reed boats. It was a cumulative wisdom, passed hand to hand, port to port, like a melody remembered and refined over time. In the East, the Chinese continued their own maritime development, particularly during the Tang and Song dynasties, where coastal trade and naval activity expanded rapidly. Large ocean-going junks were designed with multiple decks, watertight compartments, and efficient sails that made them some of the most advanced ships of their era. These vessels were capable of long-distance voyages, and they often sailed to ports in Vietnam, the Malay archipelago, and even the eastern shores of India. Maritime commerce was accompanied by cultural exchange. Buddhist pilgrims from China traveled to India to collect sacred texts, and Muslim traders brought Islamic art and architecture to Chinese ports. These voyages were not just logistical, they were spiritual, diplomatic, and intellectual journeys, drawing the world closer in subtle, sea-swept lines. And through all of this movement, one constant remained. The act of setting sail was always an act of faith. Faith in wood and rope, faith in stars and memory, faith that the sea, while wild and wide, could be understood just enough to be crossed. The early maritime explorers of every continent may not have used the word exploration in the modern sense. They were not seeking fame or claiming land. They were searching for sustenance, connection, answers, and perhaps, in the silence between wave and wind, something even more eternal. A sense of belonging in a world defined not by borders, but by water. As centuries passed and the quiet confidence of seafaring became embedded in the rhythms of life across regions, the oceans transformed into vast living corridors, not empty spaces, but animated paths where knowledge flowed as steadily as the tides. One of the most telling examples of this evolution came from the rise of medieval maritime trade across the Indian Ocean, a body of water that had become less a divide and more a shared world. The Swahili coast of East Africa began to flourish around the 10th century, with port cities like Kilwa, Mombasa, and Zanzibar becoming essential nodes in a network that stretched all the way to Arabia, India, and beyond. The vessels that came to dock at these harbors brought more than cloth and porcelain. They brought new architectural styles, foreign words, religious practices, and shared customs. The blending of Bantu, Arab, Persian, and Indian influences gave rise to the Swahili culture, a coastal identity built on the back of centuries of maritime exchange. It wasn't built in a moment. It grew slowly like coral, each tide bringing something to add to the reef. The dhows that cut across the monsoon winds did not conquer or colonize. They connected. And the sailors who learned to read the stars over the African horizon became part of a lineage of navigators whose names were seldom written down, yet whose legacy shaped entire civilizations. Further east, the Southeast Asian archipelago stood as one of the most dynamic maritime crossroads in history. The region's geography, thousands of islands spread across vast blue expanses, necessitated a maritime culture. In kingdoms like Srivijaya, based in Sumatra, the sea was not just a means of transport. It was the heart of political and economic power. From the 7th to the 13th centuries, Srivijaya maintained control over key sea lanes through the Strait of Malacca, becoming a hub for trade, religion, and culture. Buddhist pilgrims traveling from China to India often stopped at Srivijaya's ports to study and rest, while merchants from as far as Arabia and East Africa traded goods that had crossed deserts and oceans. The rulers of Srivijaya understood the sea not only as a natural resource, but as a political tool. By offering protection, port access, and spiritual hospitality, they ensured their place in a network that spanned half the known world. And though their empire left few grand ruins, the flow of their maritime influence endures, etched into the shared myths and languages of the region, like driftwood carried from island to island. Meanwhile, in Japan, Korea, and coastal China, maritime knowledge was quietly accumulating in ways that would eventually shape major geopolitical events. Japanese envoys traveled by sea to Tang China as early as the 7th century, carrying with them a desire to learn about governance, religion, art, and science. These early missions, conducted aboard carefully built wooden vessels, were fraught with risk. Typhoons, pirates, and navigation errors could end a voyage before it ever reached foreign shores. But the willingness to cross the sea, again and again, even without guarantee of return, speaks to something more enduring than trade, a thirst for understanding. Korea too participated in these exchanges. As a peninsula culture, it maintained its own maritime traditions, with ports that welcomed traders and Buddhist monks alike. The shared waters of East Asia, particularly the Yellow Sea and the Sea of Japan, were not always calm, but they were constant. And over time, they became bridges, liquid roads that tied cultures together, however tenuously. During the same period, in the cold and windswept north, the Norse seafarers emerged as one of the most fascinating maritime cultures the world has known. The Viking Age, spanning roughly from the late 8th to the early 11th centuries, is often portrayed through a lens of raiding and conquest. But beneath the drama lies a subtler truth. The Norse were master navigators and builders of ships that could travel not only across the narrow fjords of Norway, but also across the vast North Atlantic. The longship, with its shallow draft and symmetrical design, was capable of crossing open seas and navigating shallow rivers alike. Using landmarks, sun compasses, and an intimate understanding of wind and swell, Viking sailors reached the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Greenland, and even North America, centuries before Columbus. Their settlements in Greenland and brief landing in Vinland, modern-day Newfoundland, may not have lasted, but the journeys themselves remain a testament to the enduring human impulse to look beyond the horizon. These were not random voyages. They were planned, provisioned, and repeated. They involved not only warriors but families, livestock, seeds, and dreams of new beginnings. And as such, they deserve their place among the quiet chronicles of maritime exploration. What all these journeys share, whether in the tropics of Southeast Asia or the icebound coasts of the North Atlantic, is a reverence for the sea not just as a physical challenge, but as a medium of transformation. Crossing water meant more than physical distance. It meant entering a liminal space where identity could shift, where knowledge could be expanded, and where worlds that once seemed separate could begin to blur together. These ancient maritime routes did not just connect ports, they connected stories. Every journey carried whispers from another land, a new kind of pottery, a different musical scale, a method of planting rice or fermenting fish, a prayer said in an unfamiliar tongue. The boats themselves, simple or elaborate, were more than tools. They were vessels of memory, of exchange, of continuity. And the people who sailed them, whether royal envoys, humble traders, or silent monks, became unwitting historians of the ocean's slow, soft work of shaping the world. As the world moved steadily through the medieval era, the quiet evolution of maritime exploration continued to shape societies in subtle yet profound ways. No longer simply the domain of risk-takers and fishermen, seafaring became institutionalized. supported by courts, codified by scholars, and refined by generations of experience. In the Islamic Golden Age, navigation was elevated from a tradecraft to a science. Mariners drew upon the works of Greek astronomers and Indian mathematicians, combining practical seamanship with theoretical understanding. Instruments like the astrolabe were refined to determine latitude at sea. Portolan charts emerged, carefully drawn by hand, showing coastlines in unprecedented detail, with compass roses and rum lines that spoke to a growing mastery of Fuar over space and direction. These maps were not decorative. They were tools, functional and often well-worn, passed from captain to apprentice as precious inheritances of collective wisdom. In this world of meticulous preparation, the ocean no longer appeared infinite and unknowable, but measurable and consistent, at least in the eyes of those who studied its patterns with patience. And so, the sea began to feel a little smaller, not because it had changed, but because humans had listened long enough to begin understanding its language. In East Africa, this growing maritime sophistication aligned with the rise of thriving port cities, where trade networks expanded deeper into the interior. Goods like ivory, gold, and enslaved laborers traveled from inland kingdoms to the coast, where they were exchanged for textiles, ceramics, and glassware, arriving from Persia, India, and China. The port city of Kilwa, located on an island just off modern-day Tanzania, became one of the wealthiest and most influential cities in the Swahili world during the 13th and 14th centuries. Its coral stone architecture, mosques, and bustling markets stood as quiet witnesses to a world in motion, one not defined by empires, but by relationships formed across water. There was no singular power dictating terms. Instead, maritime trade flourished through mutual need, shared language, and trust earned slowly over time. Arabic became a common tongue across these coasts not because it was imposed, but because it proved useful. Faiths blended, as did fashions and tastes. The sea did not separate these people, it joined them, and the stories they told, though rarely written down, were carried from port to port like the scent of cloves in the hold of a ship, faint, enduring, and unmistakably human. Meanwhile, in Southeast Asia, the collapse of older maritime kingdoms like Srivijaya gave rise to new powers such as Majapahit in Java and the powerful trading port of Malacca. Situated at the narrowest point of the Strait of Malacca, Malacca emerged in the 15th century as the preeminent center for maritime commerce in the region. Its harbor hosted ships from every direction: Chinese junks, Arab dhows, Indian vessels, and Malay trading boats, all coming together in a rare harmony of purpose. The city itself became a living tapestry of cultures, where Hindu temples stood near mosques, and where spices, stories, and ideas mingled as easily as people. The rulers of Malacca understood that control of the sea was not won through naval battles alone, but through hospitality, intelligence, and the subtle management of relationships. Maritime exploration here did not manifest as heroic expeditions into the unknown, but as the continuous weaving of human connection across waters long traveled. The currents had been known for centuries. The stars remained unchanged. What evolved was the ability to use that knowledge with care, to build not just wealth, but stability. In China, the early 15th century marked one of the most ambitious periods of maritime exploration ever undertaken, led by the Admiral Zheng He. Under the Ming Dynasty, a massive fleet of treasure ships, some of the largest wooden vessels ever constructed, set sail across the South China Sea and into the Indian Ocean, reaching as far as the east coast of Africa. These voyages, spanning 7 expeditions from 1405 to 1433, were less about conquest and more about establishing the Ming court's prestige, expanding diplomatic ties, and demonstrating the might and generosity of the empire. Zheng He's ships carried silk, porcelain, and gifts of great value, and in return brought back exotic animals, foreign envoys, and stories of distant lands. The scale of these journeys was extraordinary, not just in terms of distance, but in coordination, logistics, and planning. But despite their grandeur, the expeditions ended as quickly as they began. Changing priorities at court, the cost of such large-scale operations, and a renewed focus on internal affairs led to the cessation of maritime ambitions. China would turn inward, its shipyards silenced, its sea routes slowly forgotten by the state, though not by the merchants who continued to sail them in quieter forms. And in Europe, Another turning point was on the horizon. While much of the continent had lagged behind the Islamic and Asian worlds in maritime sophistication, the 15th century saw a resurgence of interest, sparked by trade, curiosity, and competition. Portugal, perched on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula, began to look outward. Supported by Prince Henry the Navigator, Portuguese explorers inched south along the coast of Africa, mapping unfamiliar territories, establishing fortified outposts, and learning from the sailors they met. This was a new era, one that would eventually be marked by colonization and exploitation, but which in its early days still bore the quiet determination of discovery. These men were not yet conquerors. They were observers, listeners, students of the sea. And though their maps were flawed and their motivations mixed, they joined a tradition far older than they realized. A tradition born not of dominance, but of wonder, of standing at the shore and asking, what lies beyond? Of setting sail with nothing but knowledge, wind, and hope. As the European gaze turned steadily outward in the mid to late 15th century, spurred on by a combination of trade ambitions, religious motivations, and scientific curiosity, the story of maritime exploration began to shift once again. The Portuguese, having slowly charted the West African coastline over decades, finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488 under Bartolomeu Dias, reaching the edge of the Indian Ocean and forever altering the mental map of European seafarers. This event did not arrive with fanfare or conquest, but with the quiet, dangerous persistence that had characterized so many previous journeys. Navigators faced storms, scurvy, mutinies, and the vast psychological weight of sailing into what many still considered to be the edge of the world. Yet step by step, the barriers that had once separated continents by oceans began to erode. These were not yet the great global empires, but the beginnings of threads being tied across distant waters. The currents, the winds, the stars, unchanged for millennia, were being interpreted through new eyes, with new motives. And although the Portuguese were now better equipped with compasses, caravels, and cross-staffs, the sea remained a place of uncertainty and reverence. No map could account for all its moods. At the same time, in the court of Spain, another proposal was taking shape. Christopher Columbus, a Genoese sailor with bold aspirations, believed he could reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic. Though his calculations underestimated the Earth's size and overestimated the width of Asia, his proposal intrigued the Spanish monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella. Backed by their sponsorship, Columbus set sail in 1492 with 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. After weeks at sea and growing despair among his crew, he reached land, not Asia as he believed, but the islands of the Caribbean. His arrival marked the beginning of a new chapter in global maritime history, though it would take time for the full implications to be understood. The voyage was celebrated in Europe not merely as a navigational achievement, but as a symbol that the world was far larger and more connected than previously imagined. And yet, the sea did not change its character. It still moved with tides and wind, indifferent to the ambitions of men. What changed was the way humans approached it, with growing confidence, but also with the seeds of conquest. Columbus's arrival in the Americas, though unintentional, led to a cascade of expeditions across the Atlantic by other European powers. Soon, England, France, and the Netherlands joined Portugal and Spain in the search for new lands, trade routes, and resources. These journeys were often marked by violence, exploitation, and colonization, casting a long shadow over the more peaceful maritime traditions of earlier centuries. Still, the skills of navigation, shipbuilding, and exploration continued to evolve. Maps became more accurate. Oceanic wind patterns, such as the trade winds and the westerlies, were better understood. Ship design improved, allowing for longer voyages with greater cargo capacity. And with each crossing, the once unknown edges of the globe were slowly filled in, not with certainty, but with stories, encounters, and exchanges that reshaped every culture involved. While the economic motivations often dominated these expeditions, many sailors were still driven by the same timeless urge to see what lay beyond the next horizon. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, another world of maritime exploration had long existed. The Polynesians, with no compasses or written maps, had mastered the vast ocean long before Europeans began. their oceanic explorations. Using only the stars, the sun, ocean swells, bird flight patterns, and cloud formations, they navigated thousands of miles across open water, settling islands from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand. Their double-hulled canoes, built for speed and stability, carried entire communities, livestock, and plants necessary for survival. These voyages required not just skill, but an intimate relationship with the sea and swang passed down through generations of oral knowledge and lived experience. Every journey was a balance of preparation and faith. And although the Polynesian navigators may not have recorded their explorations in charts or chronicles, the distances they covered and the precision they achieved remain among the most impressive feats in human maritime history. It was not expansion for power or profit, but for continuity, for sustaining life, culture, and connection across scattered islands. The Pacific, vast and seemingly empty, was in fact a living map of memory and movement. Even as Europe's so-called Age of Discovery accelerated, these earlier traditions, African coastal trade, Arab monsoon sailing, Chinese treasure fleets, Polynesian star navigation, remained foundational. Much of the knowledge used by European explorers had been built on centuries of maritime expertise developed elsewhere. The compass came through Arab intermediaries. The astrolabe had its roots in classical Greece and was refined in the Islamic world. The understanding of monsoon winds and coastal currents in the Indian Ocean had been known to Indian and Arab sailors for over a millennium. There was no single moment when maritime exploration began. Rather, it was a gradual unfolding, one current feeding into another, one wave pushing the next. The sea has always offered a space where knowledge accumulates slowly, like silt at the bottom of a harbor, layering over time until it becomes solid ground for future journeys. And so the explorers of the 15th and 16th centuries, however grand their ambitions, were also part of this quiet continuum. Their sails, their questions, their movements across water echoed those of countless unnamed sailors who had trusted the sea long before them. As the 16th century matured and empires extended their reach across oceans, maritime exploration moved from cautious curiosity into the realm of coordinated global enterprise. No longer the pursuit of individual navigators seeking new routes or modest kingdoms, hoping for profitable ports, the sea had become the grand theater of imperial ambition. Spain and Portugal, having divided the non-European world between them under the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, expanded with determination, Portugal into the Indian Ocean and East Asia, Spain across the Atlantic and into the Americas. Portuguese mariners established a chain of fortified trading posts along the coasts of Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, India, and eventually reaching Malacca, Macau, and Nagasaki. These were not colonies in the modern sense, but more like maritime stepping stones, strategic points for replenishing ships, facilitating trade, and exerting influence. The sea routes were mapped with increasing accuracy, guided by astronomical observations and written logs that were meticulously recorded and guarded. Every voyage was not just a physical journey, but a scientific endeavor, each captain a gatherer of data, each crew member a participant in a slow but global accumulation of maritime knowledge. Spice, silk, porcelain, and gold flowed along these routes, but so too did ideas, languages, technologies, and diseases. The world was becoming connected in ways both wondrous and perilous. Simultaneously, Spain's transatlantic expansion led to the establishment of vast colonial territories in the Americas. Ships laden with silver from the mines of Potosi crossed the Atlantic in guarded convoys, feeding the economic engines of Europe while fueling wars, trade, and inflation across the continent. The Manila galleons, operating from the late 16th century, sailed between the Philippines and Mexico, linking Asia and the Americas in a maritime corridor that few today realize existed. These massive vessels carried Chinese silks, Indian cottons, and Southeast Asian spices across the Pacific to be sold in New Spain, from where they were eventually transported to Europe. In return, American silver and goods made their way back to the East. This trans-Pacific trade, though dominated by colonial powers, rested on the labor and maritime skill of sailors from many backgrounds: Spanish, Filipino, Chinese, African, and indigenous. The sea had become a shared space of hardship and endurance, where storms, shipwrecks, and piracy were constant threats. and where the boundaries between cultures blurred under the relentless rhythm of the waves. It was not a romantic enterprise for most, but a world of sweat, salt, and survival. And yet, through this hardship, knowledge continued to spread. How to navigate the Pacific's unpredictable currents, how to provision a crew for 6 months at sea, how to read the clouds before a typhoon struck. Every successful crossing added another layer to the unspoken manual of maritime exploration, a guide composed not of grand theories, but of countless lived moments. In Northern Europe, the maritime ambitions of England, France, and the Netherlands began to assert themselves more aggressively. Inspired by the successes of Iberian empires and motivated by trade, religion, and competition, they invested heavily in shipbuilding, cartography, and naval training. The English sought the elusive Northwest Passage, a sea route through the Arctic that would connect the Atlantic and Pacific. Though ice and cold thwarted every attempt, each failed journey added to the growing understanding of northern geography. Meanwhile, English and Dutch privateers challenged Spanish dominance in the Atlantic and Caribbean, leading to an era of maritime conflict that blurred the lines between exploration and piracy. The Dutch, particularly, emerged as a formidable maritime power in the 17th century. The Dutch East India Company, or VOC, became the world's first multinational corporation, equipped not only with a fleet, but with legal authority to wage war, sign treaties, and establish colonies. Through the VOC, the Dutch established a sprawling network of ports and outposts stretching from Indonesia to Japan to South Africa. Their ships, built with precision and powered by commercial ambition, crisscrossed the globe in pursuit of profit. And yet, even within this corporate structure, the voyage itself remained an ordeal. Months at sea tested the limits of human endurance. Crews faced scurvy, dehydration, boredom, and disease. Officers charted progress with meticulous detail, recording wind patterns, sightings of land, and celestial observations. The sea remained both familiar and fearsome, a domain that, despite technological advances, still humbled those who entered it. Despite the growing dominance of European maritime powers, older traditions endured beneath the surface. In the Indian Ocean, local traders continued to sail routes known for centuries, guided by monsoon winds and ancestral memory. In Southeast Asia, island communities maintained their own maritime rhythms, transporting rice, timber, and textiles between islands just as their ancestors had. In Japan, where the Tokugawa shogunate had imposed a policy of national seclusion, a limited but precise form of maritime engagement persisted through the port of Nagasaki. Here, Dutch traders were allowed a small presence on the artificial island of Dejima, providing Japan with carefully curated glimpses of the world beyond. In this period of selective openness, maritime knowledge took on a more focused character, used not for expansion, but for preservation. Books, instruments, and maps entered Japan through this narrow channel, where they were studied with intensity, translated, and adapted. The sea, for Japan, had become a protective barrier and a filter, allowing in what was necessary while keeping chaos at bay. It was a different kind of maritime relationship, built not on movement but on control. By the close of the 17th century, the age of exploration was no longer about discovering unknown lands. It was about controlling known ones. The sea had become a conduit for empires, a theater of war, and a mirror reflecting both human brilliance and cruelty. And yet, in the quiet moments between battles and trade deals, the essence of maritime exploration persisted. It could still be found in the creak of a wooden hull before dawn, in the silent calculations of a navigator beneath unfamiliar stars, in the gentle tilt of a vessel rocking on a windless sea. These were not the headlines of history, but the soft undercurrents, the steady breath of centuries spent crossing water. And while the names of explorers, kings, and companies filled the pages of books, the sea remembered them all the same way, as small ships passing through its ancient, endless tides. As the 18th century unfolded, maritime exploration evolved once more, not vanishing, but transforming in both scope and intention. The great age of initial discovery, with its dramatic landfalls and first encounters, was giving way to an era of refinement, classification, and the pursuit of scientific knowledge. No longer content with simply reaching distant shores, explorers now sought to understand them, to catalog their geography, biology, and peoples with increasing precision. This new chapter was marked not by monarchs claiming territories, but by botanists collecting specimens, astronomers charting stars, and cartographers redrawing coastlines with every voyage. The sea remained the essential conduit for this work. Ships were no longer only vessels of conquest or commerce. They became floating laboratories, carrying scholars, instruments, and books across vast oceans. The British Royal Navy, in particular, became deeply entangled with this mission of science and order, sponsoring voyages that combined the practical goals of mapping trade routes with the intellectual ambitions of the Enlightenment. Chief among these was the voyage of HMS Endeavour, captained by James Cook, who between 1768 and 1771 sailed to the Pacific with a team of scientists to observe the transit of Venus and to explore the unknown southern continent. Along the way, Cook charted the coasts of New Zealand and eastern Australia with unprecedented accuracy. His detailed journals, the drawings of naturalist Joseph Banks, and the measurements taken by astronomers aboard laid the foundation for a deeper understanding of the Pacific and its many islands, not merely as points on a map, but as complex ecosystems and societies in their own right. And yet, for all its scientific merit, this new wave of exploration still carried the shadows of imperial ambition. For Cook's maps would later be used not only by scholars, but by soldiers and settlers. In the same era, French and Spanish expeditions likewise pushed the boundaries of maritime science. The French, inspired by both curiosity and national pride, sent ships like the Boudeuse and the Étoile under Louis-Antoine de Bougainville to explore the Pacific and gather data on natural history, geography, and indigenous cultures. These voyages, while shaped by Enlightenment ideals, often interpreted what they encountered through a European lens, romanticizing some societies while misunderstanding others. Still, the act of seeing, recording, and sharing expanded the mental map of the world in a way that was unprecedented. The sea had become not just a highway of goods, but of ideas. Paintings, books, and lectures back home depicted the wonders of distant islands, the habits of unfamiliar animals, the languages and customs of people whose lives had long unfolded beyond the horizon of European awareness. And in this growing archive of knowledge, there was both awe and arrogance, an appreciation for diversity tempered by the assumption that it could all be catalogued, ordered, and eventually ruled. The vessels that carried these explorers now sailed under flags that symbolized not only nations, but ideologies, science, progress, civilization. Whether anchored off the coast of Tahiti or battling headwinds near Tierra del Fuego, they were agents of a world that no longer feared the ocean, but believed it could be mastered. Meanwhile, in the Americas, the legacy of earlier maritime expansions played out in complex ways. Coastal ports in Boston, Havana, Cartagena, and Rio de Janeiro bustled with activity, their wharves crowded with ships arriving from Europe, Africa, and across the Atlantic world. These were not exploratory journeys in the traditional sense, but continual acts of connection, often underpinned by the brutal realities of the transatlantic slave trade. Ships laden with human lives sailed across the Middle Passage, the sea itself becoming a site of suffering and resistance. The maritime world was no longer solely the domain of noble explorers or state-sponsored captains. It had become the daily workplace of merchants, sailors, enslaved Africans, and dock workers. The tools of navigation, refined over centuries, now served an economy built as much on exploitation as on trade. Yet even within these systems, the knowledge of the sea continued to evolve. Mariners from all backgrounds learned to read the ocean's signs, to trust their instincts, to understand when storms would rise, or when a reef lay just below the surface. There was a collective memory forming, a quiet accumulation of lived experience that was rarely written down, yet deeply felt. Whether hauling cargo along the coast or trimming sails on the open ocean, these seafarers were participants in a legacy that stretched back to the earliest dugout canoes and outriggers. They knew the loneliness of open water, the camaraderie of a tight crew, and the eternal pull of land on the distant horizon. By the end of the 18th century, maritime exploration was no longer confined to tropical archipelagos or distant continents. It had extended to the cold, mysterious poles of the Earth. Voyages to the Arctic and Antarctic, though fewer in number and fraught with danger, captured the imagination of explorers eager to reach the planet's final frontiers. These expeditions, driven by national prestige and the thirst for knowledge, faced unimaginable hardships. Ice-locked ships, scurvy, isolation, and death. And yet they persisted, driven by the same question that had once sent Phoenician traders across the Mediterranean or Polynesians into the Pacific. What lies beyond? The methods had changed, the stakes had grown, but the essence remained. To explore was to embrace uncertainty, to read the sea's ever-shifting script, to step aboard not knowing when or if you'd return, and in doing so, to become part of a story far older than any one voyage. A story not of heroes and conquests, but of humans learning, slowly and humbly, to find their way across the water. As the 19th century dawned, the maritime world was entering an age of transformation once more, not through the sudden discovery of new continents, but through the deeper mapping, studying, and controlling of what had already been charted. The seas were now crisscrossed by commercial and military vessels alike, their movements governed not just by wind and tide, but increasingly by political treaties, shipping schedules, and the rhythms of an expanding global economy. The age of sail, though still romanticized, was slowly giving way to the age of steam. This was not a sudden revolution, but a gradual overlaying of technologies. Tall-masted clippers still dominated the oceans in the early part of the century, their speed unmatched when winds were favorable. But steam-powered ships, with their iron hulls and coal-fired engines, began to appear with increasing frequency, hugging coastlines at first, then daring longer voyages as engineering improved and refueling stations were built around the world. For the first time, the unpredictability of the wind no longer dictated movement entirely. Ships could now keep to schedules, and global trade became more punctual, more industrial, more structured. The sea, once an unpredictable realm where journeys were as much about chance as about destination, began to take on the character of a highway, open but increasingly mapped and managed. Maritime exploration in this new context did not vanish. It became more specialized, more scientific, more aligned with the interests of empire, industry, and knowledge. One of the clearest expressions of this shift was the rise of hydrographic surveying and oceanographic research. Naval expeditions now set sail not only to assert control or expand influence, but to measure the depths of the oceans, record currents, collect seafloor samples, and study marine life. The HMS Beagle, made famous by Charles Darwin's voyage from 1831 to 1836, exemplified this new spirit of maritime exploration. Though the ship's official mission was to chart the coastlines of South America, it became something more, an intellectual voyage that would reshape the way humanity understood itself and the natural world. Darwin's observations during stops in the Galapagos Islands, Patagonia, and elsewhere contributed to the theory of evolution, marking a profound moment in the intersection of sea travel and science. The ship was no longer just a vehicle for reaching land, but a lens through which nature itself could be studied. Similarly, the HMS Challenger expedition from 1872 to 1876, considered the first true oceanographic survey, traveled nearly 70,000 nautical miles, measuring ocean temperatures, sampling water chemistry, and discovering thousands of new marine species. The Challenger's findings filled 50 volumes and laid the foundation for modern marine science. It was a voyage of data, of observation, of patience, far from the heroics of conquest, but no less significant in its implications. Beneath the waves, another world was being revealed. As exploration moved beneath the surface of the ocean, the seabed itself became an object of fascination. The development of deep-sea sounding equipment allowed scientists to map the contours of the ocean floor, uncovering vast trenches, mountain ranges, and abyssal plains that had previously been imagined as nothing more than dark and featureless depths. These discoveries subtly shifted the human relationship with the sea. Once feared for its mystery, the ocean was slowly being rendered knowable, at least in theory. The installation of submarine telegraph cables in the mid-19th century further emphasized this transition. Suddenly, the oceans were not just spaces to cross, but spaces through which information flowed. A message sent from London could arrive in Bombay or New York within minutes. The sea was being harnessed, quite literally, as a medium of communication. This era of technological integration did not diminish the grandeur of the sea, but it changed its function in the human imagination. From a boundary to be overcome, it became an extension of civilization itself, a vast infrastructure supporting commerce, science, and communication. Yet even with steam engines, telegraph lines, and maps that charted the seabed, the sea did not lose its deeper pull. It remained a place of quiet, of contemplation, of beauty and power that could not be fully tamed. In other parts of the world, maritime exploration continued under different conditions. In the Arctic, expeditions set out to locate the Northwest Passage, still an elusive dream after centuries. British ships like the Erebus and Terror, under Sir John Franklin, ventured into the icy maze in the 1840s, only to vanish in tragedy. The mystery of their disappearance haunted public imagination for decades. Subsequent search missions, some of which became explorations in their own right, mapped vast stretches of the Canadian Arctic and recovered artifacts that slowly pieced together the final days of Franklin's crew. The story was not one of triumphant discovery, but of endurance, suffering, and the unforgiving nature of the polar sea. Similarly, in the Antarctic, new voyages began to probe the frozen southern continent, enduring bitter cold, shifting icebergs, and months of darkness. These expeditions were not always well-funded or immediately fruitful, but they laid the groundwork for future scientific missions. In both poles, the act of exploration had returned to its original spirit. Men on small ships, facing vast unknowns with little certainty beyond the horizon. And though their names were sometimes lost or buried in the ice, their contributions endured in charts, weather patterns, and the quiet expansion of human understanding. By the closing years of the 19th century, maritime exploration was more collaborative, more global, and more institutionalized than ever before. Governments sponsored research voyages, universities published findings, and international organizations began to form networks of cooperation. Yet, beneath the bureaucracies and instruments, the human element remained unchanged. There were still sailors watching the stars, still captains listening to the wind, still scientists peering into samples drawn from black water miles below. The sea had changed, but it had not changed everything. It still required respect. It still gave nothing for free. And it still held its silences, its mysteries, its power to humble even the most advanced vessel. In the end, whether on a Polynesian canoe guided by starlight or a steel-hulled research ship outfitted with sonar, every maritime journey was a dialogue, with the sea, with the past, and with the vast, patient unknown. As the 20th century began to unfold, maritime exploration entered a period of both culmination and redirection. The grand romantic age of unknown continents and mysterious sea routes had largely passed, replaced by a quieter but no less significant era of systematic research, underwater discovery, and technological advancement. Yet the ocean, vast and indifferent, continued to conceal secrets beyond the reach of any map. Nations, now fully industrialized and increasingly connected, turned their maritime ambitions toward more specific goals: resource extraction, underwater archaeology, strategic dominance, and deep-sea science. The ship remained at the heart of these endeavors, though its form had evolved. Gone were the wooden hulls and towering sails of earlier centuries. In their place stood steel leviathans, powered by diesel, steam turbines, or even nuclear energy. These modern vessels did not drift with the wind. They moved with precision, their paths plotted by radio, sonar, and eventually satellite guidance. The sea, once an unpredictable force of nature, was now tracked by radar, measured by buoys, and photographed from space. But for all the sophistication, the rhythm of exploration remained steady. Crews still embarked into uncertain waters, still faced tempests and mechanical failures, and still felt the ancient tension between man and the sea. One of the most profound shifts in maritime exploration during the 20th century was the turn inward toward the depths. Whereas earlier explorers had focused on distant lands, this new generation looked beneath the waves. The ocean floor, covering more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface, had long remained a mystery, barely touched even by the great expeditions of the 19th century. The invention of sonar in the early 1900s revolutionized this field. Originally developed for detecting submarines during World War I, sonar technology allowed scientists to map the contours of the ocean floor with increasing detail. What they discovered was astonishing: vast mountain ranges, deep trenches, underwater volcanoes, and chasms that dwarfed anything on land. The Mariana Trench, for example, plunged deeper than Mount Everest rose, a revelation that both thrilled and humbled the scientific community. In 1960, the deep submergence vehicle Trieste carried Jacques Piccard, and Don Walsh to the bottom of the trench, nearly 11 kilometers below the surface. Their descent into the Hadal Zone was a moment as significant as any landfall made by early explorers. It demonstrated that the age of discovery was not over. It had simply changed direction, downward instead of outward, into darkness rather than across sunlit seas. As exploration of the ocean deepened, so too did the understanding of its role in Earth's systems. Oceanographers studied currents, salinity, temperature layers, and bioluminescent creatures that lived in pressures unthinkable to humans. The ocean was no longer just a backdrop to human history. It was a driver of climate, a reservoir of biodiversity, a force that shaped continents and weather alike. It became clear that to understand the planet, one had to understand the sea. This realization led to international efforts to study and protect the oceans. Marine reserves were established. Research stations floated on calm waters and clung to coral reefs. Universities offered degrees in ocean science. Meanwhile, technological marvels like remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and autonomous underwater drones extended the human gaze farther than ever before, capturing footage of alien landscapes, forgotten shipwrecks, and ecosystems untouched by light. The maritime explorer of this era did not wear a compass and spyglass, but headphones and a lab coat. Yet the spirit was the same: curiosity, perseverance, and a quiet awe in the face of the unknown. At the same time, humanity began to confront the costs of centuries of seaborne expansion. The very oceans that had made exploration, trade, and empire possible were now showing signs of strain. Pollution, overfishing, acidification, and climate change posed threats that could no longer be ignored. Plastic swirled in gyres the size of countries. Coral reefs bleached. Ancient fish stocks collapsed. The sea was no longer just a path to the future. It was a reflection of human choices, for better or worse. And so, maritime exploration took on a new dimension: restoration. Scientists, activists, and communities turned to the water not just to learn, but to heal. Projects to replant mangroves, restore oyster beds, and map marine biodiversity became part of a global movement to reconnect with the ocean in a more respectful way. The explorer's task, once defined by conquest, was now being redefined by care. Even as the 21st century unfolds, the ocean remains vast and mysterious. Despite satellites, submersibles, and sonar, a majority of the ocean floor remains unmapped. Entire species exist in twilight zones that no human has ever seen. Ancient wrecks lie undiscovered beneath shifting sands, and in the deep trenches and mid-ocean ridges, life persists in forms that challenge every theory. The sea, it seems, still guards its secrets. Yet people continue to journey forth. From Arctic icebreakers to South Pacific canoes, from deep-sea labs to wind-powered cargo vessels, humanity's relationship with the ocean continues to evolve, anchored in history but always looking ahead. We are still a maritime species. Our myths are salted, our economies float, our dreams echo with waves. And perhaps that is the true story of the first maritime explorations. Not a tale of endings, but of endlessness. Not a chapter that closes, but a current that carries on. From the first hollowed-out logs that crossed rivers, to the orbital satellites that now track ships from space, every stage of exploration has been a conversation between humans and the sea. A dialogue written in salt, wind, wood, steel, and silence. And though the voices have changed, the question remains the same, the one whispered to the horizon by every sailor who has ever stood at the rail: what lies beyond? That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we drift into the next one, may I kindly ask you for a like and a subscription? Your support helps keep this sleepy journey going. Now let us continue with the next quiet chapter in our series of boring history for sleep, and arrive at the hidden fortresses of the Crusader states. Close your eyes, keep the volume gentle, and let's begin. The Crusader states, established in the wake of the First Crusade at the end of the 11th century, occupied a precarious position on the eastern Mediterranean coast. They were fragile outposts of European power, surrounded by sometimes hostile neighbors, disconnected from their cultural roots, and dependent on supply lines stretching across seas and continents. To survive in such an unstable landscape, the Crusaders understood that military strength alone would not suffice. Defense had to be strategic, architectural, and enduring. Thus began one of the most overlooked but fascinating chapters in medieval military history: the construction of the hidden fortresses of the Crusader states. These were not just castles for kings or noble estates built to impress the local peasantry. They were military installations of extraordinary complexity, positioned to protect supply routes, watch over valleys and rivers, intimidate potential rebels, and serve as forward bases in the event of raids or sieges. Their importance was as psychological as it was tactical. They signaled permanence. They suggested a new order, and most importantly, they bought time in a land where alliances could shift overnight. From the mighty Crac des Chevaliers to the remote, nearly forgotten Calat Marcab, the fortresses were varied in design and scale, but united in purpose. Their very stones tell a story of a people far from home, building walls against the weight of history. The builders of these fortresses were not improvising. They drew upon a rich heritage of Roman and Byzantine fortification techniques and adapted them to the demands of the Levant. High walls were often double-layered, filled with rubble or earth to absorb the shock of trebuchets. Rounded towers, instead of square ones, helped deflect missiles and denied enemies easy angles of attack. Entry points were restricted, often forced through narrow, zigzagging corridors, flanked by murder holes and arrow slits. Above all, the locations themselves were chosen with care. Many of these castles were perched on hilltops, overlooking roads, water sources, or valleys that had strategic value. Their placement gave small forces disproportionate control over the region, allowing garrisons to monitor enemy movements and signal each other across distances with smoke, fire, or flags. The Crusaders knew they were outnumbered, so they leaned on elevation, construction, and intimidation to hold ground. But not all fortresses were the same. Some, like the mighty Crac des Chevaliers in modern-day Syria, were grand in both size and reputation. This fortress, rebuilt and expanded by the Knights Hospitaller in the 12th century, could house thousands of men and included a complex system of inner and outer walls, vaulted storage rooms, and sophisticated rainwater collection systems. Its design was so effective that it became a model for later castles in Europe. Others were more modest, little more than fortified towers or outposts built atop older Roman ruins. In many cases, Crusaders reused the remains of Byzantine or Arab fortifications, reinforcing existing structures rather than starting from scratch. This was not just a cost-saving measure, it was practical and efficient. Local materials were used, local labor often employed under supervision, and even local designs were borrowed when useful. In this way, the architecture of the Crusader states became a hybrid, Latin ambition fused with Eastern sensibility. Over time, as the Crusader states developed from military occupations into quasi-permanent polities, these fortresses began to serve administrative functions as well. They became places where local taxes were stored, legal disputes settled, and markets occasionally held under the protection of the garrison. Some castles even included chapels, living quarters for noble families, and gardens, turning them into small, self-sufficient communities. But make no mistake, these were still fortresses first. Every comfort was secondary to defense. Walls were thick, windows small, and sightlines maximized for surveillance. Even the churches within castle walls were austere, often little more than stone rooms with narrow naves and minimal decoration. Faith was present, but it too served the cause of order and control. The most haunting aspect of these hidden fortresses is perhaps their silence today. Many lie in ruins, overgrown and unvisited, their stones weathered by centuries of wind and sun. Their names have changed, their walls collapsed, and their histories forgotten by all but a few archaeologists and local shepherds. Yet if one walks through the remains, past the foundations of the keep, through the narrow passageways, over the dry moat, one can almost hear the clang of chainmail, the murmur of Latin prayers, and the low whistle of wind between arrow slits. These were places of fear and hope, exile and endurance. They were not meant to be beautiful, they were meant to endure, and in their endurance, they tell us more about the minds of the Crusaders than any chronicle ever could. The deeper we explore the world of Crusader fortifications, the more we realize that these castles were not isolated military hubs, but integral parts of a web of communication and control that stretched across the Levant. The Crusader states, comprising the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the county of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, and the county of Edessa, were never unified in the way modern nations are. They were fragmented, loosely connected territories often ruled by rival lords and constantly threatened by both external invasions and internal disputes. And yet, despite their fragile political structure, they managed to endure for nearly 2 centuries. This endurance was due in large part to the carefully planned and strategically located fortress network. These castles functioned much like nervous systems, transmitting information, projecting power, and responding to threats in a manner that seemed almost organic. If one castle was attacked or overrun, others nearby could offer support, shelter refugees, or regroup for counterattacks. Some castles even served as relay points for riders and messengers, ensuring that communication could continue despite the challenging terrain and frequent conflict. One might imagine that such military architecture was reactive, built only when threats arose, but in truth, many of these fortresses were constructed proactively in anticipation of potential conflict. The Crusaders did not wait to be besieged. They sought to preempt the enemy by securing mountain passes, fords, and crossroads. The goal was not just to defend, but to dominate, to create an environment in which enemies had to think twice before advancing. Castles such as Margat, perched high above the Mediterranean Sea on a rocky cliff, served exactly this purpose. Its position made it almost impregnable, but it was also visible from far away, reminding both allies and adversaries of Crusader strength. The sheer logistics involved in building and maintaining such fortresses in a foreign land are remarkable. Stone had to be quarried, tools transported, laborers fed, engineers consulted. In some cases, the Crusaders employed local Muslim or Eastern Christian labor, either paid or coerced, to construct their castles. Materials varied depending on region. Limestone in some parts, basalt in others, but the techniques remained consistent. Foundations were dug deep into bedrock. Defensive walls were layered with multiple tiers of arrow slits, allowing crossfire from archers to trap advancing enemies. Rainwater cisterns were carved into the floors of keeps to ensure long-term survival during sieges. Inside the walls, daily life was surprisingly regimented. Knights followed strict routines: training, patrolling, praying, repairing weapons. Squires tended horses and cleaned armor. Cooks prepared communal meals, and priests held simple services in cold chapels where candles flickered against damp stone. These were not luxurious lives. Even the lords who resided in castles had to contend with the harsh conditions of heat, dust, and isolation. And yet there was a certain order to it all, a rhythm of duty and belief that gave meaning to the long months spent staring at the horizon, waiting for either salvation or attack. Not all castles faced outward, however. Some were built deep in the hinterlands of Crusader territory, meant to guard against rebellion, smuggling, or even rival barons. These inland fortresses were often smaller and less imposing, but equally vital. They acted as nodes of authority in places where central governance was weak. Their presence discouraged uprisings, offered refuge during famines, and symbolized that the Crusader presence was more than a passing occupation. It was, or so they hoped, a permanent fixture. The garrisons within these castles varied in size. Some housed only a few dozen men. Others could shelter thousands during times of siege. But regardless of scale, the principles remained the same: visibility, defensibility, sustainability. If a fortress could not be seen, it was useless as a deterrent. If it could not be defended, it would fall quickly. And if it could not sustain its garrison with food, water, and supplies, it would not survive a prolonged attack. For this reason, many Crusader fortresses were constructed near springs, cisterns, or fertile valleys, even if that meant compromising slightly on elevation. Water was life, and without it, stone walls meant nothing. Perhaps one of the most curious features of these castles was the way they adapted over time. As siege technology evolved, with the arrival of counterweight trebuchets, fire arrows, and more sophisticated undermining techniques, the castles themselves were modified. Older square towers were rounded to deflect projectiles. Walls were thickened or rebuilt with sloped bases to prevent climbing. Some fortresses even added concentric layers of defense, requiring attackers to breach multiple walls in succession while under constant fire from defenders. In this sense, the castles of the Crusader states were not static monuments, but living entities, growing, changing, and responding to the world around them. They were shaped not just by stone and mortar, but by fear, hope, ambition, and desperation. Every crack in the wall, every rusted hinge on a gate, tells a story of adaptation and resilience. These were not symbols of triumph. They were instruments of survival. As one delves deeper into the intricate tapestry of Crusader fortresses, it becomes increasingly clear that these structures were more than military strongholds. They were reflections of the Crusaders' psychological landscape. Living as foreigners in a land both sacred and strange, the builders of these fortifications were driven not only by the need for protection, but also by an overwhelming desire to assert presence and permanence. The very act of building in stone, of raising towers and battlements against the skyline, was a declaration. We are here, we intend to stay. Yet beneath that confident exterior lay a world of tension. The Crusaders were vastly outnumbered, surrounded by populations that did not share their language, culture, or faith. Many of the local inhabitants were Arabic-speaking Muslims, Eastern Orthodox Christians, Armenians, or Jews, people who had lived in the region for generations and who viewed the newcomers with suspicion or outright hostility. In response, the Crusaders turned to the fortress as a means of managing fear. Within its walls, they could regulate entry and exit, control trade, and exert influence. It was not just a matter of defense. It was also about projection of power. The fortress, rising above the village or dominating the pass, spoke louder than words ever could. It said, "This is our domain, and we are watching." The psychological weight of these castles was immense. For those who lived nearby, whether friend or foe, the fortress became a constant presence. Its silhouette at sunset, the glint of sunlight off a tower's stone, the tolling of a chapel bell within its walls, each was a reminder of occupation, of surveillance, of a new and alien order. At night, torches lit the ramparts, a silent warning to anyone contemplating rebellion or intrusion. For Crusaders themselves, the castle was a refuge but also a prison of sorts. Isolation was common. Months could pass without visitors. News from the outside world arrived slowly, if at all. Supplies were limited, and entertainment scarcer still. Daily life followed a strict routine: training drills, wall patrols, equipment maintenance, prayer services. Discipline was enforced not only by command, but by necessity. In such a closed environment, any lapse could be fatal. Disease, food shortages, or a breach in security could turn a fortress into a tomb. And yet, despite these hardships, the castles persisted. Their very endurance is a testament to human adaptability. Architectural ingenuity played a crucial role. Many Crusader fortresses were designed with layered defenses: outer walls that funneled attackers into kill zones, gatehouses with drawbridges and portcullises, inner keeps that offered last stands in case of a breach. Storage rooms were carved into the bedrock to protect grain and arms from fire or rot. Rainwater was captured through elaborate gutter systems and stored in deep cisterns that kept the garrison hydrated even during long sieges. Some castles even had secret escape tunnels, carved into hillsides or hidden beneath stone slabs, allowing last-minute evacuations or covert sorties. It is easy to romanticize these structures today, imagining knights in shining armor pacing battlements or banners fluttering nobly in the breeze. But the reality was far more mundane and brutal. Soldiers were often mercenaries or landless younger sons seeking fortune. Their armor rusted, their boots wore thin, and their tempers frayed in the heat of Levantine summers. Infighting was common, especially in isolated garrisons where boredom and hierarchy created fertile ground for resentment. Punishments for insubordination could be harsh: flogging, imprisonment, or even execution. There was no room for leniency in a world where one weak link could doom an entire outpost. Religious life within the castles added another layer of complexity. Most fortresses had chapels, and some even hosted small monastic communities. Priests or chaplains served both spiritual and practical roles, leading prayers, administering last rites, offering counsel to the troubled. Faith was a constant companion to fear. The idea that they were defending Christendom gave the Crusaders a sense of purpose, even as their surroundings remained alien and hostile. Carved crosses still adorned some of the surviving castle walls, weathered but visible, a quiet reminder of how deeply belief was embedded in stone. Interestingly, not all interaction with local populations was adversarial. In some cases, alliances were forged, temporary, uneasy, but necessary. Crusader lords sometimes entered into truces with Muslim emirs, agreed to joint patrols, or allowed local farmers to sell produce within castle markets. These were pragmatic arrangements driven by the need to survive, rather than any vision of coexistence. Language barriers were bridged by translators, trade routes operated under mutual agreements, and marriages, though rare, did occur between crusaders and local Christian families. These moments of cooperation were fragile but real. They show that the story of the Crusader states is not one of simple binaries, but of a complex, shifting mosaic of trust, betrayal, necessity, and adaptation. Over time, the very identity of the Crusader changed. No longer simply a European knight on pilgrimage, he became something new, a hybrid of East and West, armored in Latin steel but shaped by Levantine dust. And it was within the walls of the hidden fortresses that this transformation unfolded most profoundly. As decades passed and Crusader rule became more entrenched in the Levant, the role of fortresses continued to evolve. While initially designed for survival and defense, these massive stone structures gradually took on new responsibilities: administration, taxation, diplomacy, and even culture. The longer the Crusaders remained, the more their castles began to resemble miniature city-states, enclosed, hierarchical, self-sufficient, and governed by a mixture of martial law and feudal order. Within the high walls of the most developed fortresses, like Crac des Chevaliers or Margat, life operated on a steady and regulated rhythm. There was an appointed castellan or commander, often a knight from a military order such as the Hospitallers or the Templars. He held authority over everything within the walls, from patrol schedules to grain rations. Beneath him were other knights, squires, engineers, chaplains, cooks, and servants. A hierarchy existed, not just of command, but of sleeping quarters, meal portions, and even bathing privileges. These strict arrangements helped maintain order during the long, hot seasons when morale could wane and tempers could flare. Castles had to be more than strongholds. They had to be machines of discipline and routine. Over time, as Crusader rulers recognized the need to generate resources locally, rather than rely solely on distant European donors, fortresses began to include more civilian functions. Marketplaces were occasionally set up just outside the outer walls, under the watchful eyes of guards. Villagers and traveling merchants, sometimes Muslim, sometimes Christian, were allowed to trade goods such as grain, wool, pottery, and livestock in exchange for small tolls or taxes. These exchanges were not always peaceful, and tensions could flare, but pragmatism usually prevailed. Crusader commanders understood that open conflict with local populations was expensive, exhausting, and ultimately unsustainable. By incorporating trade into their fortress economies, they created a buffer of interdependence that helped prolong their presence in the region. Some castles even issued their own small coinage, often bearing Latin inscriptions or Christian symbols. These coins were used internally and among nearby towns, subtly reinforcing Crusader authority. The fortress became more than a weapon, it became a statement of legitimacy. And to bolster this image, Crusader architects often added aesthetic flourishes to their designs. Carved reliefs, decorative arches, and chapels with painted frescoes emerged over time. Though far more austere than European cathedrals, these additions reflected a desire to recreate a familiar sense of civilization in a foreign land. Even as heat baked the stones and sand crept through cracks in the walls, there were still places for worship, reflection, and community. Children were born inside some of these fortresses. Old men died within their halls. Festivals were held in courtyards. Prayers echoed in narrow sanctuaries. Scrolls were copied in candlelit rooms. This was not just conquest, it was colonization, with all its complexity and contradiction. Outside the castles, the landscape responded to these new structures in subtle ways. Roads were rerouted to pass by the walls, either out of convenience or fear. Farmers adjusted their planting zones to avoid garrison patrols. Shepherds moved their flocks farther from sightlines. In time, the very geography of Crusader territory bent to the will of stone. And yet, the permanence suggested by these changes was always an illusion. The Crusader states remained fragile, constantly at risk from both internal power struggles and powerful neighbors. Alliances with Muslim leaders could dissolve overnight. Supplies from Europe could be delayed or diverted. rebellions could spark in remote valleys. Every fortress, no matter how formidable, was a promise written in stone, but vulnerable to time, weather, and politics. For the Muslim forces observing these castles from afar, or besieging them up close, the fortresses were not invincible walls, but challenges to overcome. Saladin, the famed Kurdish leader, understood this deeply. His campaigns were not merely military, but psychological. He targeted not just soldiers, but the confidence those stone walls were meant to inspire. He starved garrisons, cut off supply lines, and negotiated surrenders with promises of mercy. When possible, he avoided direct assaults, preferring strategy over slaughter. And when a fortress fell, as many eventually did, he often repurposed it rather than destroy it. After all, stone was stone, regardless of who laid the first brick. The legacy of these fortresses, then, is not confined to the Crusader period. Long after the Latin Knights returned to Europe or fell in battle, many of their castles remained standing. Some were absorbed into new Muslim empires, repaired and renamed. Others were abandoned, left to weather the centuries in silence. Their roles changed, their meanings shifted, but their stones endured. To walk among them today, amid crumbling towers and sun-bleached courtyards, is to step into a layered history where faith, fear, ambition, and architecture collided. Each wall tells a story, each arrow slit frames a vanished world, and each echo that bounces between ruined stones whispers of nights long past, of watchmen scanning the dark, of prayers muttered behind closed gates. These castles were built to hold the line between belief and reality. In doing so, they became monuments not only to war, but to hope. As time went on, and the Crusader states faced mounting challenges both from within and beyond their borders, the significance of their fortresses only deepened. These strongholds became not only the first line of defense, but also the last bastions of a shrinking world. To understand this gradual transformation, we must consider the pressures that slowly chipped away at Crusader authority. Shifting alliances, the rise of powerful Muslim leaders like Saladin and Baybars, and the erosion of European interest in the Levant. And yet, even as the tide turned, the castles endured. They stood like silent sentinels over valleys, deserts, and coastlines, embodying a paradox: structures meant to control a land that increasingly refused to be controlled. By the mid-13th century, the threat of Muslim reconquest had become more immediate and more organized. Leaders such as Baybars, the Mamluk Sultan, launched coordinated campaigns against Crusader fortresses. He did not merely attack them at random, he studied them. He employed engineers, sappers, and siege machinery, adapted from both Islamic and European traditions. At Montfort and Chastelblanc, his forces used towers, battering rams, and catapults. But more importantly, they used patience. Siege warfare in this era was not fast. It could take months or even years. And as supplies dwindled and morale eroded, even the thickest walls could not hold forever. What was perhaps more striking than the sieges themselves was the symbolic importance assigned to these fortresses by both sides. For the Crusaders, to lose a castle was to lose a piece of identity, of legitimacy. Each loss chipped away not only at territory, but at the fragile belief that their hold on the Holy Land was divinely sanctioned. For their enemies, the capture of a fortress was a powerful victory, not only strategic, but spiritual. It was evidence that the Crusaders could bleed, that their stones could fall. And yet, even in retreat, the Crusaders clung to their castles. Some they burned before abandoning, refusing to let their enemies enjoy the fruits of their labor. Others they negotiated to surrender in exchange for safe passage. Still others were lost in desperation, their defenders overwhelmed, outnumbered, and alone. The final days of many fortresses were marked not by grand battles, but by quiet inevitability, the slow grinding down of hope beneath the weight of siege and isolation. As the 13th century gave way to the 14th, and the last Crusader strongholds in the Levant fell one by one, something unexpected began to happen. These once vital military outposts became ghosts, haunted by memory, by stories, by layers of history, both remembered and forgotten. And yet they were not erased. In some places, local populations moved in, repurposing the stones for homes, mosques, or storage. In others, the castles stood empty, exposed to the elements. Winds whispered through their arrow slits. Rain pooled in forgotten cisterns. Lizards basked on sun-warmed parapets, where once archers had stood watch. Slowly, the castles were folded back into the land they had once tried to dominate. But their influence did not vanish. Centuries later, when European scholars and travelers began rediscovering the Crusader period, these castles took on a second life. Romanticized as ruins of chivalry and faith, they were studied, sketched, and written about in books and journals. Archaeologists examined their foundations. Historians traced the stories carved into their walls. The same towers that had once symbolized control and occupation were now symbols of curiosity and wonder. In the modern day, many of these Crusader castles remain intact, or at least partially so. Crac des Chevaliers, perhaps the most famous of them all, still stands in Syria. Despite the ravages of time and war, visitors can walk its massive halls, climb its towers, and gaze across the same landscapes that Crusader watchmen once surveyed. At Belvoir Castle in Israel, the black basalt walls remain imposing, their symmetry almost mathematical. And in Lebanon, the ruins of Beaufort Castle cling to a ridge above the Litani River, silent witnesses to centuries of conflict, transition, and change. Each fortress is a layered palimpsest of history, Crusader stones resting atop older Roman foundations, Islamic renovations mingling with Gothic arches. And through it all, a single thread persists. The story of human determination to shape the world with stone and vision, to carve order into the wilderness, even if only for a brief time. When we look at these castles today, we are not merely seeing military relics. We are seeing expressions of belief, fear, hope, and effort. We are seeing how architecture can reflect not just function, but worldview. The Crusader fortresses may have failed in their ultimate goal, to establish a permanent Christian kingdom in the Holy Land, but they succeeded in leaving behind a legacy of ambition. They remind us of a world both distant and familiar, of people trying to hold on to something they believed in, even as the world around them shifted like sand. In this way, the hidden fortresses of the Crusader states are not only historical structures, they are mirrors into the past, fragments of a story written in stone, waiting quietly for someone to stop, listen, and remember. To better understand the importance of these fortresses, it is helpful to look beyond the walls themselves and explore the organizational structures that sustain them. These were not isolated monuments, but nodes within a carefully designed network that stretched across the Crusader states. Castles communicated with one another, watched over important trade routes, monitored river crossings, and controlled mountain passes. A message sent from one stronghold could reach another by way of signal fires, mounted couriers, or even reflective surfaces used in daylight. This allowed commanders to coordinate defenses, request reinforcements, or prepare for siege conditions with surprising speed for the time. Each castle had its specific role, determined by its geographic location and political significance. Coastal castles such as Chateau Pèlerin were vital for protecting ports and securing access to supply ships from Europe. Inland castles like Carac and Montreal dominated desert trade routes and collected tolls from caravans, moving goods across the arid landscape. Others, like Saeft, served primarily as regional headquarters for military orders, housing not only soldiers, but also bureaucrats, physicians, and theologians. The fortress was a world unto itself, complete with its own rhythms, laws, and responsibilities. The maintenance of such a structure required immense resources and constant vigilance. Walls had to be inspected regularly for cracks and signs of weakness. Watchtowers needed to be manned at all times, even during calm periods when no immediate threat seemed likely. Food stores had to be rotated to prevent spoilage, and weapons, bows, swords, crossbows, and siege engines required regular care and replacement. The upkeep of horses and donkeys was another critical concern, especially since mobility was key to survival in a hostile land. A single breakdown in logistics could render even the most impressive fortress vulnerable. The labor force behind this effort was diverse. While knights and soldiers made up the visible part of the garrison, much of the day-to-day work was performed by servants, cooks, blacksmiths, masons, and stable hands. In some cases, local people were employed to assist with building projects or to serve as guides, translators, or informants. The relationship between Crusaders and local populations was complex, neither fully hostile nor entirely friendly. There were moments of cooperation, but also periods of suspicion, betrayal, and retaliation. Some locals saw the Crusaders as occupiers, while others viewed them as potential allies against rival factions or regional lords. Religion, while a source of deep division, was not the only factor shaping these interactions. Economics, geography, and individual relationships often played just as large a role. Life inside a Crusader fortress was highly regulated. Bells marked the passage of time. Morning prayers were followed by inspections and duties, such as cleaning, patrolling, or training. Midday meals were simple but structured, and evenings were devoted to more prayer, maintenance tasks, and occasionally quiet social gatherings. Alcohol was consumed, though often in moderation, and music, usually religious hymns or simple folk tunes, offered a brief escape from the routines of daily life. Stories were shared by torchlight, sometimes about battles, other times about homes far away. Loneliness was a constant companion for many who served in these isolated outposts. Letters from Europe were rare, and news from home even rarer. Some knights went years without seeing their families. In this vacuum, deep friendships could form among garrison members, as could rivalries and grudges. The pressure of duty, combined with the monotony of routine, sometimes led to unexpected incidents, brawls, desertions, or quiet breakdowns. Punishments were harsh but necessary, as discipline was the backbone of survival. A single act of negligence, an unlatched gate, an unattended fire, could doom an entire castle. While the exterior walls projected strength and confidence, the interior life of a Crusader fortress was often more fragile and uncertain. Fear was ever present. The possibility of a surprise attack, a betrayal from within, or an overwhelming siege haunted the minds of commanders and soldiers alike. Defensive drills were practiced not just for show, but in real anticipation of real danger. Sometimes that danger came from rival Crusader factions, rather than Muslim forces. The Crusader states were not unified, and disputes between noble houses or military orders could erupt into open conflict. At times, castles were taken not by enemies, but by fellow Christians, eager to expand their own power. This internal fracturing made the broader project of Crusader control all the more difficult, and explains in part why, over time, the Crusader presence became more tenuous. Despite all this, many of the fortresses held firm for decades, even centuries. Their longevity speaks to the ingenuity of their builders and the commitment of those who maintain them. From the layered defenses of concentric castles to the clever placement of arrow slits and murder holes, the design principles were ahead of their time. Engineers and architects blended European techniques with local knowledge, learning from Byzantine and Islamic structures to improve their own. The result was a hybrid style of military architecture that left a lasting legacy across the region. Some of these designs would later be studied by European builders during the Gothic and Renaissance periods, influencing castle construction far beyond the Levant. The Crusader castles were, in effect, laboratories of survival, places where ideas were tested, refined, and passed on. Their influence can be found in castles from southern France to northern England, silent echoes of an era when the frontier between worlds was built in stone, and manned by those willing to endure solitude, uncertainty, and sacrifice in pursuit of an ideal. As we continue our journey through the world of Crusader fortresses, it becomes necessary to look at the broader systems of communication and administration that allowed these strongholds to function not only as military outposts, but also as miniature centers of governance. Within their walls, orders were issued, land grants recorded, treaties negotiated, and justice administered. While warfare defined their origin, bureaucracy increasingly defined their endurance. In a landscape fragmented by competing powers and diverse communities, the castle served as a node of both control and diplomacy. A typical Crusader fortress contained at least one scriptorium, a quiet, lamplit room where scribes and clerks carefully maintained records. Charters, letters, supply inventories, and financial ledgers were all documented with painstaking detail. These records ensured accountability, whether for the disbursement of rations, the scheduling of patrols, or the acknowledgement of debts. The use of Latin, the administrative language of the Crusader elite, helped standardize communications across the states, but translators were often employed when interacting with Arabic or Greek-speaking locals. This reliance on translators hints at a world more multilingual than commonly imagined. The men and women who lived in and around the Crusader castles were not isolated from the cultures that surrounded them. In fact, interactions were frequent, whether through trade, negotiation, or quiet cohabitation. Local artisans were sometimes hired to repair masonry, build aqueducts, or create mosaic decorations in chapels. Muslim physicians treated Christian lords when local healers failed. Jewish merchants traveled with relative freedom, facilitating the flow of goods between Latin and Islamic territories. Beneath the ideological rhetoric of holy war, a more pragmatic form of coexistence unfolded, especially in the quieter years between major conflicts. Trade caravans moved cautiously along dusty roads, knowing that some castles collected tariffs but also offered security. Pilgrims sought protection at fortress gates, sometimes carrying letters of safe conduct issued by Muslim leaders who had made temporary peace with their Christian counterparts. Along the coastal towns, the exchange of spices, textiles, and glassware continued under the watch of stone towers and iron gates. Even the Crusader military orders, often viewed as rigid and war-focused, engaged in these exchanges. The Hospitallers, known originally for tending to the sick, operated hospitals within their fortresses and offered services to both Christians and Muslims in need. Their medical practices, often influenced by Arabic texts, reflected a blending of knowledge rather than a strict separation. Similarly, the Templars, while deeply committed to their martial vows, maintained extensive economic records and built financial systems that rivaled the sophistication of European banks. Their fortresses held not only weapons and grain, but also silver reserves, loan agreements, and debt ledgers. This financial infrastructure allowed the Crusader states to survive, even when military success faltered. Yet the castle was not only a practical structure, it was also a stage for ceremony and symbolism. New knights were dubbed within echoing halls, where flickering torchlight danced along the walls. Feasts were held in grand chambers adorned with tapestries and shields. Visitors from Europe were received with carefully choreographed displays of wealth and piety, designed to inspire awe and secure donations. The chapel, often centrally located within the fortress, played a vital role in daily life. Mass was held regularly, relics displayed, and prayers offered for protection and victory. These chapels were small but meaningful, adorned with simple crosses, worn benches, and in rare cases, stained glass windows that filtered the harsh Levantine sun into softer hues. Monks and chaplains lived alongside soldiers, offering spiritual guidance and recording the names of the fallen. The presence of these holy men served as a constant reminder that the Crusader project was not merely military, but also metaphysical, a battle for souls as well as land. Over time, the distinction between fortress and monastery began to blur, particularly in strongholds controlled by the military orders. Life within became a blend of soldierly discipline and monastic routine, governed by rules that regulated prayer, diet, speech, and even thought. Silence was sometimes observed during meals. Confessions were heard beneath vaulted ceilings. Songs in Latin echoed through stone corridors during twilight vigils. The soundscape of the castle, once dominated by the clanging of armor and shouted commands, became more contemplative. Bells marked the hours, not only for combat but for reflection. Despite the harsh realities outside the walls, the inner life of the Crusader fortress contained moments of introspection and peace. Children sometimes grew up within these walls. The sons and daughters of knights, masons, or servants. Their playgrounds were courtyards and ramparts. They learned to read in the same rooms where war plans had once been drafted. Some later joined religious orders, others returned to Europe, and a few remained behind, quietly integrating into the changing societies that followed the Crusaders' departure. The fortresses had become places where lives began as well as ended. Their stones absorbed not only the weight of war, but the breath of daily existence. Each stairway worn smooth by footsteps, each wall etched with fading names, each garden that grew stubbornly in the cracks, all speak to a kind of human continuity that outlasts conquest. These are not ruins, but remnants, not relics, but reminders. While many Crusader fortresses have crumbled into ruin or faded from maps entirely, their memory persists in the quiet traces they left behind. Outlines visible from the air, broken stones scattered across remote hillsides, or names preserved in local lore. To walk through the remains of one today is to step into a world both distant and strangely familiar. The breeze whispers through fractured towers, birds nest in arrow slits once designed for war, and the stones beneath one's feet seem to hum with the rhythm of long-forgotten footsteps. These spaces, once loud with commands and clashing steel, now hold only the echo of absence. And yet they tell us something profound about endurance, ambition, and the fragile architecture of empires. One of the most striking aspects of Crusader fortresses was their adaptability. Despite being designed initially for a very specific military context, the defense of Christian-held territory in a hostile land, they were often repurposed multiple times as political winds shifted. Some castles were handed over to Muslim rulers through treaties or captured after long sieges, and then refitted for new occupants. Defensive designs were modified, Christian chapels were converted into mosques, and the old walls absorbed new layers of history. Over the centuries, many of these sites became palimpsests, places where one could read the overlapping stories of Crusaders, Saracens, Ottomans, and local tribal groups. This multi-layered nature adds a rich texture to these locations. A single courtyard might contain remnants of a Crusader kitchen, a Mamluk prayer niche, and a British World War I lookout post. The very stones resist being claimed by any one narrative. Instead, they insist on a longer view, one that transcends ideology and reminds us how fluid power really is. What today appears to be the ruin of a single campaign is, in truth, part of a larger continuum of adaptation and transformation. The terrain played a crucial role in shaping the character of these fortresses. Many were built on steep cliffs or ridgelines, where elevation provided a strategic advantage. But these choices also subjected the occupants to harsh environmental conditions: biting winds, searing sun, isolation from trade routes, and difficulty accessing water. To survive, garrisons had to engineer elaborate systems of rainwater collection, subterranean storage cisterns, and complex food supply chains. The location was everything, but the price of such advantageous ground was high. Isolation, ironically, both protected and weakened the fortress. While it reduced the likelihood of surprise attacks, it also meant that reinforcements might not arrive in time when danger did appear. Many commanders kept messenger pigeons or employed swift riders to maintain fragile communication lines with nearby settlements or allied strongholds. In winter months, these efforts became nearly impossible, leaving castles cut off from the world for weeks at a time. Inside, the psychological strain of isolation often took its toll. Morale was maintained through routine, prayer, music, and storytelling. Men passed the time by recounting tales of distant homelands, famous battles, or strange creatures said to roam the eastern deserts. Some drew crude illustrations in the margins of old manuscripts. Others carved initials into stone or wood, leaving behind quiet testaments to their presence. Archaeologists have discovered such marks: graffiti etched into chapel walls, children's handprints preserved in dried mortar, fragments of bone dice used in games of chance. These personal relics bring the past closer, not in grand gestures, but in the small, human details that speak across centuries. These fortresses also played a role in the shaping of medieval European identity. News of their construction, defense, or loss was relayed back to the courts of France, England, and the Holy Roman Empire, where it often inspired poetry, fundraising, and fresh waves of pilgrimage or military support. Chronicles were written that exaggerated victories and downplayed defeats. Relics supposedly recovered from the Holy Land were brought home and enshrined in cathedrals, lending divine legitimacy to both the Crusader cause and local rulers who supported it. In this way, the castles became more than just military structures. They were symbols of Christian resistance and divine mission. Yet history would eventually prove indifferent to symbolism. As Muslim powers grew stronger and more unified, and as internal disputes continued to weaken the Crusader states, fortress after fortress fell. Some were besieged and captured, their walls breached after days or weeks of constant bombardment. Others were simply abandoned, deemed no longer worth defending, left to be swallowed by the land. The final days of many Crusader castles were marked not by heroism, but by pragmatism. Commanders weighed the cost of resistance against the value of survival and chose to evacuate rather than die in place. Surrender negotiations were often conducted with remarkable formality, and in some cases, defenders were allowed to leave unarmed and unscathed. In these moments, centuries of conflict were distilled into a few final choices: a signature on a document, a gate unlocked, a banner lowered, and then silence. The walls remained, But the story had moved on. Some fortresses would never again see armed men walking their ramparts. They would instead become nests for birds, grazing grounds for goats, or occasional shelters for shepherds caught in the rain. The fire pits grew cold, the armories emptied, the once carefully maintained cisterns filled with mud and moss. And yet these quiet ruins still had one more role to play, that of witness. As time carried the Crusader states into their final chapters, the castles that once symbolized hope and defiance began to age into something different, repositories of memory and silent observers of change. They no longer stood at the heart of military campaigns, no longer echoed with the commands of knights or the prayers of chaplains, but instead became quiet thresholds between what had been and what now came to pass. In their shadow, life slowly returned to a different rhythm. Farmers reclaimed land that had once been garrisoned. Shepherds herded flocks past moss-covered gatehouses. Occasionally, a traveler would stop to rest in the cool, shaded corridors of a crumbling keep, unaware of the battles that had once raged there. These fortresses, originally built to keep danger out, now let the world pass through without resistance. What had been bastions of strategy and sovereignty had become part of the landscape, neutral, weathered, watching. And yet their presence continued to shape the identities of those who lived near them. In many regions, the ruins of Crusader castles were woven into local legend. Stories were told of hidden treasures buried beneath collapsed towers, of ghostly figures wandering battlements under moonlight, of strange chants heard from deep within abandoned cisterns. Children dared each other to sneak past broken portcullises. Elders warned of curses laid by dying knights or betrayed kings. In this way, the castles transitioned from fact to folklore, from military outpost to mythic relic. These legends, though embroidered over time, preserved something essential: the emotional imprint left by centuries of conflict, longing, and loss. And while most Europeans forgot the precise coordinates or names of these fortresses, the local people remembered. They incorporated the ruins into daily life, sometimes quarrying stones for homes, other times using the remaining walls as boundaries for fields. At rare moments, archaeological interest from distant universities or curious travelers would stir fresh attention. But even then, the site remained what it had quietly become: a place of layered memory, still and enduring. For historians, the challenge of studying these castles is both technical and philosophical. Many fortresses were built over older structures or modified so extensively that determining their original layout becomes nearly impossible. Excavations reveal mosaics beneath floors, foundations beneath foundations, pottery shards from different centuries mingling in the same layer of soil. Each discovery raises as many questions as it answers. Was this tower built by Crusaders, or merely restored by them? Was this chapel originally Christian or converted from an earlier mosque? Who were the people who worked the land just beyond the drawbridge, whose names never made it into the chronicles, but whose lives gave rhythm to the region? The written sources from the Crusader era, while rich in detail, are often biased or fragmentary. Chroniclers had agendas: political, religious, personal. They praised victories, obscured defeats, and rarely mentioned the mundane routines of daily castle life. It is only through combining archaeology with careful interpretation that we begin to see the full picture: the castle not as a set piece for battle, but as a living, evolving organism. It pulsed with supply chains, personal relationships, rituals, fatigue, and weather. It responded to its environment, its walls darkening with rain, its roofs groaning under heat, its inhabitants adjusting to every season and threat. Perhaps one of the most evocative aspects of these fortresses lies in the clues they leave about those who were not warriors at all. Among the rubble, archaeologists have found children's toys carved from wood or bone, kitchen tools worn smooth by years of use, traces of gardens planted in internal courtyards. These artifacts suggest that life inside the walls was more complex than often imagined. It was not all swords and sermons. There were games played, songs sung, bread baked. There were friendships, illnesses, laughter, and grief. In the margins of the Crusader story, humanity persisted. And just as the castles watched the fall of kingdoms, they also bore witness to these quieter, tender moments. The question of legacy remains. What, in the end, did the Crusader fortresses achieve? They did not prevent the eventual collapse of the Crusader states. They did not bring lasting unity or peace to the region. And yet their impact endures, architecturally, culturally, symbolically. European castle design absorbed lessons learned in the Levant, incorporating features like concentric walls, fortified gatehouses, and improved water systems. Military orders returned home with new skills, new wealth, and new stories that shaped monastic and martial life in France, England, and beyond. The mere presence of these castles in the Holy Land affected diplomacy, trade, and settlement patterns for centuries. They were not ends in themselves but catalysts, shaping the movements of armies, merchants, and pilgrims alike. And now, as the world has changed beyond recognition, these ruins still stand. They do not shout anymore, they whisper. They whisper of ambitions grand and doomed, of stones laid with purpose and defended with blood. They whisper of the thousands who passed through their gates, some to conquer, some to heal, some to believe. And they whisper of time, that most patient of architects, which slowly wears down all walls, turns ramparts into ridges, and transforms history into quiet memory. In the final contemplation of these hidden fortresses of the Crusader states, what remains is not just stone, but story. Not just ruins, but residue of belief, of ambition, of the deeply human desire to build something that lasts beyond one's lifetime. Each fortress, whether preserved or forgotten, holds within its contours a trace of intention, a signature of purpose. They were raised by hands that trembled under fatigue and faith, by workers who sang in unfamiliar languages, by masons who never imagined their walls would one day be silent. The twilight years of these castles came slowly, not with fire or fanfare, but with the quiet erosion of necessity. As the Crusader states fell one by one, many of the fortresses lost their strategic importance. No longer at the heart of any campaign, they stood like old sentinels watching over a world that had moved on without them. Some were seized and reused, others neglected until time itself dismantled them, stone by patient stone. And in this fading, they transformed from military outposts to historical ghosts. Travelers in later centuries would come upon them as curiosities. European pilgrims retracing holy routes would stop to eat beneath half-collapsed arches. Ottoman soldiers occasionally camped within their walls, amused by the foreign architecture. Local villagers built homes using the stones of shattered towers. A stable might stand where once a chapel did. An olive grove might spread across an old courtyard. The castles did not vanish, they blended. For modern historians and archaeologists, these remnants are like half-buried riddles. Remote sensing and satellite imaging have revealed outlines of entire fortifications beneath modern cities or farmland. Subtle changes in soil color, elevation, or vegetation hint at what lies below. Ground-penetrating radar detects anomalies, voids that suggest passageways, walls, or chambers long filled with debris. In some cases, buried staircases have been uncovered, leading to chambers still holding rusted tools or broken pottery, untouched for centuries. Yet for every discovery made, there are dozens more left unexplored, stories still sleeping beneath the dust. What's remarkable is not only what these ruins tell us about the Crusaders, but also about the communities that followed them. Many castles became part of evolving settlements. The Crusader plan might be overlaid with Mamluk or Ottoman modifications. A Christian cistern might feed a Muslim village for generations. A watchtower originally used to signal Christian reinforcements might later serve as a lookout for nomadic tribes. In this layering of use, these spaces remind us that history is not linear. It is iterative, adaptive, and deeply local. What one empire leaves behind, another makes its own. The myth of decline often forgets that reuse is also a kind of success. These fortresses also invite deeper questions about the meaning of power. They were built to impose control, to mark territory, to resist invasion. Yet most of them were eventually abandoned, their missions incomplete, their glory temporary. Their stones, once tools of empire, now host wildflowers and nesting birds. And in that contrast lies a kind of poetic truth. What is built with force may crumble, but what is remembered with curiosity, preserved with humility, may endure in ways no sword ever could. The cultural legacy of the Crusader fortresses reaches into literature, art, and even cinema. Romanticized as haunted ruins or backdrops for epic tales, they capture the imagination precisely because of their silence. Unlike grand palaces or cathedrals, they do not boast, they brood, they do not declare, they suggest. And in that suggestion lies space for wonder. Visitors stand on worn thresholds and imagine the banners, the echoes of marching boots, the candlelight in narrow slits of window. They picture knights in mail and squires at the forge, cooks preparing bread in deep ovens, and scribes bending over scrolls at wooden desks. Yet none of these images are certain. That uncertainty is their gift. In our modern world so saturated with information, these mute structures remain beautifully imprecise. And so perhaps we should let them remain a little mysterious. Not every stone must be catalogued, not every purpose known. There is something restful in the idea that some stories can simply exist without being fully explained. That a fragment of a staircase or a weathered arch may hold meaning not because of what it proves, but because of what it allows us to imagine. In the end, the hidden fortresses of the Crusader states are not just about war or faith or even architecture. They are about presence, what it means to mark a place with one's will, and what happens when that will fades. They are about impermanence, and how even the most fortified intentions are subject to the slow undoing of time. And they are about continuity, not of purpose, but of presence. The land remains, the stone remains, and we, centuries later, remain drawn to them, not because they endured perfectly, but because they endured imperfectly. Their story is incomplete, and so it invites us to enter, to sit in the quiet, to listen. And in that silence, we may find the most enduring history of all. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next quiet journey through time, may I gently ask you for a like and a subscribe. Your support helps this sleepy little channel keep whispering through history. And now, let's continue our Boring History for Sleep series, with a calm and steady look into a craft carved by time itself, the ancient art of stonemasonry. Close your eyes, settle into stillness, and let us begin. In the stillness of ancient quarries, where tools met stone and time itself seemed to move slower, the craft of stonemasonry quietly emerged, not with fanfare or flourish, but with the steady rhythm of chisels and the patience of countless hands, long before concrete jungles and steel towers defined our cities. It was the stonemason who gave shape to the ambitions of empires, temples of faith, and walls of protection. To understand the ancient art of stonemasonry is to follow the gentle footprints of those who carved civilizations, one block at a time. The origins of this quiet craft stretch far into the prehistoric past, to the very first humans who discovered that certain rocks could be shaped and fitted together. In regions like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, early masons moved beyond crude stacking and began to experiment with alignment, balance, and form. In Egypt, the Great Pyramids at Giza stand as silent monuments to the sophistication of early stone-cutting techniques. Each massive block, some weighing over 2 tons, was not simply placed, but aligned with remarkable precision. Though the methods remain partially veiled in mystery, it's believed that copper tools, wooden sledges, and teams of workers collaborated over decades to raise those iconic forms from desert plains. Stonemasonry was more than engineering, it was an act of devotion. In Greece, temples rose with slender marble columns, each carved not just for support, but for harmony and beauty. The Parthenon's construction reflects a subtle mastery of proportions, its columns slightly curved to correct optical illusions. Its stones fitted so precisely that no mortar was needed. And yet this perfection was achieved without modern machinery, only through hands trained by tradition, eyes guided by geometry, and the hum of labor passed down from master to apprentice. In India, masons sculpted entire temples out of single rock faces. At Ellora and Ajanta, the chisel became a brush, drawing deities, dancers, and mythical tales across stone surfaces. Each tap of the hammer echoed not only skill, but also patience. These craftsmen worked by lamplight and sunlight, day after day, for years, carving sanctuaries from silence. Across medieval Europe, the rise of cathedrals brought a new reverence to masonry. Gothic builders developed techniques to raise ceilings skyward, support delicate stained glass windows, and form pointed arches that drew eyes and hearts upward. Flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and sculpted facades became the signature of the era, and behind each innovation was the steady hand of a mason, These masons were not merely workers. They belonged to guilds, brotherhoods that guarded the secrets of the craft. Becoming a master mason could take decades, beginning with an apprenticeship in which a boy would learn how to sharpen tools, mix lime mortar, and understand the behavior of different stones. From there, a journeyman would travel across regions, lending his skills and absorbing styles. Only when he completed a masterpiece, a master's piece, could he join the ranks of the elite. The stones they laid often outlived the men themselves. Roman aqueducts, Byzantine fortresses, and Incan terraces still stand, whispering tales of resilience, adaptation, and care. Some of these structures weathered earthquakes, storms, and time with a grace that modern concrete has yet to fully replicate. This durability is not by accident. Masons of old understood how to choose the right stone: granite for strength, sandstone for carvings, limestone for blending form and function. They studied how light would fall, how water might erode, and how frost could crack a careless joint. Each decision was deliberate, each cut thoughtful, but the work was not always grand. Many masons lived humble lives, repairing village wells, paving roads, building homes. Yet, even in the simplest of tasks, the principles remained the same: measure twice, cut once, align with care, and let time do the rest. Some etched their marks into hidden corners, a personal sign perhaps, that even in anonymity, their effort mattered. The rhythm of stone masonry is slow. It is the rhythm of breath, of heartbeat, of centuries unfolding quietly. There is no rush in this craft, only the repetition of form, the pursuit of alignment, and the respect for materials that do not forgive haste. A mistake in stone is permanent. And so, masons learned to listen to the grain of the rock, the curve of the wall, the silence of unfinished work. As we delve further into the ancient art of stone masonry, we begin to see how this craft was not merely about shaping rock, but about shaping societies. The stones laid by skilled masons formed the backbone of communities, sanctuaries, and fortresses, each stone a silent witness to human endeavor and aspiration. Across civilizations, the techniques and tools evolved slowly but steadily, passed from generation to generation through hands-on learning and close mentorship. In ancient Egypt, for example, the masons worked with hard stones like granite and basalt, which required immense patience and innovation. Copper chisels, while relatively soft compared to the stone, were hardened through repeated hammering, and abrasives such as sand were employed to grind and polish surfaces. Large limestone blocks were cut using wooden wedges soaked in water. As the wood expanded, it cracked the stone along predetermined lines. This method demanded a profound understanding of the material's natural fissures and weaknesses. Moving eastward, in Mesopotamia, builders used mud bricks and baked bricks more than stone for their structures. But even so, stone masonry found its place in city walls and temples. The process involved mixing lime with sand and water to create a mortar that bound stones tightly, providing both stability and flexibility. In the Indus Valley civilization, archaeological sites such as Mohenjo-Daro reveal sophisticated drainage systems and grid layouts built with precisely cut bricks and stones. These urban planners and masons demonstrated an advanced grasp of both engineering and aesthetics, integrating stonework seamlessly with everyday life. In Greece and Rome, the evolution of stone masonry intersected closely with the rise of architectural orders, the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. Each order had specific proportions and decorative elements that masons had to master. Columns were carved from single drums of stone and assembled with precision to create temples that have survived millennia. The Romans, in particular, revolutionized construction with the invention of concrete, but they still valued finely dressed stone, especially in public buildings and monuments. Their use of arches and vaults enabled them to build aqueducts, amphitheaters, and basilicas that inspired awe and stood the test of time. Throughout medieval Europe, as Christianity spread and Gothic cathedrals soared, masons were the unseen architects of spiritual ambition. They not only built stone walls, but also carved intricate sculptures of saints, angels, and biblical scenes into portals and capitals. The cathedrals of Chartres, Notre Dame, and Cologne showcase an extraordinary union of engineering skill and artistic expression. Masons organized into guilds, which regulated the quality of work, training of apprentices, and the ethics of the craft. These guilds were powerful social structures, providing mutual support and preserving trade secrets. Apprenticeship periods could last years, during which young learners mastered every aspect of quarrying, dressing, and laying stone. Master masons were highly respected figures, often consulted by nobility and clergy on the feasibility of grand construction projects. The work was dangerous, requiring climbing great heights, handling heavy materials, and using sharp tools. Yet the dedication was immense. The spiritual belief that building a cathedral was an act of piety fueled extraordinary commitment. Many masons were themselves deeply religious men, and the stones they shaped were seen as offerings to God. Beyond Europe, in Asia, stone masonry took on forms both similar and distinct. Indian temples carved from monolithic rock faces are among the most awe-inspiring examples of sculptural stonework. Artisans chiseled intricate reliefs that depicted gods, cosmic stories, and scenes of daily life, transforming stone into narratives of faith and culture. Meanwhile, in China, while timber was the dominant building material, stone was used for bridges, pagoda bases, and elaborate tombs. The Great Wall of China itself is a colossal testament to the labor and technique of countless stoneworkers, with bricks and stones laid over rugged terrain spanning thousands of miles. In the Americas, the Inca civilization mastered dry stone masonry, fitting enormous stones so perfectly together that not even a blade of grass could pass between them, without the use of mortar. Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman stand as evidence of their exceptional skill in earthquake-resistant construction. The precision and artistry involved are still subjects of study and admiration. Across all these cultures, certain principles remain consistent. Masons understood the importance of foundation, laying the first stones with exactitude to ensure the stability of the entire structure. They respected the grain and natural flaws of the stone, cutting with the material rather than against it. The layout of stones was not random, but followed geometric patterns designed to distribute weight and resist environmental stresses. Water management was also essential, as many ancient sites incorporated drainage systems to prevent erosion. The durability of these constructions testifies to the masons' mastery of physics and natural materials. What may seem like simple stone walls are, in fact, the result of centuries of accumulated knowledge, experimentation, and adaptation to local conditions. Moreover, the act of masonry was deeply communal. Large projects required coordination among quarry workers, transporters, artisans, and supervisors. The logistics of moving massive stones from quarries to building sites involved ingenuity. Sledges, rollers, canals, and human or animal labor all played roles. Time itself was a tool, as construction projects often spanned generations. This long view demanded patience, perseverance, and the passing of tradition. The stones, silent and enduring, became the tangible legacy of these ancient societies. They remind us that the pursuit of beauty and function, of faith and defense, has long been inscribed not just in words, but in the very bedrock beneath our feet. Continuing our exploration into the ancient art of stone masonry, we arrive at the crucial intersection of technology, artistry, and culture, a confluence that transformed raw stone into lasting monuments of human civilization. Stone masonry was never just a mechanical task. It was a sophisticated craft that required an understanding of geology, physics, and aesthetics, all tempered by centuries of tradition and innovation. The tools wielded by ancient masons were both simple and ingenious. The basic toolkit might include chisels, hammers, mallets, wedges, and saws, often crafted from harder metals such as bronze or later iron. These were used with a nuanced touch. Too much force could shatter the stone, while too little would be inefficient. The choice of tool depended heavily on the type of stone being worked. Granite, with its hardness, demanded tougher, more durable implements, while softer limestone allowed for more delicate shaping. One of the most fascinating aspects of ancient stone masonry was the development of techniques to move and position massive blocks with limited mechanical advantage. Early civilizations devised clever solutions: wooden rollers and sledges for transport, inclined planes to raise stones, and teams of workers pulling ropes or using animals to provide muscle power. The construction of the Egyptian pyramids, for example, remains a marvel of logistics and organization. Archaeological evidence suggests that large labor forces were coordinated through a system of labor divisions, food provisioning, and seasonal work schedules. These efforts were supported by a sophisticated understanding of measurements and alignments. likely guided by early forms of geometry and astronomy. The Greeks, too, made notable advancements in quarrying and masonry. Their mastery of proportion, harmony, and perspective extended beyond philosophy into the practical realm of construction. The famed Parthenon, built in the 5th century BCE, exemplifies the precision with which Greek masons worked. The entire structure incorporates subtle optical corrections. Columns taper slightly toward the top, and the platform gently curves to counteract visual distortion. Such details reveal a mason's eye, not only for strength and stability, but also for visual impact. Moving into the Roman period, stone masonry became increasingly sophisticated as the empire expanded. The Romans innovated with the use of concrete as a bonding material, allowing for the construction of arches, domes, and vaults that defined classical architecture. Despite concrete's prominence, finely cut stone blocks remained crucial for facades, columns, and critical structural elements. Roman roads, aqueducts, and amphitheaters testify to the durability and functionality of their masonry. The techniques developed by Roman engineers influenced building practices for centuries afterward. As we transition into the medieval era, the evolution of stone masonry takes a distinctly spiritual and symbolic turn. Gothic cathedrals emerged as pinnacles of medieval masonry, where structural innovation met religious devotion. Flying buttresses allowed walls to rise higher and windows to expand, flooding interiors with light. Masons sculpted biblical scenes and saints into doorways and capitals, transforming stone into visual scripture. Guilds regulated the craft, ensuring that knowledge was transmitted meticulously from master to apprentice. The social structure surrounding masonry became an essential part of medieval society. Masons were respected artisans, often traveling widely to work on different projects, exchanging ideas and techniques across regions. The period saw the rise of masons' marks, symbols carved into stones not only as signatures, but also as quality control and record-keeping devices. Meanwhile, in Asia, stone masonry blossomed into elaborate temple complexes and imperial tombs. In India, artisans carved entire sanctuaries from living rock, showcasing exquisite detail and narrative depth. Pagodas in China and Japan, while primarily constructed of wood, featured stone foundations and steps that combined stability with aesthetic grace. The Great Wall of China, an enduring symbol of imperial power, demonstrated massive-scale stone construction with defensive and symbolic purposes intertwined. In the Americas, civilizations like the Incas pushed stone masonry to remarkable heights. Their signature technique, ashlar masonry, involved fitting stones together so precisely that mortar was unnecessary. These walls could withstand earthquakes, as their slight irregularities allowed stones to move without collapsing. Machu Picchu stands as an enduring testament to their skill, harmonizing with the natural landscape rather than dominating it. Beyond the grand monuments and monumental cities, stone masonry also played a crucial role in the mundane. Everyday buildings, roads, wells, bridges, and fortifications required masons' expertise. Their work shaped the texture of daily life, connecting villages and facilitating commerce, travel, and defense. This practical aspect of masonry is often overlooked, but was vital to the survival and development of ancient and medieval societies. As centuries passed, the principles and aesthetics of stone masonry were continually refined. Innovations such as the pointed arch, ribbed vaulting, and the use of cranes allowed for more ambitious constructions and more intricate designs. Masons had to balance function and beauty, strength and grace. Their legacy is not only in the structures that survive, but also in the techniques and traditions passed down through generations. These traditions form a continuous thread, linking the past with the present, reminding us that architecture is a dialogue across time, a conversation carved in stone, whispered in mortar, and raised in arches. The ancient art of stone masonry, therefore, is more than a craft. It is a symbol of humanity's enduring quest to create, to shelter, to inspire, and to leave a mark that withstands the passage of time. As we journey deeper into the history of stone masonry, it is essential to appreciate not only the physical act of shaping stone, but also the broader cultural and social context that shaped this ancient craft. Masonry was intimately tied to the religious, political, and economic frameworks of the societies it served. In many cultures, the construction of monumental stone structures was an expression of divine favor, imperial power, or communal identity. The cathedrals of medieval Europe, the pyramids of Egypt, and the temples of India each reflect unique worldviews, yet all share the mason's universal task: to transform raw earth into lasting form. The labor behind these projects was immense and often involved thousands of workers across many years or even decades. Quarrying stone was itself a specialized skill, involving the identification of suitable rock formations, careful extraction to minimize waste, and transportation over often challenging terrain. In Egypt, massive limestone blocks were transported by boat along the Nile, while in the Inca Empire, stones were carried up steep Andean slopes without the aid of wheeled vehicles. These logistical feats required planning, coordination, and sheer human determination. Within the building sites, masons worked with a sense of precision and collaboration. Each stone had to fit perfectly within a larger design, often guided by master builders who combined empirical knowledge with emerging mathematical principles. Geometry was not an abstract concept, but a practical necessity. Tools like the plumb bob, square, and level helped masons maintain alignment and balance, while measuring rods ensured proportional consistency. The layout of entire complexes was planned using grids and sightlines, reflecting an understanding of space and light. The apprenticeship system played a critical role in preserving and advancing masonry knowledge. Young novices started by carrying materials and sharpening tools, gradually learning the subtle techniques of cutting and fitting stone under the watchful eyes of experienced masters. Stories of guilds and fraternities reveal a culture of mutual support, secrecy, and pride in craftsmanship. These communities often had their own rituals, symbols, and codes of conduct, emphasizing both skill and character. The mason's mark, individual signs carved into stones, served as both signatures and quality guarantees. Beyond their functional role, stone structures often carried symbolic meanings encoded in their design. In Christian Europe, the verticality of Gothic cathedrals was intended to draw the eye and spirit heavenward, reinforcing religious devotion. Islamic architecture frequently featured intricate geometric patterns carved into stone, reflecting a worldview that celebrated order and infinite complexity. In East Asia, stone pagodas symbolized harmony between humanity and nature, often situated in landscapes designed for spiritual reflection. These varied traditions illustrate how stone masonry was as much an art of communication as it was of construction. Despite the grandeur of famous monuments, stone masonry was also essential in everyday infrastructure. Bridges, aqueducts, city walls, and homes all depended on durable stonework. Roman roads, built with layers of stone and gravel, remain some of the most enduring examples of engineering prowess. In medieval towns, stone foundations protected against fire and flood, and finely cut stones marked the boundaries of property and power. This duality between the monumental and the mundane reveals masonry's foundational role in human civilization. The durability of stone meant that these constructions could last for centuries, becoming physical links between past and present. As modern archaeologists uncover ancient quarries, workshops, and building sites, they gain insight not only into construction techniques, but also into the societies that produced them. Tools left behind, unfinished stones, and quarry marks speak to the rhythms of work and the scale of labor involved. These discoveries challenge simplistic narratives of ancient technology, revealing instead a rich tapestry of human ingenuity, adaptation, and collaboration. The ancient art of stone masonry ultimately embodies the human desire to shape the environment, to create order from chaos, permanence from impermanence. It is a testament to patience, skill, and vision. Each carved stone stands as a silent witness to the hands that shaped it and the societies that cherished it. And through these stones, we glimpse a shared heritage that connects us across time and space, a story told not in words, but in the enduring language of rock and mortar. As we continue our journey into the ancient art of stone masonry, it becomes clear that this craft was as much about human ingenuity and collaboration as it was about the stone itself. Behind every perfectly laid block lies a story of countless hands, minds, and lives intertwined. The construction of monumental stone structures required not only skilled masons, but also planners, laborers, quarry workers, architects, and patrons. In many ancient societies, these projects were communal endeavors that brought together diverse groups under a shared vision. The labor force was often seasonal or cyclical, coordinated to take advantage of favorable weather or agricultural downtimes. This organization demanded a sophisticated understanding of logistics and resource management. For instance, in Egypt, the annual flooding of the Nile dictated the agricultural calendar, freeing thousands of workers to be employed in the quarries and construction sites during the inundation. This seasonal rhythm was crucial to the timely completion of monumental projects like temples and pyramids. Similarly, in medieval Europe, guilds regulated the apprenticeship and mastery of masons, ensuring that knowledge and skills were preserved and passed down. These guilds functioned not only as professional organizations, but also as social and religious communities, with rituals, patron saints, and mutual support systems. The secrecy of trade knowledge was closely guarded, as masons' techniques were the foundation of their economic and social standing. The process of quarrying itself was an art and science. Masons needed to identify suitable rock formations, understanding the geological qualities that would make stone durable and workable. Quarry sites were carefully chosen, often located near construction areas to minimize transport difficulties. The extraction of large stone blocks involved clever use of tools like wedges, chisels, and hammers, combined with techniques such as heating and cooling stones to create cracks along natural fissures. Transporting these heavy stones from quarry to site posed significant challenges. Without modern machinery, ancient builders relied on sledges, rollers, wooden cranes, and sometimes animals to move massive blocks over uneven terrain. Evidence from ancient Egypt suggests that lubricated pathways and coordinated teams of workers were employed to ease the passage of stones weighing several tons. Once at the construction site, the shaping and fitting of stones required extraordinary precision. Masons used tools such as straight edges, plumb bobs, and compasses to ensure alignment and stability. The blocks were cut and dressed so carefully that in many ancient structures, the joints between stones are nearly invisible, with no mortar needed to hold them together. This precision not only contributed to the strength of the structures, but also to their aesthetic harmony. The interplay of light and shadow across finely carved surfaces enhanced the visual impact of buildings, evoking a sense of order and reverence. In temples and cathedrals, the carvings told stories of gods, saints, kings, and myths, turning stone into a medium of cultural expression. The evolution of masonry techniques also reflected broader technological advancements. Innovations such as the use of the arch, the vault, and the dome allowed builders to create larger, more complex spaces. The Romans pioneered the use of concrete in combination with stone, enabling the construction of vast structures like the Pantheon. These engineering feats were not mere displays of power, but also reflections of sophisticated understanding of physics and materials. Despite the grandeur of monumental stonework, much of ancient masonry was devoted to everyday needs. Roads paved with stone enabled trade and communication across vast empires. Aqueducts carved from rock supplied cities with water, sustaining urban life. Fortifications protected communities from invasion and unrest. Each stone, whether part of a temple or a bridge, was a piece of a larger puzzle, an essential component of society's infrastructure. The legacy of ancient stone masonry continues to influence modern architecture and engineering. Techniques developed millennia ago inform contemporary practices, and the aesthetic principles of proportion, balance, and harmony remain central to design. Moreover, the endurance of ancient stone structures inspires awe and reflection, reminding us of human capacity for creativity and perseverance. Ultimately, the ancient art of stone masonry teaches us about the interplay between human ambition and natural materials. It is a story of transformation, from raw rock to refined structure, from isolated quarry to vibrant city. Through stone, civilizations have expressed their values, beliefs, and aspirations. And through stone, their stories endure. Continuing deeper into the ancient art of stone masonry, it is essential to explore the spiritual and symbolic dimensions that this craft carried across civilizations. Beyond mere construction, stone masonry often served as a bridge between the earthly and the divine, a medium through which humans sought to manifest their beliefs, honor their gods, and express communal identity. In ancient Egypt, for example, the alignment of pyramids with celestial bodies was not accidental but deliberate, designed to link the pharaoh's eternal journey with the cycles of the stars. Masons carved hieroglyphs not just as decoration, but as sacred inscriptions meant to safeguard the soul in the afterlife. These structures were temples, tombs, and cosmic maps carved in stone. Similarly, in the Indian subcontinent, temple builders imbued every stone with religious significance. The placement of each block, the orientation of the sanctum, and the motifs etched into pillars reflected complex cosmologies rooted in Hindu and Buddhist philosophy. Stone carvings depicted myths, deities, and cosmic order, transforming the temple into a microcosm of the universe. The act of masonry itself became a ritual. Prayers were offered before laying the foundation stone, and masons were sometimes seen as spiritual artisans, whose work brought blessings and harmony. In medieval Europe, the construction of cathedrals was likewise steeped in symbolism. The soaring spires and pointed arches were designed not only for structural stability, but to inspire awe and elevate the soul. The use of light filtering through stained glass windows was a deliberate choice to evoke the presence of the divine. Masons' guilds were often affiliated with religious confraternities, emphasizing the sacred nature of their work. The building process was slow and communal, sometimes spanning generations, reflecting a shared devotion that outlived individual lifetimes. The spiritual weight of stone masonry was also apparent in the grave markers, crosses, and memorials carved with painstaking care. These stones served as tangible links between the living and the dead, markers of memory and identity. In the Islamic world, stone masonry combined artistry with theology. Geometric patterns, arabesques, and calligraphy carved into stone surfaces adhered to religious prescriptions against figurative imagery, turning walls and portals into intricate tapestries of light and shadow. The craft was an expression of divine order, the repetition of patterns symbolizing the infinite nature of creation. Mosques, madrasas, and mausoleums became canvases for this sacred geometry, and masons worked as both engineers and artists. Throughout history, the transmission of masonry knowledge often occurred through apprenticeship and oral tradition, but it was also closely tied to religious institutions and cultural exchange. Monasteries served as centers for training, preserving treatises on geometry and construction. In some cases, masons traveled vast distances, carrying techniques and styles from one region to another. This movement of artisans contributed to the fusion of architectural forms seen in places like the Crusader states or Moorish Spain, where Islamic, Christian, and local traditions blended in stone. The technical precision required for such work was remarkable. Masons developed methods to measure angles and curves, to cut stone blocks with tolerances so fine that they fit together without mortar, and to design arches and vaults that distributed weight efficiently. The famous keystone arch, which allows an arch to support itself, exemplifies the ingenuity of masons and their understanding of physics long before formal scientific methods. The tools of the trade, chisels, mallets, squares, and levels, were extensions of the mason's skill and creativity. Even the most basic tools were wielded with such care that their marks became part of the stone's character, revealing the hands behind the work. In addition to their physical and symbolic significance, stone structures often served as social and economic centers. Temples, fortresses, and cathedrals were gathering places for communities. Markets, festivals, and judicial proceedings took place in their shadow. The durability of stone ensured that these functions could continue for centuries, providing stability in times of turmoil. The care given to maintenance, restoration, and sometimes even expansion of stone buildings reflected their ongoing importance. The legacy of ancient stone masonry is thus multi-layered. It encompasses the technical mastery of shaping and assembling stone, the spiritual aspirations encoded in architectural forms, the social dynamics of communal construction, and the enduring presence of these monuments in human history. Each stone tells a story of labor and devotion, skill and creativity, culture and faith. And as modern observers, we are invited to listen, to feel the weight of centuries in our hands, to trace the worn edges of blocks shaped by hands long gone, and to marvel at the quiet power of stone to carry memory across time. In the end, the ancient art of stone masonry stands as a testament to human persistence, imagination, and the timeless desire to build not just for the moment, but for eternity. As we continue our exploration into the ancient art of stone masonry, it is impossible not to reflect on the remarkable relationship between human ambition and the natural world, a relationship defined by the mastery of materials, the harnessing of labor, and the translation of abstract ideas into tangible form. Stone, inherently unyielding and ancient, was both challenge and canvas for the mason's craft. Each block carved, each wall raised, was an exercise in patience, precision, and vision. The process began long before the first chisel struck the rock. It started with selection, an intimate knowledge of geology that allowed ancient builders to identify the perfect stones for their projects. Whether the dense granite favored by Egyptians, the soft limestone of the Mediterranean, or the volcanic basalt of Andean builders, each type of stone presented its own challenges and advantages. Masons had to understand not only the hardness and grain of their materials, but also how they would weather over decades or centuries. This knowledge was accumulated over generations and shared through apprenticeship, observation, and trial and error. Quarrying was the next crucial phase, requiring ingenuity and collective effort. Ancient masons devised methods to extract massive blocks from cliffs or underground beds without fracturing them prematurely. Wooden wedges, metal tools, and heat were applied in concert, often following natural fissures in the stone to minimize waste. Transporting these massive blocks from quarry to construction site was an extraordinary logistical challenge. Large teams of workers, animals, and simple machines, sledges, rollers, ramps, were orchestrated in feats of coordination. In Egypt, ramps of mud brick and limestone chippings allowed laborers to haul stones up great inclines. In the Andes, stones were carefully maneuvered over steep terrain without the use of wheeled vehicles. The journey of a single stone from quarry to final placement might take weeks or months, each step fraught with risk. Once on site, the real artistry and precision began. Masons shaped stones to exact specifications, fitting blocks so tightly together that no mortar was required, especially in cultures such as the Inca, where the dry-fit masonry has withstood earthquakes and time with astonishing resilience. The shaping process involved not only cutting, but also polishing, carving, and occasionally engraving symbols or reliefs. The surface of a stone was carefully prepared to meet its intended aesthetic and structural function. This work was often done by teams specialized in different tasks: rough cutting, fine dressing, carving, and installation. The placement of stones followed principles that balanced strength, beauty, and harmony. Arches were carefully constructed to distribute weight evenly, vaults shaped to cover large spaces without collapse. Columns were designed to taper and curve to the eye, avoiding optical illusions and achieving visual balance. This fusion of art and engineering was a hallmark of ancient masonry traditions. Beyond the technicalities, stone masonry was deeply intertwined with ritual and belief. Many cultures considered the laying of stones to be a sacred act, accompanied by prayers, offerings, or ceremonies. The foundation stone was often blessed, symbolizing a connection between the structure and divine protection. Masons themselves were sometimes viewed as possessing special knowledge or spiritual authority, entrusted not only with shaping buildings, but with channeling the forces of nature into order and beauty. This spiritual dimension added a profound weight to their labor. As civilizations expanded, the knowledge of stone masonry traveled along trade routes and through conquest. Masons migrated, carrying their skills and styles across continents. This exchange led to remarkable architectural hybrids, where local materials and traditions blended with foreign techniques. In medieval Europe, for example, the Romanesque style combined with Gothic innovations, influenced by contact with the Byzantine and Islamic worlds during the Crusades. Likewise, the Moorish architecture of Spain melded intricate stone carving with geometric designs and arches, a testament to cultural fusion. The durability of stone ensured that many ancient structures outlasted the empires that built them, becoming silent witnesses to history's march. Temples, palaces, tombs, and fortifications stand today as monuments to human creativity and determination. Archaeologists and architects continue to study these marvels, uncovering lost techniques and inspiring modern construction. The lessons learned from ancient masonry, respect for materials, attention to detail, balance of form and function, remain relevant. In an age dominated by steel and glass, the enduring beauty of stone reminds us of a timeless dialogue between human hands and the earth itself. Finally, the ancient art of stone masonry embodies a story of perseverance and patience. Each project spanned years or decades, demanding commitment beyond individual lifetimes. It required communities to come together in shared purpose, blending labor, knowledge, and faith. It stands as a metaphor for building not just structures, but civilizations, stone by stone, effort by effort, vision by vision. And as we gaze upon the weathered surfaces and towering forms left behind, we connect with a past where stone was both challenge and promise, and where human creativity carved a legacy as enduring as the rocks themselves. As we further explore the ancient art of stonemasonry, it becomes clear that this craft was never just about physical labor. It was a reflection of the complex relationship between humanity and the natural world, between permanence and impermanence, between art and utility. Across continents and centuries, the act of shaping stone has carried with it a profound respect for the material's inherent qualities, as well as a deep understanding of its limitations. In regions as diverse as the Mediterranean, the Americas, Asia, and Africa, masons learned to read the subtle differences in stone types, the way light reflects off polished marble, the grain of granite, the porosity of sandstone, and to harness these qualities in service of their architectural visions. The quarry was not merely a source of raw material, but a place of discovery and connection. Ancient quarrymen developed techniques to extract stone blocks with minimal waste and damage. In Egypt, workers employed copper tools hardened by hammering, while in the Andes, Inca masons carefully selected stones with natural fractures to ease their extraction. The transportation of these heavy blocks required remarkable ingenuity. Whether hauling stones up the steep slopes of Machu Picchu or floating them along the Nile, ancient builders devised systems of sledges, rollers, ramps, and rafts, coordinated by skilled overseers who synchronized the labor of hundreds or thousands. The careful choreography of this process was essential to the successful completion of grand projects that often spanned decades. Once at the building site, masons began the painstaking process of shaping stones to precise dimensions. The skill involved in this stage cannot be overstated. Tools such as chisels, hammers, and saws were used with a finesse that balanced force and delicacy. Every cut was calculated, every face dressed, to fit stones snugly together. In many ancient structures, blocks were so tightly joined that modern engineers remain amazed by their durability. This precision allowed buildings to withstand earthquakes, weathering, and centuries of use. The construction process also reflected social and spiritual dimensions. Many ancient cultures imbued stone masonry with sacred significance. The laying of foundation stones was accompanied by ritual, prayer, or ceremony, marking the moment as more than a practical beginning. In Hindu and Buddhist temple complexes in India, every stone was thought to embody cosmic principles, and their arrangement reflected philosophical ideas of harmony and balance. The great cathedrals of medieval Europe were conceived as physical manifestations of divine order, where soaring arches and stained glass told stories of faith through stone and light. Guilds and apprenticeship systems further illustrate the communal and cultural importance of masonry. These organizations preserved knowledge, regulated standards, and fostered a sense of identity among masons. Traditions, techniques, and even secret signs were passed from master to apprentice, ensuring continuity across generations. These bonds created networks of skilled labor that spread architectural styles across regions and epochs. Moreover, the aesthetic dimension of stonemasonry is inseparable from its structural role. The curvature of arches, the rhythmic repetition of columns, the interplay of light and shadow on carved reliefs, all contribute to the sensory and emotional impact of stone buildings. Masons were not only engineers, but artists, transforming raw rock into expressions of beauty and meaning. Even in functional structures like bridges and aqueducts, there is a balance between utility and form that reflects this artistry. The ancient art of stonemasonry also offers lessons in sustainability. The durability and adaptability of stone buildings stand in contrast to the impermanence of many modern constructions. Ancient structures often incorporated local materials, adapted to climate and geography, and were designed for repair and reuse. This approach reflects a deep understanding of living in harmony with the environment. Today, as we face environmental challenges and seek sustainable architectural solutions, the wisdom embedded in ancient masonry becomes increasingly relevant. Finally, the legacy of stonemasonry is not confined to history books or archaeological sites. Its influence endures in modern architecture, engineering, and craftsmanship. The principles of proportion, balance, and respect for materials inform contemporary design. The patience, skill, and collaboration embodied in ancient masonry inspire those who build today. Through stone, humanity connects past and present, aspiration and reality. The ancient art of stonemasonry is thus a testament to human creativity, resilience, and the timeless desire to shape the world with care and vision. As we reach deeper into the history of stonemasonry, it becomes increasingly clear that this craft was not only about construction, but also about the transmission of knowledge, tradition, and culture across generations and regions. The ancient masons were not isolated craftsmen working in solitude. Rather, they were part of intricate networks of trade, apprenticeship, and cultural exchange. These connections facilitated the spread of innovative techniques, styles, and ideas, weaving a rich tapestry of architectural heritage that spans continents and millennia. One of the most significant aspects of this knowledge transmission was the apprenticeship system, which formed the backbone of masonry education for centuries. Young apprentices were initiated into the craft with humility and patience, beginning with simple tasks such as carrying tools and mixing mortar. Over time, under the guidance of experienced masters, they learned the complex skills of stone cutting, shaping, and laying. This hands-on learning was complemented by oral traditions, symbolic signs, and sometimes written manuals, ensuring that essential knowledge was preserved and passed on. The apprenticeship was rigorous, often lasting many years before a craftsman could be deemed a master mason. Masons' guilds, which emerged prominently in medieval Europe, formalized these educational pathways and regulated the quality of work. These guilds acted not only as professional organizations, but also as social institutions, providing support, protection, and a sense of identity to their members. The guilds preserved trade secrets, upheld ethical standards, and fostered a communal spirit among masons. Through guild networks, masons traveled widely, spreading techniques and styles from one region to another. This mobility contributed to the diffusion of architectural ideas, such as the Gothic style's pointed arches and ribbed vaults, which appeared across Europe in varying forms. Beyond Europe, similar traditions existed. In the Islamic world, master builders and craftsmen passed down their knowledge through family lines and workshops, influencing the construction of grand mosques, palaces, and fortifications. The detailed geometric patterns and intricate stone carvings found in places like the Alhambra or the Blue Mosque reflect a high level of craftsmanship and artistic integration. In Asia, temple-building traditions incorporated stone masonry with wood and metalwork, creating harmonious ensembles that reflected local beliefs and aesthetics. The practical knowledge of quarrying and stone selection was as crucial as the artistic skill. Different types of stone were prized for various qualities: granite for strength, marble for beauty, sandstone for ease of carving. Masons had to understand the geological properties, such as hardness, grain, and porosity, which influenced both the working process and the longevity of the structure. This geological awareness was often gained through direct experience, experimentation, and sometimes shared wisdom from generations of workers. The transportation and logistics involved in ancient stone masonry were monumental feats in their own right. Moving massive stone blocks from remote quarries to building sites required ingenious solutions. Techniques such as sledges lubricated with water or oil, wooden rollers, ropes, and ramps were employed with meticulous planning. In some cases, waterways were utilized for transporting stones by boat or barge, exploiting natural rivers and canals. The organization of labor to coordinate these movements was complex, involving skilled overseers and large workforces. Once at the building site, the shaping and fitting of stones demanded extraordinary precision. The margins between stones were often less than a millimeter, a testament to the mason's meticulous craftsmanship. This precision not only enhanced the structural integrity of buildings, but also minimized the need for mortar, which could degrade over time. The durability of many ancient stone structures, still standing after thousands of years, speaks volumes about this expertise. The cultural significance of stone masonry extended beyond the physical structures to encompass social and spiritual dimensions. Building projects often involved entire communities and were linked to religious or political objectives. The act of raising a temple, fortress, or monument was imbued with symbolism and collective meaning. Foundation stones were sometimes blessed in ceremonies, and certain stones were considered sacred or powerful. Masons themselves could hold special status as keepers of secret knowledge or as participants in ritual acts. Their work was not merely practical, but connected to broader cosmologies and worldviews. In the modern era, the study of ancient stone masonry continues to reveal new insights. Archaeological excavations, combined with advanced technologies such as 3D scanning and computer modeling, allow researchers to reconstruct building techniques and understand the organization of ancient construction sites. These studies not only shed light on technical aspects, but also provide windows into the social organization, economic resources, and cultural priorities of past civilizations. The ancient art of stone masonry thus remains a living field of inquiry, bridging past and present. In reflecting on this craft, we recognize not just the stones and buildings themselves, but the human stories carved into them, stories of creativity, collaboration, endurance, and a timeless desire to build something lasting. These legacies endure not only in the monuments, but also in the very ground beneath our feet, connecting us to the hands that shaped them so long ago. As we conclude our deep exploration into the ancient art of stone masonry, it is fitting to reflect on the enduring legacy left behind by countless generations of masons, architects, and laborers who shaped the built environment that continues to inspire and humble us today. Stone masonry is far more than the act of shaping and assembling rock. It is a profound expression of humanity's relationship with permanence and change, creativity and patience, strength and beauty. The stones that form ancient temples, fortresses, bridges, and tombs are silent witnesses to history, bearing the marks of human hands, the imprint of cultural beliefs, and the resilience of material crafted with care. Throughout the ages, the mason's craft evolved hand in hand with society's shifting needs and aspirations. From the monumental pyramids of Egypt to the soaring cathedrals of Europe, from the intricate rock-cut temples of India to the precisely fitted walls of Incan cities, stone masonry has told stories of faith, power, and community. These structures embody the values and skills of their builders and stand as testaments to human ingenuity in the face of natural constraints. One cannot help but marvel at the technical mastery displayed across time and place. The ability to quarry massive stones, transport them across difficult terrain, and fashion them into precise, stable, and often intricate forms without modern machinery speaks to the depth of ancient knowledge. Techniques were passed from master to apprentice, refined over centuries, and adapted to local materials and environmental conditions. The craft combined science and art, practicality and vision. Beyond their structural function, stone edifices served symbolic and cultural purposes. They were physical manifestations of religious devotion, political authority, or communal identity. The act of laying the foundation stone often involved rituals acknowledging a connection between earth and heaven, human and divine. Stone carvings and reliefs portrayed myths, histories, and spiritual ideals, transforming cold rock into living narratives. This interplay of function and meaning elevated stone masonry beyond mere construction into the realm of human expression. Even today, the influence of ancient masonry informs modern architecture and construction practices. Contemporary designers draw inspiration from the proportions, durability, and aesthetics of stone structures, while engineers study ancient techniques to inform restoration and preservation efforts. The sustainable use of local materials, attention to natural forces, and emphasis on longevity remain relevant principles. Moreover, ancient stone masonry serves as a reminder of the values of patience and perseverance. Unlike many modern building methods focused on speed and cost efficiency, masonry demanded time, skill, and dedication. Projects often spanned generations, requiring communities to work together toward common goals that transcended individual lifetimes. In an era of instant gratification, this legacy encourages reflection on the virtues of endurance and care. As we look at the ruins, temples, and monuments left by ancient masons, we connect across time with those who shaped our shared heritage. Their work invites us to appreciate the beauty found in the interplay of nature and human hands, to recognize the stories embedded in stone, and to honor the quiet labor that built civilizations. The ancient art of stone masonry thus remains a timeless testament to humanity's capacity to create, to endure, and to leave behind a legacy that continues to speak even in silence, to generations yet to come. That brings us to the end of our last story. Before we quietly drift into the next chapter of our journey, may I kindly ask you for a like and a subscribe? Your support helps this peaceful channel continue sharing gentle whispers of history. Now, let us softly continue with the next sleepy tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, and turn the page to the Forgotten Festivals of Medieval Europe. Close your eyes, settle in, and let's begin. Medieval Europe was a world shaped not only by kings and battles, but by the rhythms of festivals, times when the ordinary receded and communities gathered in celebration, reflection, or ritual. These festivals, many now forgotten or overshadowed by the passing of centuries, were woven deeply into the fabric of medieval life. They marked seasons, honored saints, and offered moments of respite amid the hardships of daily existence. To understand medieval festivals is to glimpse a world where the sacred and the secular intertwined seamlessly, where music, dance, food, and ceremony blended into experiences both communal and deeply personal. The medieval calendar was punctuated by an array of festivals, some tied to religious observances, others rooted in local customs or agricultural cycles. Each village, town, and city often had its own unique celebrations, reflecting regional traditions and the particular saints venerated by its inhabitants. While major festivals like Christmas and Easter are well known today, many smaller, now obscure festivals once held profound significance. These occasions were times when social hierarchies relaxed, and people from all walks of life took part in shared joy or solemn remembrance. One such festival was the Feast of Fools, celebrated in various parts of Europe during the late Middle Ages. This event, held around the turn of the year, inverted the usual social order. Clergy and townsfolk alike donned costumes, mocked authority figures, and engaged in playful chaos. The Feast of Fools offered a temporary release from the strictures of medieval society, allowing laughter and irreverence to puncture the solemnity of church life. While sometimes condemned by religious authorities for excess, it persisted as a cherished outlet for communal bonding. Agricultural festivals also played a vital role. Celebrations tied to planting and harvest seasons provided opportunities for communities to give thanks, seek blessings, and renew social ties. The May Day festivities, for example, heralded the arrival of spring with dancing around the maypole, singing, and feasting. These events blended pagan traditions with Christian practices, illustrating the layered nature of medieval culture. Harvest festivals, meanwhile, were occasions to celebrate the fruits of the land, often accompanied by fairs, markets, and the sharing of food and drink. Religious processions were another key element of medieval festival life. Entire communities would take part in parades, honoring patron saints, carrying banners, relics, and icons through streets and fields. These processions were acts of devotion, but also opportunities for social gathering and public display. The Saints' Day festivities often combined solemn prayers with music, dance, and communal meals. In some regions, elaborate mystery plays were performed, dramatizing biblical stories and moral lessons, bringing scripture to life for audiences who were largely illiterate. Medieval festivals were also moments of renewal and reflection. The Advent season, for instance, was marked by specific rituals and smaller celebrations that prepared the faithful for Christmas. Candlemas, the Feast of the Presentation, involved blessing candles and lighting processions, symbolizing light entering the darkness. Each festival had its own symbolism, rhythms, and expectations, creating a rich tapestry of experience throughout the year. However, not all festivals were purely joyous. Some commemorated tragedies or sought protection from disaster. Plague rituals, for example, emerged during outbreaks of disease, involving processions, prayers, and acts of penance intended to ward off death and illness. These somber festivals underscored the medieval awareness of fragility and mortality, blending fear with hope. Over time, many medieval festivals faded from collective memory, supplanted by changing religious, political, and social forces. The Reformation, for example, led to the suppression of certain Catholic celebrations, while the rise of centralized states and new calendars altered local customs. Despite this, the echoes of these forgotten festivals persist in folklore, art, and the subtle rhythms of rural life. In revisiting these lost celebrations, we uncover not only historical facts, but a sense of the medieval heartbeat, the cycles of work and rest, the interweaving of sacred and profane, and the enduring human need to come together in shared experience. The forgotten festivals of medieval Europe remind us that beneath the grand narratives of kings and wars lies a world alive with ritual, joy, and community. And in that world, the passing of the seasons was marked not just by the turning of the calendar, but by the laughter, song, and footsteps of those who celebrated life in all its complexity. As we delve deeper into the forgotten festivals of medieval Europe, it becomes evident that these celebrations were as diverse as the landscapes and peoples who took part in them. While the church calendar provided a broad framework of holy days and feasts, local communities often infused these occasions with their own customs, rituals, and meanings, creating a rich patchwork of observances that varied widely across regions and social classes. One fascinating aspect of these festivals was their ability to temporarily invert social norms and hierarchies. During events like the carnival season preceding Lent, towns and villages erupted in masked balls, theatrical performances, and public feasting. The usual rules of decorum were relaxed or reversed, with commoners sometimes mockingly impersonating nobles and clergy. This social license to subvert established order offered psychological release and reinforced communal bonds through shared experience. The costumes and masks worn during these festivals were not mere disguises, they were powerful symbols. Animal masks, grotesque figures, and allegorical characters represented forces of nature, morality, or social critique. The pageantry combined humor and seriousness, reflecting the medieval mind's complex relationship with the sacred and the profane. In rural areas, the festivals often centered on the agricultural calendar, closely tied to the rhythms of planting and harvest. Lammas Day, celebrated on August 1st, marked the beginning of the harvest season and involved the blessing of the first bread made from newly cut grain. Communities gathered to share food, drink, and music, giving thanks for the earth's bounty while seeking protection for the remaining crops. Such festivals were deeply intertwined with older pagan traditions, which the church often assimilated rather than suppressed, blending Christian and folk elements into hybrid ceremonies. Pilgrimage festivals also played a vital role in medieval spiritual life. Sites like Santiago de Compostela, Canterbury, and Chartres drew thousands of pilgrims annually, who came not only to seek spiritual favors, but to participate in the vibrant social atmosphere surrounding these holy places. Markets, fairs, and theatrical performances often accompanied pilgrimages, turning religious devotion into a multifaceted communal event. Some festivals commemorated local saints or miracle stories, whose cults provided identity and cohesion for specific communities. Mystery plays and miracle plays were performed during these festivals, dramatizing biblical events and saintly lives for largely illiterate audiences. These theatrical productions combined education, entertainment, and devotion, reinforcing religious teachings through accessible storytelling. Music was an essential component of medieval festivals. Troubadours, minstrels, and choirs filled the air with melodies ranging from sacred hymns to lively dances. Instruments such as the lute, vielle, and bagpipes accompanied festivities, while communal singing fostered participation and joy. The soundscape of a medieval festival was thus a complex layering of voices and instruments, reflecting the diversity of participants and occasions. Food and drink were also central to these celebrations. Feasts ranged from modest communal meals to lavish banquets hosted by nobility or the church. Seasonal and local specialties, such as roasted meats, spiced breads, and fermented beverages, were shared generously. The act of eating together reinforced social ties and symbolized abundance amid the often precarious medieval existence. Some festivals were marked by more solemn or penitential practices. During Holy Week, processions, fasting, and reflection balanced the more exuberant celebrations. The juxtaposition of joy and solemnity was a hallmark of medieval spirituality, expressing the tension between earthly life and eternal salvation. Certain festivals also addressed fears and hopes tied to natural and social crises. During times of plague, for example, communities held vigils and rituals to appease divine wrath and seek healing. These events were imbued with both fear and resilience, highlighting the human capacity to find meaning and solidarity in hardship. Over time, many of these festivals changed, declined, or vanished, influenced by political shifts, religious reforms, and social transformations. The Protestant Reformation, for instance, led to the suppression of numerous Catholic feasts, while centralized state power altered traditional communal practices. Yet the echoes of these forgotten festivals survive in folk customs, local holidays, and cultural memory. They remind us that medieval life was shaped as much by cycles of celebration and ritual as by the daily toil of survival. In revisiting these ancient festivals, we reconnect with a world where the passage of time was measured not only by the rise and fall of empires, but also by the turning of seasons, the singing of songs, and the warmth of communal firelight. These lost celebrations invite us to listen closely to the laughter, the music, and the footsteps of those who once danced beneath open skies, honoring life's fleeting beauty amid the uncertainty of their times. Continuing our gentle journey through the forgotten festivals of medieval Europe, it becomes apparent how these communal celebrations were not merely moments of merriment, but complex social rituals that reinforced bonds, expressed identity, and negotiated the tensions of medieval life. Festivals provided spaces where the sacred and secular mingled, where the routine was interrupted by the extraordinary, and where communities found relief from the relentless demands of agrarian labor and rigid social hierarchies. One of the more intriguing, yet now largely forgotten festivals was the Wild Hunt, a celebration rooted in ancient pagan folklore but interwoven with medieval Christian beliefs. It was said that during certain nights, spectral hunters and ghostly hounds roamed the skies, chasing souls or guarding the thresholds between worlds. Communities would hold rituals to appease these mysterious forces, combining fear, respect, and folklore into collective observances that echoed the human confrontation with the unknown and the supernatural. Another lesser-known festival was the mumming play, a form of folk theater performed during festive seasons such as Christmas and Easter. These plays featured masked performers enacting tales of death and resurrection, battles between good and evil, and local legends. The performers, often villagers themselves, used humor, disguise, and improvisation to engage audiences. Mumming plays served both as entertainment and as communal storytelling, reinforcing shared values and historical memory. They were participatory events, blurring the lines between actor and audience, sacred ritual, and popular festivity. Medieval Europe was also home to various regional and city-specific festivals that reflected local identities and histories. For instance, the Fête de la Saint-Jean was widely celebrated with bonfires marking the summer solstice. These fires were believed to ward off evil spirits and purify the community. Revelers danced around the flames, sang traditional songs, and shared food and drink under the long summer nights. Though its pagan origins were acknowledged, the festival was embraced and adapted by the Christian calendar, illustrating the syncretic nature of medieval celebrations. The carnival season before Lent was a period of particular significance. It offered a final burst of feasting and frivolity before the austerity of fasting and penitence. Streets filled with costumed figures, parades, and lively music, creating a vibrant atmosphere of release and reversal. The wearing of masks allowed participants to transcend social roles, mock authority, and indulge in behavior normally repressed. This temporary upheaval provided psychological relief and social cohesion by allowing expressions of creativity and dissent within a controlled context. Religious festivals, while often solemn, also incorporated communal joy. The Feast of Corpus Christi, for example, featured processions through towns with elaborately decorated floats and banners. Streets were adorned with flowers and colorful tapestries, and participants sang hymns and recited prayers. These events reinforced communal faith and provided occasions for public spectacle, blending reverence with celebration. Food and drink were central to many festivals, symbolizing abundance and generosity. Special dishes, roasted meats, spiced pastries, sweetmeats, were prepared for these occasions, often involving communal sharing and feasting. Ale and wine flowed freely, contributing to the convivial spirit. The preparation and consumption of festive foods connected people not only to the agricultural cycles, but also to social networks and cultural traditions. Music and dance enlivened festivals, providing rhythm and expression to the communal experience. Instruments such as the hurdy-gurdy, bagpipes, fiddles, and drums accompanied dances ranging from stately processional movements to exuberant reels and jigs. Dancing was both a form of entertainment and a ritualized act, sometimes believed to invoke blessings or ward off misfortune. Some festivals served as moments for social negotiation and conflict resolution. The Lord of Misrule, a figure appointed to oversee certain celebrations, presided over rituals that allowed temporary relaxation of social norms. Through humor and satire, these festivals helped manage tensions and reinforce social hierarchies by ultimately reaffirming established order after periods of controlled disorder. Over time, many of these forgotten festivals faded or transformed, influenced by political changes, religious reforms, and cultural shifts. The Protestant Reformation, for example, led to the suppression of various Catholic feast days and practices, while the rise of nation-states standardized calendars and discouraged local customs seen as superstitious or unruly. Yet the echoes of these festivals remain embedded in folk traditions, regional holidays, and cultural memory. By revisiting the forgotten festivals of medieval Europe, we gain a richer understanding of the medieval world, its joys and fears, its rhythms of work and play, its blending of the sacred and the profane. These celebrations remind us that beneath the weight of history lie countless moments of communal connection, creativity, and resilience. And in recalling these lost festivals, we invite ourselves to listen once more to the laughter, the music, and the footsteps of those who danced through the centuries, marking time with ritual and song. As we continue to wander through the quiet corners of medieval Europe's forgotten festivals, we begin to understand how these communal events served as vital touchstones in the lives of people who often faced hardship, uncertainty, and rigid social structures. Festivals were moments when the ordinary cadence of work and obligation was interrupted by gatherings filled with color, sound, and ritual, providing both relief and reaffirmation of community bonds. In many villages and towns, festivals served as crucial social calendars, marking the passage of time in ways that were both practical and spiritual. They offered opportunities for people to reconnect across social strata. Peasants, merchants, and nobility alike would participate, each playing roles defined by custom, tradition, or temporary inversion. One of the more captivating aspects of these medieval festivals was their integration of theatricality and performance. Mystery plays, passion plays, and morality plays were performed in public squares and churchyards, dramatizing biblical stories and ethical lessons. These performances were not mere entertainment. They were educational and devotional acts, bringing scripture and theology to life for largely illiterate audiences. The actors were often local townsfolk who trained for months, and the staging involved elaborate costumes, props, and sometimes even special effects, such as simulated storms or miraculous healings. These plays helped to weave faith into the very fabric of daily existence. Music also played an indispensable role in medieval festivals. Troubadours, minstrels, and choir groups filled the air with melodies that ranged from solemn hymns to lively dances. Instruments such as the lute, harp, and viol accompanied songs that celebrated love, chivalry, and faith. Dancing was communal and varied, from structured circle dances that reinforced social unity to spirited reels that allowed for joyful expression. The rhythms and harmonies connected people across generations, providing a soundtrack to the celebrations. Food and drink were central to festival life, embodying abundance and hospitality. Special dishes were prepared with care, often incorporating seasonal ingredients and traditional recipes passed down through families. Feast tables groaned under roasted meats, fresh breads, cheeses, and sweetmeats, accompanied by ale, mead, or wine. Eating together was a ritual of sharing and belonging, and communal meals during festivals strengthened ties between neighbors and kin. Some festivals included competitive events such as jousts, archery contests, and wrestling matches. These spectacles showcased martial skill and valor, entertaining the crowd while reinforcing ideals of strength and honor. Nobles often sponsored these tournaments, seeking to demonstrate their power and generosity. For common folk, participation or spectating offered a rare glimpse of courtly life and a chance to revel in the excitement of competition. Certain festivals were tied to natural cycles and ancient customs, blending pagan and Christian elements. The celebration of May Day, for example, involved the crowning of a May Queen, dancing around the maypole, and rites intended to ensure fertility and prosperity. These practices, though sometimes frowned upon by church authorities, persisted as expressions of local identity and connection to the land. Seasonal festivals such as the winter solstice were marked by candlelight, fire festivals, and symbolic acts of renewal, reflecting humanity's timeless relationship with the cycles of nature. However, not all festivals were purely joyous. Some were occasions for solemn reflection, penitence, or remembrance. Days such as All Souls' Day and the Feast of the Dead involved prayers for departed loved ones, processions, and visits to cemeteries. These festivals acknowledged the fragility of life and the hope for salvation, blending mourning with communal comfort. Over the centuries, many of these forgotten festivals waned due to social, religious, and political changes. The centralization of church authority, the rise of new political regimes, and shifting cultural values led to the suppression or transformation of numerous local customs. The Reformation and Counter-Reformation, in particular, played significant roles in reshaping the festival landscape, emphasizing certain observances while discouraging others deemed inappropriate or superstitious. Yet, traces of these lost celebrations linger in folklore, regional traditions, and modern holidays. They remind us that history is not solely the story of rulers and wars, but also the lived experience of communities, expressed through song, dance, food, and ritual. The forgotten festivals of medieval Europe offer a window into this world, a world where joy and sorrow, sacred and secular, order and chaos intertwined in the ever-turning wheel of human life. By revisiting these ancient celebrations, we reconnect with the timeless human impulse to gather, to honor, and to find meaning in shared experience. And as we settle into the quiet rhythm of these stories, may we carry forward the gentle legacy of communal celebration whispered through the centuries. As we continue to wander through the echoes of medieval Europe's forgotten festivals, it becomes clear that these communal celebrations were as much about social cohesion as they were about faith or seasonal change. In a world often marked by hardship, uncertainty, and strict social hierarchies, festivals offered moments when people could come together to express identity, relieve tension, and renew bonds. Many of these festivals blurred the boundaries between sacred and profane, life and death, order and chaos. One particularly fascinating aspect of these festivals was their ability to invert social norms temporarily. Festivals such as the Feast of Fools and Carnival allowed commoners to parody authority figures, clergy to play the roles of peasants, and usual hierarchies to be humorously overturned. This inversion served a social function, releasing pent-up frustrations and reinforcing the existing order by ultimately reaffirming it once the revelry ended. The wearing of masks and costumes during these festivals was not simply for disguise, but was a symbolic act that allowed participants to transcend their everyday identities, exploring the fluidity of social roles. Music and dance were inseparable from festival life. Minstrels, troubadours, and local musicians filled the air with melodies that ranged from joyous and lively to solemn and meditative. Dancing was both a form of entertainment and a ritual act. Communal dances, whether circular or chain-like, reinforced community ties, while more energetic dances allowed individuals to express emotion and vitality. Instruments such as the lute, fiddle, bagpipe, and drum were common, each contributing distinct tones to the festive soundscape. Food and drink were central to medieval festivals, symbolizing abundance and hospitality. Feast tables overflowed with roasted meats, breads, cheeses, and sweet treats. Ale and wine flowed freely, loosening tongues and bringing warmth to cold evenings. Sharing meals was an act of communion, strengthening social bonds across classes. In some cases, specific foods were associated with particular festivals or saints, adding layers of symbolic meaning to the act of eating. Religious observances intertwined with these social festivities. Processions, masses, and prayers marked many festivals, grounding the celebrations in spiritual devotion. Saints' days were occasions for both solemn reverence and joyous celebration. The blending of pagan and Christian traditions was evident in many festivals, where older customs were adapted and reinterpreted within a Christian framework. This syncretism allowed communities to maintain continuity even as religious paradigms shifted. Agricultural cycles remained a dominant theme in festival life. Seasonal festivals marked the sowing of seeds, the arrival of spring, and the harvest of crops. These events were moments of thanksgiving and supplication, where communities sought divine favor for fertility and protection. Bonfires, maypoles, and dances were common elements, connecting participants with the rhythms of nature. Despite the vibrancy of these festivals, many gradually faded from collective memory. Political, religious, and cultural transformations reshaped Europe's social landscape. The Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Counter-Reformation suppressed or altered many traditional festivities, especially those deemed superstitious or disorderly. The rise of centralized nation-states and urbanization also contributed to the decline of localized, communal celebrations. Yet, echoes of these forgotten festivals survive in folk customs, regional holidays, and cultural narratives. They remind us that history is not solely written by rulers and wars, but also by the lived experiences of communities who found meaning, joy, and resilience through gathering and celebration. The forgotten festivals of medieval Europe offer a glimpse into a world where the passage of time was marked not only by the turning of the calendar, but by the laughter, song, and shared moments of those who danced beneath open skies, honoring the cycles of life amid uncertainty. As we listen to these stories softly fading into the past, we reconnect with the heartbeat of medieval life, its joys and sorrows, its sacred and profane, its order and upheaval. And in remembering these lost festivals, we carry forward a timeless human impulse, the need to come together, to celebrate, and to find light even in the darkest of times. As our gentle exploration of the forgotten festivals of medieval Europe unfolds further, it is important to consider how these communal celebrations were deeply entwined with the agricultural rhythms and the natural world. In a society largely dependent on the land, the turning of the seasons dictated the pace of life, and festivals became essential markers of time and survival. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter each brought their own unique celebrations, blending thanksgiving, hope, and a recognition of the fragile balance between humanity and nature. One prominent example is the festival of May Day, celebrated with great enthusiasm across many regions. This festival heralded the arrival of spring and was marked by dancing around the maypole, the crowning of a May Queen, and the sharing of flowers and greenery. These customs were rooted in ancient pagan traditions that honored fertility and renewal. The maypole itself, often a tall, decorated wooden pole wrapped with colorful ribbons, became a focal point for communal dance, symbolizing the intertwining of life's many threads and the joyous embrace of the new season. Although the Christian Church sought to overlay its own meanings onto such festivals, the persistence of these rituals speaks to their deep resonance within the communities that celebrated them. Summer solstice festivals were similarly significant. Bonfires blazed atop hills and in village squares, believed to ward off evil spirits and encourage the growth of crops. Participants would leap over the flames or walk through smoke as acts of purification and protection. Music, feasting, and storytelling animated the long summer evenings. These festivals were moments of collective relief and celebration, marking the zenith of the growing season and the promise of abundance. As summer waned, harvest festivals gathered communities to give thanks for the bounty of the fields. Lammas Day, observed on the 1st of August, was a time to bless the first loaf of bread made from the newly harvested grain. Church services, processions, and communal feasts celebrated this critical moment, where the fruits of labor were tangible and survival assured for the coming months. These festivals intertwined spiritual gratitude with practical celebration, reinforcing the bonds between land, labor, and faith. Autumn festivals often incorporated elements of both joy and solemnity. The turning of the leaves, the shortening of days, and the approach of winter brought a heightened awareness of mortality and the cyclical nature of life. All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day, celebrated in early November, invited communities to remember the departed through prayers, lighting of candles, and visiting graves. These festivals honored the connection between the living and the dead, reinforcing community continuity across generations. Processions and church services created spaces for mourning and hope, allowing participants to confront loss within a shared ritual context. Winter festivals, including Christmas and the Feast of the Nativity, provided moments of warmth and light amid the coldest and darkest months. These celebrations combined Christian narratives with older customs. Evergreens adorned homes, candles illuminated windows, and special foods were prepared. The medieval Christmas was a season of joy, charity, and reflection, offering a spiritual counterpoint to the hardships of winter. Yule festivals, with roots in pre-Christian traditions, were often absorbed into Christmas celebrations, bringing a rich layering of customs that embraced the symbolic return of the sun and the promise of renewal. Throughout the year, saints' feast days punctuated the calendar, each honoring particular holy figures whose lives and miracles inspired devotion. These days were marked by church services, processions, fairs, and community gatherings. Local patron saints provided identity and protection to towns and villages, and their festivals reinforced social cohesion. Markets and fairs often coincided with these feast days, bringing commerce and festivity together, and allowing for the exchange not only of goods, but of news, stories, and cultural expression. Music, dance, food, and ceremony formed the heart of these festivals, creating a sensory tapestry that bound communities together. Instruments ranging from the simple drum to the delicate harp accompanied dancing and singing. Dances varied from solemn processionals to lively folk reels. Food and drink were shared generously, with feasts symbolizing abundance and hospitality. These elements combined to make festivals immersive experiences, where the communal spirit was celebrated and renewed. Yet, it is important to remember that these festivals were not only occasions of joy. They could be tinged with fear and anxiety, especially during times of crisis. Plague outbreaks, famines, and wars prompted rituals aimed at appeasing divine wrath or seeking protection. Processions carrying relics, public penance, and vows were common, reflecting the medieval worldview in which the sacred and the temporal were closely intertwined. Over centuries, many of these rich traditions evolved or faded, influenced by religious reforms, political changes, and social transformations. The rise of centralized states and shifts in church doctrine altered the landscape of festival observance. Some festivals were suppressed, others were reinvented or absorbed into new forms. Despite this, the echoes of these forgotten medieval festivals survive in folk customs, regional holidays, and cultural memories that still resonate today. By revisiting these ancient celebrations, we connect with a past where life was punctuated by ritual and rhythm, where communities found solace, joy, and meaning in gathering together. The forgotten festivals of medieval Europe invite us to listen once more to the quiet music of history, the songs, dances, and laughter that have long since faded but continue to whisper through time. As we continue to unravel the rich tapestry of medieval Europe's forgotten festivals, it becomes clear that these communal celebrations served not only as moments of joy and reverence, but also as subtle mechanisms for social regulation and cultural expression. They were, in essence, reflections of the complex interplay between tradition, authority, and popular will, a dance as intricate as the folk dances performed in village squares. Many of these festivals, while festive on the surface, held deeper social functions. Take, for instance, the institution of the Lord of Misrule, a tradition prevalent during the Christmas season in parts of England and Scotland. This appointed figure presided over the festivities, often turning the social order on its head for a brief period. Peasants mocked nobles, servants directed masters, and chaos reigned in a controlled environment. Far from mere frivolity, this role provided an outlet for social tensions, allowing communities to acknowledge and release underlying conflicts through sanctioned play acting and satire. The ritual served as a safety valve, reinforcing the existing hierarchies by granting a temporary symbolic inversion. In addition to such role reversals, many festivals featured elaborate processions and pageantry designed to project communal identity and religious devotion. Townspeople would prepare for weeks, crafting costumes, masks, and floats that embodied local legends, biblical stories, or allegorical figures. These spectacles were immersive experiences, blending theater, ritual, and social interaction. They allowed communities to display their unity, wealth, and piety while educating participants and spectators alike. The participation of various guilds, religious orders, and social groups in these processions underscored the interconnectedness of medieval society. Music was inseparable from these celebrations. The melodies of bagpipes, hurdy-gurdies, fiddles, and drums filled the air, setting the rhythm for dances and parades. Songs ranged from solemn hymns to bawdy ballads, reflecting the spectrum of human experience celebrated during these occasions. Dance itself was both a social and spiritual act, with many movements believed to invoke blessings or ward off evil. The communal nature of dance fostered social cohesion, creating shared memories that transcended daily hardships. Food and drink, central to all festivals, symbolized abundance and generosity. Feasts featured seasonal produce and regional specialties, often prepared with care to honor the occasion. Bread, meat, cheese, and ale were staples, but delicacies such as spiced pies or sugared fruits might appear during more lavish celebrations. The act of sharing food reinforced bonds of kinship and community, transforming the meal into a ritual of togetherness. Beyond the grand public festivals, numerous smaller, localized celebrations dotted the medieval calendar. These might honor specific saints, commemorate historical events, or celebrate the changing seasons in unique ways. The diversity of these customs reflected the variegated cultural landscape of medieval Europe, where local identity was fiercely cherished. Many of these traditions were orally transmitted, embedded in folklore, and enriched by the collective imagination of communities. Yet, as vibrant and diverse as these festivals were, they also carried undertones of caution and control. The Church often sought to regulate or suppress certain customs, especially those with pagan origins or those deemed excessively unruly. The tension between popular celebration and ecclesiastical authority shaped the evolution of festivals over time. In some cases, festivals were adapted to fit Christian narratives. In others, they were curtailed or banned. The social and political upheavals of later centuries further transformed the festival landscape. The Reformation, urbanization, and the rise of centralized nation-states led to the decline or alteration of many traditional celebrations. However, the spirit of these festivals, marked by communal gathering, ritual, and joy, persisted, influencing modern holidays and cultural practices. In reflecting upon these forgotten festivals, we rediscover a world where life's challenges were balanced by moments of shared celebration and renewal. The echoes of music, dance, laughter, and ritual whisper to us across the centuries, inviting us to remember the rhythms that once shaped medieval life. These festivals remind us that history is not only recorded in chronicles in stone, but also in the intangible experiences that bind communities together. As we gently close this chapter, let us carry forward the quiet legacy of these celebrations, the human need for connection, expression, and joy amid the unfolding tapestry of time. As we delve further into the quiet world of medieval Europe's forgotten festivals, it becomes clear that these communal events were woven deeply into the social, religious, and economic fabric of the time. They were not isolated celebrations, but moments when communities collectively expressed their hopes, fears, and identities, all within the rhythms dictated by nature and faith. The festivals often served multiple purposes simultaneously, marking the passage of time, reinforcing social bonds, expressing devotion, and offering reprieve from the relentless demands of daily life. One of the most profound features of these festivals was their embodiment of the cyclical nature of medieval life. The changing seasons governed agricultural activities and, by extension, the timing of many celebrations. Spring festivals heralded renewal and fertility, while harvest festivals expressed gratitude and communal abundance. Winter festivals offered warmth and light in the darkest months, sustaining spirits through long nights. Each festival was a marker in the unending cycle of growth, death, and rebirth, echoing the broader cosmologies held by medieval peoples. The spiritual dimension of these festivals cannot be overstated. Many were anchored in Christian liturgical observances, but retained layers of older, often pagan traditions. This blending created rich, complex ceremonies that engaged participants on multiple levels. Processions, blessings, prayers, and symbolic acts were interwoven with music, dance, and feasting. In some regions, the veneration of saints took on uniquely local characteristics, with festivals dedicated to patron saints incorporating legends, miracle stories, and rituals specific to the community's history and environment. Social dynamics played a critical role as well. Festivals were occasions when social hierarchies could be both reinforced and temporarily suspended. The interplay of order and chaos was a defining characteristic. Role reversals, masked balls, and carnivalesque behaviors allowed communities to explore tensions and inequalities within a structured framework. This balance helped maintain social cohesion, providing an outlet for expression that ultimately reaffirmed the existing order. Music and dance were the heartbeat of these festivals, creating shared experiences that transcended individual differences. Instruments both simple and elaborate filled the air: harps, fiddles, bagpipes, drums, accompanying dances that ranged from solemn ritual to exuberant celebration. The communal nature of these activities fostered inclusion, allowing participants to express identity, emotion, and connection through movement and song. Food and drink provided the tangible taste of celebration. Feasts ranged from humble communal meals to grand banquets, often featuring seasonal and local specialties. The act of sharing food was both symbolic and practical, reinforcing bonds and marking the abundance of the season or the significance of the occasion. Ale, mead, and wine flowed freely, lubricating conversations and laughter. Despite their vibrancy, many medieval festivals faced challenges and transformations over time. The increasing power of centralized authorities and the Church brought attempts to regulate or suppress certain customs, especially those deemed pagan, disorderly, or heretical. The Reformation further altered the landscape, leading to the decline or modification of many traditional celebrations. Urbanization and economic shifts also changed the ways communities gathered and expressed identity. Yet the legacy of these forgotten festivals persists, echoing in modern holidays, regional traditions, and cultural memories. Elements of medieval celebrations can be found in today's carnival parades, harvest fairs, and religious processions. These echoes remind us that communal celebration is a timeless human need, a way to mark time, affirm belonging, and find joy amid life's uncertainties. By revisiting the forgotten festivals of medieval Europe, we reconnect with a world where the cycles of nature, faith, and community shape the rhythms of life. These festivals were more than moments of festivity. They were vital threads in the social and spiritual tapestry of the time. Listening to their quiet whispers allows us to remember not just history, but the enduring human spirit that finds expression in ritual, music, dance, and shared feast. As the stories of these ancient celebrations settle softly into the past, may we carry with us their gentle lessons, the power of gathering, the beauty of rhythm, and the enduring need to celebrate life, even in the quietest of ways. As we gently move deeper into the world of medieval Europe's forgotten festivals, we find that these celebrations were not only moments of communal joy, but also powerful expressions of cultural memory and identity. Through these gatherings, communities preserved traditions, told stories, and navigated the complexities of social life in ways that often transcended the written word. Festivals were living narratives, unfolding in music, dance, ritual, and shared experience, offering a window into the values, fears, and hopes of the people who once celebrated them. Many of these festivals were rooted in ancient customs, layered over centuries by the influences of religion, politics, and local culture. The process of Christianization, for instance, often absorbed and transformed pagan festivals, adapting their timing, symbolism, and rituals to fit new theological frameworks. This syncretism created rich, multifaceted celebrations that reflected the continuity and change within medieval society. In some cases, the original meanings of these festivals became obscured, their origins forgotten even as their forms persisted. One example is the Festival of All Hallows' Eve, which over time evolved into what we now know as Halloween. In medieval Europe, this festival was a liminal moment, a time when the boundaries between the living and the dead were thought to thin. Communities engaged in rituals to honor ancestors, ward off spirits, and prepare for the darker half of the year. These practices combined solemn remembrance with playful disguise and trickery, illustrating the complex relationship between fear and festivity. Similarly, the May Day celebrations maintained echoes of fertility rites and nature worship, even as they incorporated Christian saints and themes of renewal. Dancing around the maypole, crowning a May Queen, and gathering flowers were acts charged with symbolic meaning, invoking life cycles and the community's connection to the land. These customs, while often simple in appearance, carried layers of significance that bound people to place and tradition. Medieval festivals also served as occasions for storytelling and performance. Mystery and morality plays were central to many celebrations, bringing biblical narratives and ethical lessons to life for audiences who were often illiterate. These performances were communal affairs, involving elaborate costumes, scripts, and music. They provided education, entertainment, and spiritual reflection, weaving together faith and culture in ways that resonated deeply with participants. Music and dance accompanied nearly all festivals, serving as both expression and communication. The sounds of lutes, fiddles, flutes, and drums filled marketplaces and churchyards, inviting participation and celebration. Dancing ranged from solemn processions that reinforced social order to exuberant folk dances that allowed for individual expression and social bonding. These activities fostered a sense of belonging and joy, creating shared memories that could sustain communities through difficult times. Food and drink were integral to festival life, symbolizing abundance, generosity, and communal care. Feasts varied from modest offerings shared among neighbors to grand banquets sponsored by nobility or the church. Seasonal foods, fresh fruits in summer, preserved meats in winter, were prepared with care, and ale, mead, and wine flowed to enliven spirits. The act of breaking bread together reaffirmed social ties and expressed gratitude for the harvest and the fellowship of community. While many festivals were occasions for joy and celebration, some carried tones of solemnity and reflection. Festivals such as All Souls' Day and the Feast of the Dead were times for honoring the departed, with prayers, processions, and visits to cemeteries. These observances acknowledged the fragility of life and the hope for eternal peace, providing comfort through communal remembrance. The political and religious upheavals of later medieval and early modern periods transformed the landscape of festivals. The Reformation challenged the legitimacy of many Catholic celebrations, leading to their suppression or adaptation. The rise of centralized monarchies and nation-states altered traditional community structures and calendars. Urbanization and changing economic patterns further reshaped how people gathered and celebrated. Yet, despite these transformations, the spirit of medieval festivals lived on, influencing modern holidays and cultural practices around the world. Reflecting on these forgotten festivals, we reconnect with a world where the cycles of nature, faith, and community shape the rhythms of life. They remind us that beneath the grand narratives of history lie countless moments of shared experience, moments of laughter, song, dance, and remembrance that have shaped human culture across time. And in these quiet echoes, we find the enduring human desire to come together, to celebrate, and to find meaning in the passage of time. As we arrive at the final chapter of our gentle journey through the forgotten festivals of medieval Europe, it is fitting to reflect on the enduring legacy these communal celebrations have left behind. Though many of these festivals have faded into obscurity, their essence continues to echo in the rhythms of modern cultural life, reminding us of the timeless human need to gather, celebrate, and find meaning through shared ritual. These festivals, in their diversity and richness, were far more than mere entertainment. They were vital expressions of community identity, spiritual devotion, and social cohesion. In an era marked by uncertainty, hardship, and rigid social structures, festivals offered moments of reprieve, times when individuals could step beyond the constraints of daily life and partake in collective joy or solemn reflection. The seasonal festivals tied communities to the cycles of nature, reinforcing a profound awareness of life's ebb and flow. Spring's renewal, summer's abundance, autumn's harvest, and winter's rest were marked with rituals that intertwined the sacred and the secular. Moreover, these celebrations were spaces where social tensions could be both expressed and eased. The temporary inversions of power and status, the role-playing and masquerades, served to acknowledge the realities of medieval hierarchy while allowing for its playful suspension. In this way, festivals helped maintain social order by providing controlled outlets for expression and dissent. Music, dance, food, and spectacle were the lifeblood of these events. The melodies of lutes, fiddles, and drums accompanied dances that ranged from the stately to the exuberant. Feasts brought communities together around tables laden with the fruits of the earth and the skilled hands of cooks and brewers. The processions, plays, and rituals invited participation, creating a shared language of celebration that transcended age, class, and circumstance. The religious dimension infused many festivals with profound meaning. Saints' days, mystery plays, and penitential rites connected the earthly with the divine, offering opportunities for spiritual renewal and communal prayer. Even as some pagan elements were suppressed or transformed, their echoes persisted, enriching the tapestry of medieval culture. Over time, the political, religious, and social transformations of Europe altered the festival landscape. The Reformation, centralization of power, urbanization, and changing economic conditions led to the decline or transformation of many traditional celebrations. Yet their influence endures in folk customs, national holidays, and cultural expressions that continue to bring people together. In reflecting upon these forgotten festivals, we are invited to listen to the soft murmur of history's heartbeat, the laughter, song, and shared moments that have shaped human experience across centuries. They remind us that history is not solely the domain of kings and battles, but is also woven from the threads of communal life, joy, and ritual. As this chapter closes, may we carry forward the gentle legacy of these medieval festivals, the enduring human impulse to gather, to celebrate, and to find light in the shared spaces of time. And as we drift softly from these stories, may the quiet rhythms of ancient festivals continue to lull us into peaceful reflection, connecting us across time to the countless souls who once danced beneath the same stars. Thank you all so much for watching, wishing you a wonderful day, filled with luck and success as you wake up. Take care and see you again soon. Goodbye.